thinking back. Drop the class, to establish that the magic, it's automatic. Got a mask, who was that? Living legend, lethal weapon, mastermind, never tied, tell them all. If I am in second, it's after no one. Just give me a second to let them know. I'm the headline, the deadline. Big time. I'm ahead time, the rare kind. Big time. I'm a living legend, lethal weapon, mastermind. Big time.
Hayden Wilde, 4 wins in 4 races.
This guy, unreal.
As Waugh wins the T100, what a performance. Form is temporary, class is permanent. Ash Gentle, you are back.
Good afternoon, welcome to the T100 Down Under. We've never been to Australia before and we couldn't be more excited to be in Wollongong, New South Wales for this afternoon's men's and women's races. And alongside me for this one, it's a double dose of Australian triathlon royalty. Good afternoon to 15-time full distance winner Belinda Granger and 2-time Olympian Aaron Royal. Good day, as you seem to say down here.
Good day back to you too, and it's so fantastic to be here, and particularly here in Wollongong, down here. We call it the Gong, actually. More likely to be called the Gong than Wollongong.
Yeah, I'm super excited to be in the commentary booth with both you guys. I know I've spent a couple of days here already in Wollongong. It's actually surreal. I know you grew up in Wollongong as well, Belinda, and I've spent 15 years here in my adulthood, and yeah, it's actually quite surreal to see what we've had over the last few days. You've been on the mic for the last few days.
Since Thursday, and it's been unbelievable, out of this world unbelievable. To have a world championship race here in Wollongong blows my mind.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. It's a real festival feeling, isn't it? We've got age groupers here racing all sorts of different distances, but for now our attention is firmly on the 100-kilometre distance. I do feel though, if I'm going to call it the Gong, you've got to do that with an Aussie accent. It sounds a lot better coming from the likes of both of you. So there we go. That is the view from our fantastic drone up in the sky. Crowds as far as the eye can see, all taking their place to watch some of the best triathletes in the world take to the De Boer swim course here in Wollongong, Australia. And they're just getting in position, getting the best view in the house to witness this swim.
Wearing number 5 from Germany, Caroline Poulet. Wearing number 4 from Australia, Ellie Salthouse. Wearing number 3 from Australia, Grace Dick. Wearing number 2 from Australia, Ashleigh Gentle. And wearing number 1 from Great Britain, Kate Waugh.
Well, you certainly don't need to be an expert to work out who the crowd are rooting for here. Got a fair few Aussies in both the men's and women's races, but over to the starter.
Athletes, you are now in the hands of the starter.
So away we go here in Wollongong, our 7th stop on the T100 Tour this year. Up first, a 2-kilometre swim on this De Boer swim course, broken up into a T100 first, 3 laps, which equals 3 Aussie exits. And Aaron, a beach start running into the sea, I imagine an all too familiar sight for you guys who grew up on beaches exactly like this.
Yes, unfortunately not the surf that we sometimes do get. They're in the protected harbour, and it's actually looking crystal clear today. If anyone tuned in yesterday afternoon and saw the, I think it was the junior races, wasn't it? Yeah, that was quite a sight. But yeah, absolutely perfect conditions. I think it's starting to warm up a little bit, which may become a factor later in the day. As you can see here, 25-degree air temperature and 19-degree water temperature, which obviously means a wetsuit optional swim.
Belinda, we can see the pink hat there of Kate Waugh getting as close as she can. I'm just noticing there, a couple of the athletes have gone around the sighting buoy, which we were certainly told in the briefing yesterday they weren't allowed to do. I don't know if that has changed, so we'll certainly keep you posted on that. But yeah, I was just going to mention the pink hat of Kate Waugh there. A fantastic swimmer. We've seen what she's been able to do on the T100 so far this year. It's going to be interesting tactically in this swim. She's not got the likes of Lucy Charles-Barclay or Jessica Learmonth, who she's used to racing with on the T100. So she's got to set the pace now, hasn't she?
She does, but she does also have the likes of Sarah Perez-Sala, Lotte Wilms, who are both very, very good swimmers. Really interested to see how Sarah Perez-Sala is going to go. We know that she just competed as a guide. They won the gold with Susana Rodriguez earlier today, so not a lot of turnaround time for Sarah Perez-Sala, but she is she's a quality swimmer, so we expect to see her up there alongside Kate Waugh.
I'm also really interested to see, obviously a 3-lap swim is something that we do not see very often in T100 races, if at all, if my memory serves me correctly. So of late, the swims haven't really stretched out that much in swimming, in the swim leg in the T100 races. And so I'll be interested to see whether the 3 or the 2 exits, the Aussie exits that they will do, whether that spreads it out a little bit.
And Belinda, I guess that's something you've got to practice, right? And I know we've had a few of these similar beach starts on the T100 this year, but if you've got 3 of them, 3 exits and entry points, that's even more critical than it usually is.
Look, definitely, and there are a lot of swimmers, particularly these longer distance athletes, that like to set themselves up, get into a rhythm and just hold it for as long as possible. When you have 1 Aussie exit, it's always tough because it's a break in that rhythm. But to throw in, a few, it makes it even harder. So I know the likes, I was talking to Hayden Wilde about this, and he says this is just the perfect swim for him. He loves the Aussie exit. I think Ash Gentle will also like the Aussie exit. It gives her a chance to, get out, regroup, jump in again. She gets a little bit of a time to see where her competitors are. And we know that Ash is going to come out with, obviously a deficit here today. So I think the Aussie exit will actually suit the likes of Ash Gentle.
Well, it'd actually be quite interesting to see, in the last few races, Ash has had a bit of a deficit, but that's when Lucy Charles-Barclay and Jessica Learmonth have both been in the races. And like Matt was saying earlier on, we are missing that firepower. Obviously, Kate Waugh is a phenomenal swimmer in her own right, and we know Lotte Wilms is also a good swimmer, but it's probably lacking that front-end firepower at the moment. So as you can see here, there's pretty well everyone's really close going around that first turn buoy. I think I did notice about 3 or 4 maybe off the back, but other than that, there's no separation at all. I'm trying to pick out Ashleigh Gentle's swim cap at the moment. We can obviously see Kate Waugh there in 2nd place.
Yeah, she's in the purple swim cap, so keep your eyes peeled. We might be able to see on this angle here as she makes her way there. Is that her going just around the turn buoy there? It might be more of a lilac, potentially. I think that is a purple cap, just around that far turn buoy. Of course, the beauty of 3 Aussie exits is we get 3 lots of timing data, so we'll get a really good idea of exactly who is where. But for the time being, Belinda, this might be the perfect opportunity for you to take us through the course and what the athletes are going to encounter today.
Of course, they're starting here with the De Boer 2-kilometre swim course. It is a 3-lap anti-clockwise with, like we said, the 2 Aussie exits. The bike, 80 kilometres and 6 laps in total. It's technical at the beginning and end of each lap, but that long, flat section's going to be fast and furious for them as they make their way back here to us into Wollongong. Then on to the run, 20 kilometres in total, 7 laps. And let me tell you, this is one of the toughest runs that the T100 has put up for us, with lots of inclines and declines for them to have to deal with throughout the day.
Yeah, the run part of this course, I mean, that's the bit I'm personally most excited about.
Oh, yeah.
It's so nice to see. I mean, obviously, we've had all sorts of... The beauty of the T100 Tour is we get a lot of variety. We get to go to different places with different characteristics. But, Aaron, that run course is going to be something special later.
Well, yes. I mean, I don't know why, but they decided to add in the bottom section, as we'll get to it later on in the race. But they've taken a left halfway up the Lighthouse Hill to take us back down and then to turn around at the bottom just to go back up the steep hill again. So it's going to be brutal. But as we know, this race is a late edition, and it's almost replacing the T100 Las Vegas from last year. And anyone that tuned into that race will remember that was the hardest run that we've ever had, I think, for sure. And so maybe we're going to try and replicate a little bit of that today.
And you know what? One of the things, we talk about the inclines that I think are going to be really tricky on this run, but we don't talk about the declines. And one thing we've noticed from the races that have come up is just how hard those declines have on the legs, especially after 7 laps.
Yeah, Wollongong is going to present a whole series of challenges for these athletes. Not that they'll be thinking about the run just yet.
Not quite yet.
There's another couple of laps here on this swim course, De Boer swim course, I should say, here in Wollongong, Australia.
You can see right now that pink cap of Kate Waugh, as anticipated. We knew she would be right up the pointy end of the field. But Aaron, what we've just noticed is quite a gap. Look at those gaps now back to a chase group and then a bigger chase group behind. So really starting to split up now on this first lap.
Yeah, I mean, and that is quite distinct. You know, we're obviously looking from quite high up. As we get closer, you'll see that is a gap, and we're only, 6 minutes into a 22-minute swim. I wasn't quite expecting that so early, to be honest, and it'll be really interesting to see after this first lap to get a timing split on where the likes of Ashleigh Gentle are. We know that Kate Waugh's in the front. I'd like to see who the other two are that are there with her. We can't quite make that out just yet, but obviously we'll get a timing split soon.
When I see those aerial shots of this harbour and just how beautiful that water is, I mean, it's no wonder Australians are so good at swimming. We've been here for a few days. There's an amazing saltwater pool called the Continental Pool here in Wollongong, free to the public, free to use, and yeah, when you've got those facilities on your doorstep, Belinda, I'm sure that's what creates amazing swimmers.
Look, it's why Australia's always been strong when it comes to swimming, and you don't realise till you go overseas to Europe just how special 50-metre pools are. We take them for granted over here. I think there's an aerial shot that we got on some of the earlier coverage in the races where you've got 2 50-metre ocean pools side by side.
So out they come. This is our first chance then to get a sense and an order of where our athletes are.
I know that third swimmer coming in is Sarah Perez-Sala. I couldn't quite get sight of who the first place was.
Lottie Wilms.
Lottie Wilms, yeah.
Natalie
Out in front.
Fenella Langridge in 5th place.
Yep, that's Fenella right there on the end, so making her way back into the water. Great to have Fenella Langridge back racing with us. That was Ellie Salthouse in the orange cap. And I did see Ash Gentle. She is in that group. There she is right on the back. So Ash Gentle in that group that Ellie Salthouse is leading.
So that's really interesting. So, I mean, for Ash in that context, is that a start of the swim she'll be okay and happy with? I mean, what would you say in that sense?
Well, you look at the women that she's swimming with. You've got the likes of Alana Siffert, Ellie Salthouse. These are solid swimmers. So again, 30 seconds down on the first lap. I don't think she'll be particularly happy with that. It's probably a little too long. I think she would prefer to be on the back of, say, Fenella Langridge in that group. I think she would be happy with that sort of swim. So probably not exactly where she wants to be.
It'd be this lap and obviously the third lap as well, but I think this lap will be the telltale. If they can sort of hold that 30-second gap now, I think that is where she would want to be, around about that. But, you know, as you can see here, the leaders, I think there's maybe Kate's going alongside Lottie Wilms to take the lead. If they are starting to work together, maybe they've planned something prior to the race, I'm not sure, but if they tend to work together, then yeah, it could be danger signs already.
Those are our final few athletes making their way back into the water at the end of that first lap.
That was little Anne-Sophie Pierre, and it's funny, I ran into her about half an hour ago, and she said, "Oh, I just hope I'm not the last one out of the water." She's not.
she's not for the time being. And yeah, fingers crossed for her. She'll be out a bit further in front. So, an excellent shot there of exactly where all those groups are. We're seeing slightly different lines as well on this. It's a very narrow course here in the harbour in Wollongong. And each of those groups taking slightly different route to get there. But that is the beauty of it, a 3-lap course. I guess you get 3 bites of the cherry at doing this. I mean, Aaron, they will have had a swim familiarisation session this week, and they will have got to see the course. What are the sort of things you look out for as an athlete in those swim familiarisations?
Well, obviously, you want to be doing it at the same time as what the tides will be. The Wollongong Harbour doesn't have tides, big tides, but, you still want to try and test that out. The sun position as well. Luckily for them, in the middle of the afternoon, it's quite high above, so the sighting is quite fine. Other than that, just the lines that you want to take going in and out, where you want to start on the pontoon. Sometimes it does favour one side or the other, depends on the shape of the beach. In Wollongong, with only 20 people, it was not as crucial. I know in the junior races that we saw yesterday, 70 people on the start line. If you were on one side compared to the other, that was a massive advantage or disadvantage, depending on what side you were.
Fascinating insight into what these athletes are going through, what they will have been preparing for all week, as our lead group there just go around those far turn buoys at the top of the course. And I guess it's very easy, Belinda, when you're in this nice narrow line, you can really go as tight to that turn buoy as possible, and that's another advantage that you get by being in a smaller front group.
Yes, exactly right, and just less argy-bargy. We've seen in the races in the under-23s and the juniors with those big fields, particularly in the under-23 women's race. It was unbelievable. There was at least 40 trying to get around that buoy at one go, and there were people getting pushed under. We had really rough conditions, and some weren't making it. They were getting pushed under the buoy itself and around the rope. It was actually pretty awful to watch. So to see the nice calm conditions here today and to see the groups spread out, a much more dignified swim than we've seen in the last 2 days.
And definitely yesterday, I know that because I did my swim recce for the race that I did this morning, the conditions had changed completely. As we can see now, it is that overhead shot that we just saw about 20, 30 seconds ago. It made me smile on the inside, Belinda. I'm sure it did with you as well. And the one where they were looking back from the buoys back onto the beach, and we could see the massive crowd. That was, look at this. This is a fantastic shot of Wollongong Harbour.
And I tell you one thing I love about Wollongong, and obviously I lived here till I was around 15, 16 years of age. You've lived here for 15 years. They love sport. They're a sporting city, and they've come out in force here today.
Yeah, they certainly have. And we know how much the Australians love sport. Ash Gentle has been speaking about that, the beauty of a home race. And she's being incredibly well supported so far. So those with the best view in the house on those rocks. It looks quite perilous, actually, I'd say. I'm not sure I'd want to relax too much. Otherwise, I might be taking a dip in the ocean if I was up there. But they really have got a fantastic view down to those athletes, and you can just see that pool I was mentioning earlier, the Continental Pool in the background there, an amazing facility that, I mean, if you're into triathlon, even if you're just into swimming and you lived in Wollongong, you would be there every single day.
Yeah, you would. I did spend so many laps up and down that pool every single week. It's amazing. But back to your point earlier on about Australia and the love for swimming. I was living in the UK for about 8 years, and I'm now living on the Gold Coast, and my wife and I were reflecting. We think that on the Gold Coast there are more 50-metre outdoor pools than there are in the entirety of the UK.
Wow.
Which says something,
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, the facilities, and obviously because so much of, you will know better than me, the statistic of how many people live by the water in Australia is so high.
Exactly.
That, you've got to be able to swim. You've got to be able to have that skill in your locker just to enjoy the environment that you're in.
Well, I couldn't laugh when I first got here and looked again, and I said to myself, what's better than 150-metre outdoor sea pool? Well, that's two, side by side.
Although one of them's 48 metres, which doesn't make sense.
That's bizarre.
If you're feeling bad on that day, I think you jump in that one.
You just jump in that,
yeah.
Pretend it's 50.
Yeah, get a few extra free seconds.
Yeah, don't change your watch. Keep it at 50 metres. So this front group of Lottie Wilms, Kate Waugh and Sarah Perez-Sala making their way towards the beach. Come on, Aaron, give us some top tips. An Aussie exit, getting out the water, getting back in as quick as possible. What do you have to do?
Well, firstly, Belinda, when did this term Aussie exit start? Because we never called it that growing up. I don't know.
No, I don't even know they existed when I was back racing. They kept us in the water the whole time. I don't know, and I love that the rest of the world's taken it on. I didn't even know we were the ones to invent it, but I'll take it.
Yeah.
There we go. So, confirmation then that it's still that front group exiting the De Boer swim course back into the water. It looks like Lottie Wilms still out in front, Kate Waugh in second, and Sarah Perez-Sala in third.
And the great thing is it's an opportunity for these athletes to have eyeballs on each other, to see just how much of a gap they're getting. And you did see Kate Waugh and Lotte both look to see exactly where their competitors were, and they will be very happy with this gap.
I think it's growing.
It is growing.
Yeah.
Really impressed with Lottie. We know that she's just been fresh off the plane from Kona. She was over there for the Ironman World Championships. Unfortunately, didn't finish. I think she pulled out during the bike. So is coming in here a little fresher than she probably originally planned, not having to do that marathon. But here is a good group.
Yeah, and Ash Gentle there in that purple hat, you can see as well. So yeah, let's just go through that top 10. Lottie Wilms in first, Kate Waugh in second, Sarah Perez-Sala in third, Natalie Van Coreden in fourth, Fenella Langridge in fifth, Hannah de Witt in sixth, Alana Siffer in seventh. An incredible debut from her in France a few months ago. We look forward to seeing what she can do on the bike, because she certainly was a big factor there. Gelmini of Italy, Ellie Salthouse, of course, of Australia, and Leana Bissig of Switzerland round out the top 10.
So that's grown about 15 to 16 seconds-ish, hasn't it, over that lap, which they've limited it. Obviously, after the first lap, it was 30 seconds. Now it's down to 15. I think if they can keep that within a minute, that bulk of that pack, with the likes of Alana Siffert, we saw the way that she rode.
Right. Exactly, very strong bike rider, that's right.
Yeah.
And Hannah de Witt also very strong on the bike.
So we've had a brilliant season so far on the T100 in the women's field. Let's take a look at some of the highlights so far.
This is going to be as brutal and unrelenting as it gets for these athletes.
We've got the fastest swim splits here.
Taylor Knibb has put down some of the best bike splits that we've seen. That was Flora, I think, just on the side of the road there.
Singapore not proving lucky for her.
Look at the way that she's getting it done. Look at the turnover. Julie Duron is running lights out.
It is unbelievable.
This is epic. We haven't seen this yet.
There we go. That's it. That's the moment.
Kate Waugh wins the T100 here in Singapore. Julie Duron, you are a T100 winner. Taylor Knibb back to winning ways on the T100 here in Vancouver. Finally, Lucy Charles-Barclay, you are our T100 London champion. Form is temporary, class is permanent. Ash Gentle, you are back to winning ways.
She has found her composure again. She's found her rhythm, her consistency.
Smooth race for Lucy Charles-Barclay. 2 wins in 2 races.
What a season it's been in the women's field. I mean, 5 different winners so far on the T100. We've been really treated to a fantastically competitive season. And ultimately, Belinda, that's what we want, isn't it? We want the ability for lots of athletes to have on their day the ability to win.
Oh, absolutely. And I know there's been a little bit of talk that there's a few more wild cards in here today and some athletes that we haven't seen before, but I love that fact because even in these World Championships, we've been you know, I've done all this research. I've highlighted athletes that I thought were going to get top 3, and every single time there is an athlete that shines that that was not on our radar. And I'm looking forward to seeing that today with some of these athletes that are finally getting an opportunity to race.
Oh, you're exactly right, Belinda. And you only have to think back to Yellowgeens last year in Vegas, I think it was. He was a wild card, and now he's second in the series.
Exactly.
So we're looking for some people to come here and step up, take their wild card, and try and get themselves onto the circuit. I think Kyle Smith even... he had to race the start of the previous year to even just get onto the tour. And now you look at how he finished up last year, and now he's a regular on the T100 circuit. So, yeah, like you said, I think that having the wildcards in, it's their opportunity to step up and get themselves onto one of these contracted...
I guess as well, you have nothing to lose. You can race all out, you can go for it, because ultimately you know that this is an amazing opportunity. If you finish 20th or you finish 5th or better, you've got to go for it, right?
Yeah, there's no playing it safe with these athletes. Why would they? And so I love this opportunity. And, you know, young guns like Alana Sifford, I know she's raced before, but I love the way she races. And that last race where she just took the bull by the horns and led the bike, okay, she didn't pull it off for the run, but I know that eventually she will learn to crack that code. And we need athletes like that to really push the pace.
Kate Woff's gone to the front here, and it looks like she's lifted up her rating. She's kicking a bit harder. I think she is really wanting to stretch this out. I think she knows that her biggest rival is probably Ashleigh Gentle, and she knows that if she can get as big a gap as she can in the swim, it's going to work into her favour.
Yeah, it certainly is. Like we mentioned earlier, the strength of swimmers that we have on the T100 in the women's field, the likes of Lucy Charles-Barkley, Jessica Lim, on the first T100 race this year that we haven't seen, Jess, and you know, with the swimming prowess that both of those athletes have, really, this is on Kate to go out in front, to lay a marker down and say to Ashleigh Gentle, you know, come get me, basically, as she makes her way onto the bike course, of course, and later onto the run. I was going to mention, I mean, Kate comes here in obviously amazing form, an incredible debut on the T100 this year, a second in Spain last time out, 4 podiums in a row, four in 4 races. It's just been an incredible season so far for Kate.
And yeah, we do know, I was talking to Kate about Spain, and she did go into that race with just a little bit of a niggle. Wasn't actually feeling that great, but I know coming into this race she based herself up in Noosa, along with the likes of Beth Potter and Sian Rainsley, and even Hannah DeVette, and those ladies have been doing some great training sessions together up there for the past 2 weeks. She's feeling very, very confident coming in today. She hasn't had any sort of sickness, just everything's been working exactly as she wants it. So I am really eager to see how she goes. She's still learning over this distance. This is what we've got to remember. These are the other girls that are in this field are seasoned long distance athletes. She is still learning the ropes as far as I'm concerned when it comes to the longer distances. And she does lack a little bit of that back end strength. And while you've seen her just starting to crumble at about the 16th kilometre on the run, I think once she nails that, once she gets that little bit of back end strength, she is going to be an absolute force to be reckoned with. It's going to be very, very difficult to beat her.
Yeah, and she's obviously also still raced a few short course races as well this year. So
True.
I do wonder whether she's in that middle part of the season maybe stretched herself a little bit thin. She raced Hamburg, where I think she finished Hamburg WTCS, where she finished 6th, I believe. You know, that was right in the middle between the break that they had between San Fran and London, where a lot of her competitors were probably back training just for the back half of the season. So yeah, it'll be interesting now that she's got up to Noosa, had a good training block, like you said, whether the fruits come forward today.
So there we go, that group out in front, coming out the water. They're done with the swim, and they're gonna make their way on the beach through to the first transition zone.
Actually, Sarah Perez-Sala that was just slightly out in front of Kate Woff there. So it took her probably a little bit longer to warm up. She had a big morning this morning, so...
She should be warm.
She should be warm, that's what he said.
So they make their way through to this first transition zone. Keep your eye, I don't know if you're going to see it there in that shot. We might see it on one of the other ones. There's a big rock just at the bottom of that staircase where they go up, which all the athletes have been told about. They need to be really careful of that because stub toe at the best of times hurts. You certainly don't want to be doing the rest of this race with a painful foot, but they'll all have noticed that, particularly on the recce.
And that was Van Coverdon, DeVette and Langridge that are out as well. So very strong group there. Great to have Nat Van Coveren coming across now, concentrating more on the middle distance. She's from a short course background. Of course, you would know Nat very, very well, Aaron.
Yep. Yeah, she came onto the start of the year flying. Do you remember in Geelong 70.3, she got the win at the Oceania, or Asia Pacific, sorry, championships, and then she had a little bit of an injury the last couple of months. So
she did, a little bit of a running injury,
yeah,
but is over that now and back.
So that's Sarah Perez-Sala going out in front. Kate Wough still in the transition zone. Oh, there we go.
There we go, yep.
Just struggling to get her foot in there.
Nice save. That was a nice save.
You don't want to see athletes falling off their bike at the best of times, but in those moments when you're trying to get your feet in your cycling shoes.
And look at that, Alana Siffert right there as well. So great to see her having a great swim. There's Lottie Wilms. Bit of a slower transition for Lottie.
Yeah, interesting. So, I mean, we're used to seeing some of the incredible transitions where, you know, you sort of very smooth onto the bike. Athletes make it look so easy. Definitely some of these athletes making it look harder than others.
But it needs to be.
Oh, my goodness me. Maybe there's something in that part of the course that we haven't seen.
Talking of which, look at this. Absolute perfection.
That was very smooth, yeah.
Perfection from Ash Gentle.
There is a slight slope in that part of the course as Ash Gentle makes her way onto this bike course.
I tell you, she has made up some serious time from when she exited the swim to once she's mounted the bike.
And interestingly, this transition zone was built this morning because there's so many elements of this weekend. We've got a lot of different races taking place with World Triathlon. So the athletes will have been able to walk down here. They will have been able to recce it when they left their bikes this morning, but they haven't had a proper go, as it were, on getting on the bike here. So I just wonder if that hill getting up has spooked a couple of the athletes.
Could do, as you see, Grace Tech now. From big smiles for Grace. I know her mum and dad are here watching from Victoria, so she's a Melbourne girl, although spends most of her time over in LA with her husband. But great to have her back. But yeah, just didn't have enough.
Didn't have enough momentum, did she? Because of the hill.
And normally you would have your elastic band on the shoe there, but it looks like it had broke, and then the shoe was flipped upside down. Once it's upside down, it's really hard to flick it back over when you don't have the momentum and the speed to carry you forward. But she did that quite smooth in the end. That could have been a little bit of a disaster if she had to get off a bike.
I imagine as well, Aaron, it's one of those, you know, it's such a silly, slow thing, but those can maybe lead to some of those injuries that you're so angry about because they're at, you know, very low speed. But if you're not careful, those things can become a problem.
And look at that, it's allowed Sarah Perez-Sala to actually be leading this race. 8 seconds, I don't think that'll last, although I tell you what, Sarah Perez-Sala, when she's on form, is a very, very strong rider. She's one of the most aero athletes, either male or female, on the long distance circuit, and that's Amelia Watkinson right now.
Yeah, she's raced with us once so far on the T100 this year, 8th in Singapore. Of course, much closer to home, though. And again, I'm sure a lot of family and friends down in this part of the world will be taking a keen interest in how she's getting on.
Very, and we like to call her one of our own. She, of course, is from New Zealand, but resides on the Sunshine Coast, just down the road from me. Look at those. I love the support on the side of the road.
Those are the junior Australian boys, I think they were.
Of course it is. Of course they are. I love it. Actually, speaking of which, you know, it was great. I was out for a run watching the age group event, sprint event, and seeing the boys there. It was Maddie Hauser and Brandon Copeland that were actually there cheering on the junior race in the morning, not the junior race in the afternoon, but the age group race in the morning. And this is what triathlon is all about. They've got a big race coming up tomorrow, but they still wanted to be out there showing their support to their friends. And it's probably one of the things that I love most about a sport.
I tell you what, I did the same 2 days ago for one of my mates, James Davey. I'll give him a shout out because he is the new 35 to 39-year-old standard distance champion. But I followed him I went out for my 30-minute run 2 days before my race, and I followed him out. I followed him around for about 2 hours. It's exhausting.
It is exhausting.
I got home. I was like, okay.
I need a little sleep.
Pretty much, yeah. I went and laid up and put the legs up for the rest of the afternoon.
So keep your eye on Alana Siffert out in second place at the moment. As I mentioned earlier, in France, when she raced with us for the first time on the T100, she made her presence felt on the run leg, it has to be said. She was a major factor. She didn't, sorry, on the bike leg, she didn't quite have it on the run. But she's won some tough races, has Alana Siffert, and I just wonder if maybe she learned her lesson from that first T100 experience and might be a bigger factor today. But that's a really good look there at the current gap. 10 seconds at the last time we're counting, but that gap that Sara Perez-Sala has got in front of Kate Waugh.
Yeah, and as expected, I knew that Kate would be just wanting to get close. We know it's a 20-metre drafting rule, but just to have Sara setting the pace up front and then Kate to just work off that at 20 metres back. But talking about Alana Siffert, she races more than any other, I'd like to say female pro, but I'd say male and female pro. This is her 10th race for the year.
Wow.
So she's already raced 9 times. And tough races, Embrunman, Gérardmer, Alpe d'Huez.
Yeah.
I mean, these are not easy races. She just loves to race. And I know she's come straight from China, where she's been racing in the, well, not racing, training, excuse me, in the Yuxi region with her training group, the likes of Julie Deron and Nina Deron.
Yeah, they seem to have something pretty good going on in China, don't they? With all of those guys basing themselves out there, they all speak very fondly of their time and seem to really enjoy being out there and training. A good training base, which is very, very important. So a really good look there at Kate Waugh in the aero position on this TT bike. Aaron, as you look at her form there, it's obviously Kate coming from short course to middle distance. What are you liking about the shape and the aerodynamics that she's employing?
Well, you can see her bottle placements there at the front. That's to try and close down that front surface area. The bottle at the back, I know that she spent some time doing some wind tunnel testing. It's almost, these days, you're no longer getting an advantage by doing wind tunnel testing. You're basically just leveling up because everyone is doing it now. If you're not doing it,
You're at a disadvantage.
You're at a disadvantage
big time.
rather than getting an advantage from that. And obviously she has the aero calf sleeve socks that she's racing in as well. But she just looks really, really smooth on the bike, I think. Don't you, Belinda? You know,
Yep.
she's not rocking back and forth. Her hips are still. She's obviously riding very, very fast. And yeah, it's like she's been doing this for years, not just started in Singapore this year.
And it'll be very interesting if we can get a shot of Sara Perez-Sala, as I said, one of the most aerodynamic athletes you will see on the circuit. And you look at Kate and you think, well, you know, she's nowhere near as aero, but not doing her any harm. I mean, each athlete, it's very individual, and they find out when they're doing the aero testing what suits this athlete best. And you're right, back in my day, you'd have to have all the money in the world to get aero testing done. It was only the really top men and women that were doing it. Now, if you don't do it, you're just not going to be competitive.
And one thing I did learn by doing my own wind tunnel testing is that it's not all about looks.
No,
Sometimes
no.
the one that doesn't look as aero as someone else isn't always the case.
Well, look at this. We know that Sara Perez-Sala is very, very aero, but Kate making her way up towards Sara right now.
And those speeds there, they're neck and neck in terms of what they're putting out on the bike at the moment. Obviously, there was a reasonable sized gap, especially with Kate having that issue just coming out of transition, trying to get her foot into her cycling shoes. But yeah, that gap is probably going to remain fairly steady if they keep going at 39.06 versus 38.87.
One thing I like about the way Kate races is she's normally very, very controlled. We've seen a few times in a few races where the leaders have gotten away from her and she's just ridden her race. And she almost spent, I can't remember exactly which race it was, maybe it was San Fran or London, I can't remember, but just about 20, 30 seconds off the back of the lead, but just stayed there the whole time.
So that gap, you can see, coming down to 5 seconds at the last count. So it is coming down, and visibly there, they are definitely getting a lot closer. So the athletes making their way around that roundabout, down to the front of this part of the course. 6 laps, of course, here on the bike leg. 80 kilometres ahead and awaiting these athletes. And that looks like Alana Siffert. First chance to look at her on the bike, and it looks like she's putting in a mighty effort to get down to the front.
This is just Alana Siffert doing Alana Siffert things. I mean, we are so used, every race that I've watched of her this year, this is just the way she rides. And I know there are a lot of people looking on and cringing right now and like, what is she doing? She is fighting her bike, but it works for her. So why change it? She has often the fastest bike split at every race that she goes to, and she's young, 23 years of age. I'm sure she's the youngest in the field racing today. She loves to race. I love her attitude. She's just loves training, loves the sport of triathlon. But yeah, and look, you can see it there in the background. She is making her way up towards these two.
It's a Brett Sutton thing,
It's
the
a
height.
Brett Sutton thing.
A few of these athletes ride with that style. You had maybe not that style, but you pushed a very big gear, didn't you?
I did. I pushed a huge gear, and I was very, very low on the front end. My saddle was probably a little too high for what it should have been. But yeah, my average cadence was usually around 80 in a race.
And that's something directed by?
It is. We well, I certainly don't do it anymore, but we used to do a lot of big gear work. So just down in the aero bars and just grinding a big gear over and over. We'd either do it on the home trainer or we would do it out on the road on a hill, and it would be just over and over again for a couple of hours.
That's what's brilliant about this sport. More than one way to skin a cat, as we maybe say in the UK. I'm glad you also picked up on that as well. But that is the move. Enough about skinning cats, because Kate Waugh has just taken the lead there over Sara Perez Sala, and she goes into first place, as she'll see the rest of those athletes in the background making their way to the top of that first of 6 laps. So Wollongong, our 7th stop on the T100 Tour. That woman on your screen, Kate Waugh, is tied with Lucy Charles-Barclay at the top in the race to Qatar on 119 points each.
We have a race on our hands.
So a brand new race to finish the year in December. Qatar getting closer and closer. I mean, it's hard to believe we've only got a couple more races, including this one, and then we'll be on our way to Qatar in December, which really has come round very quickly indeed.
I've been keeping a close eye on the timing splits, and Ashleigh Gentle has taken out about 5 seconds from the start of the bike. So at least it's trending for Ash, at least.
In the right
direction.
direction.
In the right direction, yeah.
Yeah, at the last count, she was about 1 minute and 7 seconds behind, which is definitely a more than okay position for Ash as she looks to make her mark in this race, and obviously in front of her home fans, wants to deliver the best result she possibly can. And then you can see that graphic there. So that's currently as it stands. That's if Kate wins this race. Obviously, Lucy Charles-Barclay not with us this weekend. She's had a pretty busy few weeks racing in Kona, and obviously DNF there. So, I mean, I wanted to get your thoughts on that, and in terms of Kate's season as well, because, you know, Taylor Knibb and Lucy Charles-Barclay both DNF'd in that race, but a few weeks ago. It's obviously an immensely difficult race, and their bodies will have gone through an awful lot. If you're Kate Waugh, are you looking at that and going, I actually don't know when Taylor Knibb and Lucy Charles-Barclay might be back? They probably won't be racing before Qatar. And then the question is, what sort of form are they going to be in Qatar? Because it will have been an immense toll on their body.
And not just physically, I think more so for these two athletes, the mental toll that it's taken. This was the biggest race of the year for these two, and they looked like they were nailing it until they weren't. And for both of them to record a DNF, I know it would be utterly earth-shattering. And so sometimes to pull yourself out of that and then to start again, physically, they're professional athletes. They could do that. I think that's not the problem. I think it's more the mental side of things, just learning to deal with the absolute disappointment of not being able to pull off a world championship.
It was heartbreaking.
Oh, I mean, I know. I'll be honest. I started crying because none of us expected that. To see Lucy and then to see Taylor. I mean, it was awful. It was just awful. And you don't wish that on anyone.
And what we have to remember as well, the next two stops, Dubai and Qatar, are also extremely hot. And they've had a heat episode, which, you know, it's a really serious thing. And people take not just months, they can take years, if at all, to recover from such heat episodes. And, you know, only Lucy, Charles, Barkley and Taylor know exactly how bad it is. But I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, they're going to be at home now, doing some tests to make sure that they are going to be fit, and fit and ready enough to actually stand on the start line in Dubai.
It reminds me of Emma Pallant-Brown, brilliant athlete in her own right, but she had a period of time there where every hot race she did, she would collapse.
Yep.
And it got to the point where this is scary. It's scary, and she needed to go back and do a whole heap of testing to make sure, why is it happening, why is it continuing to happen, and how can we make sure it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, very, very interesting to see what happens between those athletes, and obviously we wish them well, and we want to see them back on the T100 as soon as possible, and as soon as they feel like they're ready to come back, we look forward to welcoming them again. So that is our first look on the run, sorry, on the bike leg. We're not on the run yet, a long way to go here on this bike leg of Ashleigh Gentle in that purple.
Actually, I
was going to say that's not her. I beg your pardon.
And I tell you what, this is a really great ride for Natalie Van Kovenen. She's still very new to this distance. She did have that great race at the beginning of the year, but really, it's really only her first year in long distance racing or middle distance racing proper. And that is Hannah DeVette on screen right now, partner of Hayden Wilde. Very, very strong bike rider. She's done a lot of work. Again, she was up in Noosa for 2 weeks as well. Got some really good training done there.
She looks very, very dialed as well.
She does. I mean, she spent a lot of time working on her position.
I'm interested because she's got the gloves on, and we know Hayden wears the gloves. I was trying to watch her in transition in T1. Put
them on?
I didn't see it.
No, me neither, and I don't know. I mean, wet hands straight out of the swing.
Yeah.
How do you do it? And she did it literally within seconds.
It's amazing. And they're obviously meant to be tight gloves for aerodynamics, so you'd imagine that it's going to be quite hard to put on. I remember doing a race in St. George, 70.3 a few years ago, and it was for another reason, for really, really cold weather. I went to put gloves on and I couldn't, so I just shoved them down my top because I couldn't get them on. So I'm really impressed that she can do that. And we see Hayden often does that as well.
And talking of Hayden, Hayden actually coaches Hannah, so I love watching Hannah do well, and of course Hayden does too. But Hayden, I asked Hannah the other day, how does that dynamic work? Because obviously they're partners. And she said, it's taken some time, but I finally learnt to listen to him.
We're just seeing there Hannah DeVette overtake Alanis Siffert, which is an interesting move, that, because you would have thought Alanis Siffert would have been able to catch up to the front, or that's certainly what it looked like she was doing, putting in quite an effort. But Hannah DeVette there making her presence known. And yeah, this is a fantastic start to the bike leg from her. But that is the gap now that Kate Waugh has started to pull out in front. 12 seconds at the last count. And this part of the course, Belinda, slightly, this is in Wollongong now, isn't it? This is slightly more technical, and those narrow corners, it's a different part of the course to further up.
It's where we've seen all of the crashes in the previous days occur. So the beginning and the end of each loop are very technical, some ups and downs, some really steep, there's a really steep hill that she's about to come up to, which takes them down to where the transition has been for the World Triathlon events, and it's quite steep, but beautiful conditions.
Yeah, and obviously with the World Triathlon events, their drafting is allowed, so you've got goodness knows how many athletes at points coming down there. I was watching them come down in one of the under-23 races, and it's actually quite scary how quick and how the sort of speeds they're able to get down that part of the course. But I guess when you're all by yourself, like Kate Waugh currently is in first place, she doesn't need to worry about that. This is an open road ahead of her.
And look at the time. We saw Sarah Perez in that last shot as she was making her way back into Wollongong.
And that's that hill. You can see there a really good illustration of just how fast you would be coming down there.
But you can only just make out Sarah Perez-Sala in the background now. So Kate Waugh riding really, really well as she completes lap 1 of 6.
What was this corner you coined yesterday, Belinda? It was we had a few juniors come down. I can't remember you, but I don't want to do the commentator's curse.
No, do not do that. We don't want anyone coming down today. Of course, yesterday very, very windy, so lots of, and like you said, draft legal, lots of overlapping of wheels. So right now we've got barely any wind. We've had about 4 seasons in 24 hours here in Wollongong, and I was just so happy to wake up this morning to literally perfect race conditions for our T100 athletes.
As a Brit, I would like to think that I'm quite used to seeing weather changes, and we tend to get a lot of different types of weather in London, but my goodness me, yesterday it went from humidity, it was in the 30 degree sort of territory, and we were shivering by the time we went home yesterday, didn't we, after our meeting?
I think I stood under the shower for almost an hour just to thaw out. It was crazy.
It really was. So brilliant crowds here as Alana Siffert makes her way down through past the transition zone that's being used for some of the other races, not being used for the T100 this afternoon. We've got a separate transition zone that was built this morning, and
that was, she took that corner
well,
very hard.
There's just on the inside, there's a manhole. I spotted it this morning, and she just went straight over it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I mean, on a course like this, obviously, once you're in this more technical section, where can you make up time? How do you make up time on those corners?
By taking them like Alana Siffert is doing in the error bars and not changing a thing, but it's also taking a risk as well.
But you don't want to be coming off, do you? Obviously, I mean, at any point on a bike, but, you know, in a race like this, that could obviously be curtains on your chances. So this is a replay of Alana Siffert there missing that manhole cover by inches, should we say? Maybe even less. Wow.
I think she saw it at the last second, and it almost shot her out wide because she went to avoid it.
And I might be good to get clarity on that. I think Alana Siffert might have overtaken Hannah DeWitt there.
She has,
so
indeed.
A bit of toing and froing between them. Obviously, I guess if you're either of these athletes, it's good to work with another one, right? To push the pace and be in with the best shout of catching Kate Waugh in front. Just on that technique there that we can see from Alana Siffert, I mean, what are the advantages, Aaron, of doing that? Why would you go in a lower gear?
Well, obviously, that's the way they've trained. Probably Belinda's the best person to ask about this, because that was your riding style, but I believe like it helps keep the heart rate low. And if you've built up the strength in your training and you can push a bigger gear,
it becomes more a strength thing. And you're right, it does keep the heart rate down. It's probably the most practical way to do things. And I know that a lot of top coaches now look at that and they cringe. But for all of Alana's coaches, like the athletes that her coaches, it works. It worked for me. I mean, that was my strength. It was probably my only strength out of swim, bike, run. It's where I used to win races, is because I was able to get away on the bike and then out of sight, out of mind. And it suited my ability. It suited the way that that I like to ride. If I try and ride this cadence that we see on screen now with Kate, my heart rate would probably be up around 180, 190 beats per minute.
But I remember in my short course days that we were always about high cadence, and crank torque was the enemy, and so I'm used to the high cadence compared to the lower cadence, and I couldn't survive the way Alanis was riding. I'd be off and walking by kilometre 2, I think.
I think that's really interesting, though, the different techniques. And is that part of the challenge of finding a coach that matches your specific skills? Or is it a case of what comes first, the athlete meeting the right coach, or the right coach meeting the right athlete, if that makes sense?
Well, it's a combination of both, but I think a good coach is someone that is adaptable and able to work to the athlete's strengths. Obviously, in this case, Brett was big on the low cadence, because he believed that was the best way to be able to keep the heart rate low, keep the speed high, not burn through the calories as much, and then be able to get off and run quite well. But you really have to train for it, because so I would highly not suggest someone go out and train like this or do this in a race or in their next race, because I guarantee you, if you haven't trained for it, your legs will be cooked.
You'll rip your knees apart, that's for sure.
So you're saying if anyone's entered the T100 Dubai in a month's time, and this is the first time they've seen this technique, don't do it.
Do not do it.
How long would you need to train for it?
Years, probably, to be honest.
Wow. So that's Alanis Siffert, currently sitting in third place. As we said, she's sort of been toing and froing with Hannah de Wit. You can see there on the timing pylon, 109, both neck and neck, it's fair to say. That they have been on pretty much the entirety of this bike leg so far. And there we go, speaking of the devil, there is Hannah de Wit taking her turn to go out in front. Of course, T100, not a drafting, we don't allow drafting here. And yeah, she'll be looking to get at least 20 metres out in front to be avoiding a penalty. We're just looking a bit further down the list there. Ashleigh Gentle, 4 minutes 44 back.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't had any word come through our end whether there's a mechanical or whether she's stopped or not, but it's not popping up on, obviously we can see the graphic here on screen. I'm checking the timing splits that we're getting in here as well, and she's not popping up on my end. So yeah, hopefully it's just a missed, the chip hasn't registered through one of the timing sections.
And you look at where Amelia Watkinson got out of the water, a substantial time behind the likes of Fenella Langridge and Ash Gentle, and she's already up at 4:41, so she's caught them, gone through them, and obviously they're now sitting off the back of her. But Fenella Langridge, coming back for the first time, hasn't raced since surgery that she had back earlier on this year, I think back in May, for endofibrosis of the external iliac artery. So something that I am very familiar with. I had that problem myself, or that situation myself back when I was racing. It's a horrible, I mean, it's an injury, but it's a condition. It's more than an injury, and it's where you get the kinking or the compressing of the iliac artery, which basically feeds your leg blood and oxygen. Yep. And it's almost like a callus in that it thickens. So it's a thickening of the artery wall. So not only is it a kinking, but it's also a thickening of the wall. And once that happens, the only way to fix it is surgery. You have to get rid of that thickened part of the artery, and you have to, normally a vein or a vein patch is put in. It's a pretty nasty surgery, and it takes a lot of recovery time, but great to have her back here racing. So I know that we probably won't see the Fenella Langridge of old right yet, but so good to have her back racing here.
And a positive she can take away from it is, I know that there has been a few top-level athletes that have had this surgery and they've come back.
Well, I had it and I came back. I still had another, I think, 6 years and never had an issue with it again. So once the surgery's done and you do all the right things, it's highly positive outcome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no doubt she'll have spoken to her fellow athletes and people who've gone through exactly the same thing. Because, yeah, it's a pretty serious surgery that Fenella Langridge is coming back from. So some brilliant shots here, some nice slow-mo shots of the athletes going through the De Boer swim course and through that first transition zone. And we've been talking about it the whole time. That was an incredible move there from Alanis Siffert. Took the inside line, sort of on the pavement, I think you technically could say. But she's been neck and neck with Hannah de Wit all race so far. And that was Hannah taking back that position. And there she is now, back with live pictures, currently sitting in third place. Some pretty gold bottles. I think that's a bit of a flex, isn't it?
Well, it is the world, well, not our world champion for T100, but we are in world championship territory here, so I think it's very apt.
I love that. I saw Cassandra Beaugrand She got a brand new bike this year from her bike manufacturer, and they'd given her an all gold, glow up. I just thought, what is the mental, if you're another athlete lining up on the start line and you've got the Olympic gold medalist already, you're quaking in your boots a little bit, I imagine. But then to see their bike, you must be.
Absolutely, and of course that we'll be able to watch that all unfold tomorrow afternoon when we have the elite grand final here. Cassandra Beaugrant going in on equal points with Beth Potter. That is going to be one fantastic race. We finally have we were getting a little worried, weren't we? Aaron and I were actually sitting here then, and we were like almost biting our nails because we saw that Ash Gentle's split of 7 minutes. We thought this cannot be right, but now back where we think and know she should be. So Ash Gentle currently in 8th, 1:53 down, and while it's not exactly where she would like to be, it's certainly not 7 minutes down. So, whew.
No, we know Ashleigh has a phenomenal run, and I don't think she would want to be spotting, a huge amount of time to Kate Woff, but the others in front, she's certainly keeping them within her grasp, I think. But Kate is looking,
dialed.
Yeah,
absolutely dialed.
Yeah, she certainly is, and I think that is the unmistakable tri-suit of Ellie Salthouse.
She always has those bright suits, which is great for us as commentators because she is exceptionally easy to spot.
Yeah, don't wear one of those other ones, that's the same colour as everyone else. No, give us some bright purple. That's what we want. But yeah, she's had a really good season since coming back, I guess, from that injury at the start of the year. She's really trended in the right direction. She was 11th in Vancouver, 14th in London, but 5th at her last T100 race out in France. She also won a middle distance event here in Australia not too long ago, and I guess when you come back from an injury, it must be even more satisfying to do that and to get a win. I mean, that must feel amazing.
Yeah, definitely, and she was one of the athletes that wasn't on tour last year, and she worked her backside off last year to get herself in this position to be able to be racing the T100 races consistently, and like you said, Matt, she's trended in the right direction. The first 2 races were, 11th and just, about mid-teens as well. But now she's in French Riviera, finished 5th. So I'm expecting a good race from her. She's riding super well with this group. I know she's a very solid runner as well. I think would you say, Belinda, she's one of the athletes that's probably just, really rock solid across all three?
Solid all three, absolutely. And what I think she loves the most is that racing, even though it's not hometown, she's from Brisbane, it's just a very short plane ride away, just over a smidge over an hour. And just talking to her earlier, she just loves the fact that she can have a race in Australia, such a prestigious race in Australia, and not actually have to go overseas. No time differences. Well, 1 hour. I mean, 1 hour difference, but neither here nor there. But yeah, loves to perform on the big stage and to be able to do it at home.
Yeah, well, let's hear from her, shall we? She arrives here, as we mentioned, in fantastic form here in Wollongong.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the best form that I've been in all year, if not in the whole of my career, I would say. Now that my knee surgery and everything is sorted, I think that I'm in great form. And yeah, I mean, the championship season is upon us, and I think I'm coming into great form at the perfect time. This course is quite suited to me, actually. I'm really looking forward to the 3-lap swim. It's the first time that we've had a 3-lap swim on the T100 Tour. So yeah, I think that will be really exciting, and to see all the spectators and the crowds throughout the swim will be a great aspect. The bike course is quite rolling, which definitely plays into my favour. I think also having 6 laps, it's nice to come past the crowd each lap and experience that. And then yeah, the multi-lap run course for me, I love that. I love multi-laps. I love coming past family, friends multiple times throughout the race. And so I think, yeah, this race is really built for me. A home race is amazing. I mean, I have family and friends here from all over Australia. So yeah, I'm definitely looking at this as being my A race for the year. Yeah, I would love to get on the podium in front of all the family and friends, and of course an Aussie crowd. There's nothing quite like racing on home soil. So yeah, if this is there's no better opportunity than this one for me.
Yeah, there certainly isn't. I also just wonder with Ellie, and and her season, because she had that surgery at the start of the year, she's actually started her season quite a bit later than all the other athletes, or those that were fit. And is starting your season a bit later perhaps advantageous in that you arrive at this point in the season a bit fresher than the likes who've been going on since January, February?
Matt, you have absolutely nailed it.
I could be an athlete, couldn't I?
You nailed it, you certainly could. I tell you what, you're a quick learner. But you're dead right. It's been such an insanely long season. It's something that we've been talking about all year, that now in the sport of triathlon, you can basically race from January all the way through to December. And we've never had it like that before. And I think what we're finding is that athletes are either getting injured or they're getting sick. Their immune systems are getting compromised. But for Ellie, having that injury, sometimes it can be a blessing in disguise, because she's coming, as she said, in peak fitness, in the form of her life, physically, but also mentally. And I think that's where the difference will be here today. She is hungry and she wants to be here and she wants to race her heart out. And to have family and friends, this is going to be the advantage for the Aussies here today, to have family and friends on each of those laps, 7 laps on the run, 6 laps on the bike. It's going to be hugely advantageous for the Aussies.
Yeah, definitely. I think we got a shot of her just before. I don't know if she was waving to the crowd, or, you know, sometimes with these aero helmets, she might have some supporters out there that are trying to shout to her some time splits. With the aero helmets and the wind going past, it's often quite hard to pick it up. So sometimes she may have just been saying, I don't know, she may have been saying, I can't hear you, or she was giving someone that she knew a wave, I'm not sure. But you're exactly right, Belinda. We don't get many of these big level races in Australia anymore, or it's been some time since we've had that. Hopefully now leading into, here we go, we've got a shot of that.
Oh, interesting. It might be something to do with the race ranger, potentially?
Potentially.
Do you think she's trying to... Because I was going to say, these guys have been pretty tight for certainly in the time that we've been following on the bike, and you can see there that blue light is safe. It means it's within well, that's 22 meters, the blue light currently is the distance between them. We know that if it goes red, that's within the danger zone of 20 meters.
That's a card. That's a card for Natalie Van Coveren.
Blue card.
Yeah, so that
1 minute penalty.
Oh, it is too, yep.
Will be a drafting penalty.
So she'll have to serve that on this lap. So with the penalty tent, she'll need to go in there and serve that 60 seconds.
And that's the danger when you're racing in a pack like this close. The officials are going to be on it, and they're going to keep a very, very keen eye on what's happening.
And again, for Natalie Van Coveren, and I'm not trying to make an excuse for her, but this is still very new racing, particularly over the 20-metre rule. We know that she's done a few 70.3 races where it's 12 metres, but here, 20 metres, it's tough. I mean, she's definitely at over 20 metres now, but she knows that she's got that penalty. And this is just a learning curve for Nat. You know, everyone pushes the envelope, there's no doubt, and you'd be crazy if you don't. You don't need to be 25 metres, you need to be 20.
Here we go.
But here we go, you can see it again. And that blue card will come out. There it is, you can see. They make sure that Nat sees that card.
Yeah, of course, because she'll have to, as you said, she'll have to take it on this lap. That is the rules with penalties on the bike leg. You have to take it there and then.
And what Nat needs to do now is there's nothing she can do about it, so no use getting upset. She needs to just take a deep breath, reset, get on with business, serve that 1 minute penalty, and then it's just about keeping her head in the game. It's always disappointing when something like this happens. You don't want it to happen, but you've just got to keep on going, because at the end of the day, 1 minute, yes, it's a massive disadvantage, but it doesn't need to be the end of her race.
No, certainly not. I mean, we're only...
Lap 2.
Yeah, lap 2 of... Yeah, so we've still got quite some time, and I'm trying to look now. She'll probably pop out still within a decent group. You know, I'm looking around about that 10th place. She's going to pop back out. So, yeah, it's definitely not race over for her.
Certainly not race over for her, but the person who currently is out in front and looking very good for it as well, incredibly composed as things stand, is Kate Waugh. She's built out a 56-second gap from Sarah Perez-Sala out in front. And I guess crucially, and I'm sure she'll have people on course trying to give her these splits, like you said, Aaron, her nearest competitor, you would think, on the run would be Ashleigh Gentle. And I mean, from a tactical point of view, do you think she'll have a number in her head of how far she needs to be out in front?
She would have a number in her head. I'm sure. You know, Kate Waugh is an Olympic athlete. She was on World Series podiums. I'm sure that. Well,
here we go. Right into that tent, so she will have to serve that 1 minute penalty now for Natalie Van Coverdon.
And took us all by surprise, I think, including the motorbike, who was trying to go back and get that shot. But we'll let them off because, yeah, she darted into the penalty box there to serve her drafting penalty. Sorry, we were just talking about Kate Waugh and that lead that she might have to have over Ash on this bike leg.
Yeah, you know, I don't know Kate super well, but I did train in Leeds with her for a little bit, and she's confident in her own ability. And you know, I'm sure if you asked her before the race, she might say nothing. She might back herself to outrun anyone in the field. And if she has the Singapore form that we saw at the start of the year, then she's probably right. But as you alluded to earlier, Belinda, she has in the last few races fell away a little bit in the last couple of laps. But that was to Lucy Charles-Barclay, who we saw that up until around about the last hour and a half. I know that's still a long way, but she looked like she was going to be world champion. I think I had my money on her for world champion about an hour to go in Hawaii last week.
I think what's really exciting as this race is progressing is there's a really good pack, isn't there? I mean, if you look down from obviously Sarah Perez-Sala, but this sort of Hannah De Witt, Lottie Wilms, Ellie Salthouse, Alana Siffert group, and obviously Natalie Van Coverdon, but obviously she's got a minute on top of that time there. And Ash Gentle not far away from that. There's a good group there who can all work together to get a bit closer to Ash.
And they're all very strong and all very determined. But going back to Kate Waugh and times, what it allows her to come in with that buffer over the likes of Ash Gentle, it allows her time to work into this run. In the past, you know, when we've seen her with Lucy Charles-Barclay, the pace has been dictated slightly. Here she gets to run her own pace, so she can spend that first lap really just finding a groove, getting into a rhythm that suits her. And so we probably won't even see the back end of that run start to fall away. Each and every race, she gets stronger and stronger. But today, you know, having that first lap to just find a rhythm, take it out a little easier than what she might have taken out if she had someone else with her. But I see a Kate Waugh now that is just continuing to learn. Each and every race, she takes a little bit more home and is able to bring it out in the next race. She's coached by Luca Zenti, an Italian coach. She's moved recently, she was in Girona, moved to Andorra, so she's based in Andorra now. She's been there for a while, and I think that is home. And I think it's really suiting her because she's so fit and so strong. Injury-free, sickness-free, I think we're going to see big things from her in this race.
Kind of reminds me of Singapore a little bit, because obviously she won that by a record-breaking margin. And exactly like you said, she dictated the pace of that race all by herself. There wasn't really anyone who got close to her that day. And yeah, it's a scary prospect for the rest of the field if Kate Waugh is in that sort of form. But I got it wrong earlier. That is the unmistakable Ashleigh Gentle. You can't miss that bike, can you? With what are we calling that? Graffiti? I don't know, marks all the way down it. An incredible looking bike and very, very distinctive riding style of Ashleigh Gentle there. Also opting, Aaron, for those aero socks.
Yes, I know she's also done some, well, we said it before, if you're not doing it, you're at a disadvantage, but Ashleigh's certainly one that has spent quite a bit of time over the last year on her position. You know, she's very much dialed in that front end. Those calf sleeves for most people, it's a really big saver. You know, if you think about it, your legs are, you know, they're moving within the wind as well. So if you can disturb that airflow to go around them a lot smoother, you could, yeah, potentially. I mean, everyone always says 5 to 10 watts, which is that's a big gain off one item.
Yeah, it certainly is. So interesting there just to see those transition times. Ashleigh Gentle 1 minute 17. Alana Siffert, 1:18, and Leana Bissig, 1:21. All pretty good. I mean, Aaron, Belinda, what's a good sort of time for that first transition zone in middle distance?
Well, I mean, they had to run quite a long way along the beach, but that shows me there that they were all fairly close. There wasn't, even though we saw a few hiccups within some of the athletes, there wasn't a disastrous, someone couldn't get their wetsuits off or anything like that. So I'd say that was, a level sort of transition for the front, top 10 at least.
You can just see on that graphic there as well, we've got confirmation that Caroline Pohl, she has DNF'd alongside Anne-Sophie Pierre. We'll obviously try to bring you some more details of exactly what happened with both of their races. I'm sure be immensely disappointed to DNF down here. It's a long way to come if you're European, as both of those athletes are. So they won't have done that lightly, but yeah, we'll look to bring that to you as soon as we can.
Well, for little, I would call it little because she's a little pocket rocket, and Sophie Pierre, has to be one of the shortest or smallest triathletes on the circuit. I know that she's actually going to be staying over here for a while. After this race, she will be making her way up to Noosa and basing herself there because she's training for Busselton, so for the Ironman in Busselton later this year. So maybe she just, for some of these people, athletes, travel this long distance. We're so used to it, we've got no choice. Coming from Australia and New Zealand, you get used to it from a very young age, doing this long haul travel. But for a lot of these athletes coming over to Europe, they're coming to Australia for the very first time. So it's the longest that they've ever had to travel. And 30 odd hours traveling on a plane is nothing to sniffle at. I know you've just done it, we're here, but for a lot of these athletes, they've never had to do it. And to demand your body to be at the top of its game when you get off that plane, it's tough. It's really tough. And so for Pierre and for Pohl, maybe it's just been too much and they're just not feeling it today.
Yeah, it was nice for once to be able to just jump on a plane.
A domestic flight. I'd forgotten what that was like, Aaron. I literally, it's the first time I've been to a domestic airport in over a year.
I got there way too early. I sat in the airport lounge for about 2 hours because I'm so used to getting long haul flights.
You can see they're taking Carolyn's things away, so her helmet and shoes. So unfortunately for Carolyn, it was an early day. She's a great athlete. She's had some great results this year as well from Germany.
Yeah, she mentioned that she sort of just got back to a bit of form. It's been a tough year compared to last year, where wins seemed to come very easily for her. She had 4 wins over the middle distance last year, and last time out in Spain she finished 5th. So she really was trending in the right direction, and yeah, real shame to see her pull out of this race. So Kate Wough still out in front and riding very well. You can see there from that graphic with the fastest average bike speed of anyone so far. She's looking very much in control of this race so far.
I know we were talking about it earlier, Belinda, about the advantages that she has right now when it comes to the run. I also think on the bike right now, she is in total control. No one is dictating anything to her. She is able to ride at the speed she wants to ride. She takes on the nutrition when she wants to. And I think that will come to pay dividends when we get to the run. Like, we know how important, people being on about it a lot, rightly so, about how important nutrition is these days. It's insane the amount of grams of carbs per hour people are taking on, pushing up to 150 plus, which is insane. If anyone wants to just get out about probably 8 gels-ish, roughly, people are taking on in an hour right now, which if you think that's sitting in your stomach every hour, so there's 24, 25 gels, that's a crazy amount. But she's able to do that when she wants.
Exactly. And we've talked a lot this week about burning matches, and every athlete, I like to say, you can burn a certain amount of matches before it starts to come back and kick you in the you-know-what. So I think with Kate, she's not burning any matches right now. It is completely within control of what she needs to do, the speed that she needs to keep. She doesn't have to worry about anyone catching her. Each time she gets to this turn at the far end of the course, she gets to see that gap increasing. So mentally, it's positive every time she goes past her competitors. But the most important thing, particularly because I think she's still learning, is yes, she's got no one else dictating the pace except for herself.
Yeah, I'm sure she's burning a few matches.
A few, but within control.
None unnecessarily.
None unnecessarily.
She doesn't take on a gel and then the gap goes out and has to surge back on. It's back to Natalie Van Coverdon.
We talk about burning matches, and unfortunately, I'd say Nat's had to burn a few because obviously being in that tent, and here we go, she realizes, oh, I've got to stop here, because of course if she had have gone past that tent and started that next lap, I do believe that would be an automatic DQ. You must serve the penalty on the lap that the penalty was given.
That all happened so quickly. I kind of missed that she almost missed that penalty box, and goodness me, that would have been, yeah, as you say, incredibly problematic for the rest of her day. So she obviously was smart, and she realised that she was going to be going further round, and she had to dart through into the through the cones.
But I tell you, I give her credit, because right now, look, it's still in 8th place. You said you thought she'd come in around that 10th place. I think she actually came in just outside of the top 10, but already working her way back. So this is showing the years of experience. So while I said Nat Van Coverden's not very experienced over the longer distances, she's been in the sport for a very, very long time and has competed at the highest level for a long, long time. And her maturity, her race maturity, is really shining through right now.
So a T100 debut for her. I guess a part of moving from short course to middle distance and long distance are those quirks, aren't they? There are different rules, and you know, it's the same sport fundamentally. It's a swim, bike, run, but it is slightly different. And it's all very well us sitting here in an air-conditioned commentary box going, you should be doing this, or, you know, don't forget to serve your penalty. But when your heart rate's high, when you're in the throngs of a race, it's loud, it must be very, very difficult to stay on top of all of those things.
Yeah, we call that race brain. And it's a real thing. Let me tell you, it is a real thing.
Yeah, I bet. I'm going to ask Aaron or Belinda your worst race brain moment, if you can recall. You probably tried to put it to the back of your race brain, I imagine.
I reckon you've got some stories, Belinda.
Yeah, but they're so old now. I can have to go to the deep, dark depths of my memory to remember them. But you'd be a little fresher. You're still racing.
Ooh, geez, you put me on the spot here, Matt.
We can come back to you.
Yeah,
we can come
I'll
back
have to think about it, because I'm sure there are some.
Yeah, maybe someone online is going to message you now and remind you of some of those errors.
I'll check my socials
across your career. Yeah, maybe don't. Maybe do that after. But hey, look, if you're sitting at home and watching this, and those people cheering are encouraging you, and you want to get a place on a T100 race this year, there are plenty of opportunities to do so.
Everything you want is right here. Foot on the gas, ain't no slowing down. Aiming for greatness, no settling. Kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Taking no rest, yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Running the game now. Foot on the gas, can slow down. No. Yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Watch the game change, yeah.
And entries for the 100-kilometre distance at the Gold Coast next year are sold out, but you can still sign up for the Olympic distance or be part of the weekend in the 10-kilometre run. If you scan that QR code, that will take you to all the details you need to know. And I mentioned right at the very start of the show that this is our first time in Australia. We're going to be back next year. We're going to be back on the Gold Coast, a part of Australia, Belinda, that you know very well, and Aaron, of course, as well.
Yeah, the Gold Coast, I think it is probably the capital city as far as triathlon goes, Aaron, still to this day. I mean, we talk about Wollongong.
Wollongong is taken over, maybe today.
Today, Wollongong is definitely in the lead. And of course, we know Wollongong from the Wollongong Wizards. You trained here for many, many years. But the Gold Coast for Australian triathlon has always been where most people will place themselves. It's an amazing place. Of course, I'm a little biased, and I think a little bit further up the road in the Sunshine Coast is better. And we've, of course, got the Noosa Triathlon up there, which is still to this day the largest non-drafting Olympic distance event in the world, and that's coming up very soon in November. But the Gold Coast, I think it's going to be an amazing race, and the fact that it's already sold out, I do believe, does not surprise me at all, because it's an incredible place to visit. It's very easy accessible. You can have a holiday afterwards. The weather is always good up there. Yeah, I think it's going to be an incredible event.
And obviously with 2032 Brisbane Olympics, what are we now, 7 years away?
Yeah.
There is a lot of investment, a lot of hype, a lot of talk about big major sporting events in that area. And I don't believe they've come to a conclusion yet, but I think that the Brisbane Olympic Triathlon will be somewhere on the Gold Coast. So, you know,
how cool would that be?
Yeah.
Oh. I was talking to Yuri Kulin, who obviously we will see racing a little later on, but this is his first time to Australia, and he is so impressed. He's just settled in beautifully, loves it, and he's already said he wants to change plans for next year and come out even earlier, base himself on the Gold Coast, and have a real taste of living the Australian way before that T100 on the Gold Coast next year.
Yeah, incredible. Well, we've mentioned it already. T100 heading to the Gold Coast next year. Let's hear the announcement.
There's never been a T100 race in Australia, so I'm so excited to be able to race on home turf and experience the course with you too.
Yeah, we've been hearing this week that Ashleigh Gentle has been on at the T100 to try and get a race here in Australia. And she's managed to get two in the space of what will probably be about 6 or 7 months. So some good campaigning, some good lobbying there from Ashleigh Gentle. And just to reiterate, the 100-kilometre distance is sold out, but you can still sign up for the Olympic distance on the Gold Coast next year, and also the 10-kilometre run.
And of course, for Ash Gentle, it's a little short trip in the car, about 1 hour south for her to get from Brisbane, where she lives, down to the Gold Coast. So very, very easy. Won't even need to pack the bike. So how good is that?
I know you were talking about it earlier with regards to, you know, as Australians, you're used to getting on a plane to go and compete. I guess for you it's just normal, but there must be an advantage to actually just going, hold on a minute, I don't need to do anything in the time zone. I can, like you say, drive, or it's a very, very convenient bit of travel. That must be so nice for you guys.
Oh, it's a huge advantage. I mean, I think athletes, we're creatures of habit, we're creatures of routine, and we don't like it when our routine's broken. And for the Gold Coast, it's a huge advantage for the Australian athletes, particularly those living in the state of Queensland, because basically she can stay home until she's needed to come. So, you know, sleeping in your own bed, eating your own food, all these things make a huge difference.
Yeah, so all of those elements of racing in your home country, yeah, there for all to see. And I guess also the fact you've got all your friends and family, or you've got people in your corner, makes all the difference as well. But Kate Waugh so far out in front, and she's about to go through the halfway point on this bike leg. 3 of 6 laps in the bag. Just another 3 to go.
And what I like here is we haven't spoken about that next chase group, and it really has changed. We knew that Sarah Perez-Sala was behind Kate, but now Hannah de Vet, what a ride she is having dropped Salthouse and Siffert, and is now right behind on the chase, so chasing and really wants to limit that deficit. We know it's at 1:22. Sarah Perez-Sala right behind. Lottie Films, you know, just shy of 20 seconds further behind, but you've got Salthouse, Siffert, and Ash Gentle making her way towards those chases. So Ash Gentle, I don't think it'll be too long before she joins the likes of Salthouse and Siffert here, but great riding from both Gentle and Hannah de Vet.
Yeah, and of course, for all we've mentioned about the dominance so far from Kate Waugh, there is such a long way to go in this race still, and she will also be getting timing splits on course from those that are here supporting her, and she'll be well aware of the running power and the running prowess of those around her, and will certainly be wanting to push out in front as far as she can, as far as she feels she can do, without, of course, compromising her run later on.
You talk about splits and getting splits, and the great thing about having this T100 race this weekend with the World Triathlon Finals is that all of the federations, or most of the federation coaches, there's big teams over here with coaches, friends and family, and I know for a fact that Kate Waugh, obviously the Great Britain team here, has been incredible this week so far, so they have got a huge contingent over here. Tom Bishop, very close friend of Kate Waugh. He is here obviously supporting his fiancée Sian Rainsley tomorrow, but I do know that he is out there on course, and his sole job is to be out there to give splits.
I spotted him just
You
before.
just spotted him before?
Yeah, on the long straight. So definitely giving out splits. I saw that Kate gave him a little bit of a thumbs up.
I tell you what, it's a great story. So they've been in Noosa, so it's been Tom Bishop and Sian, it's been Beth Potter and Kate Waugh, and they've shared an apartment on Sunshine Beach for the past 2 weeks, and Tom has been the most incredible support for these women. He's basically been cooking dinner, washing up, he knows Noosa very well, so taking them out on training rides, swimming with them, doing everything he can to make it so that these women turn up to this race, their races, in the best shape possible, and I think he's done a superb job.
Yeah, clearly with
working
Kate
so far.
being out in front, he's done a fantastic job so far. But I guess that points, Belinda, to sort of the wider team that triathletes work with, and obviously, we're speaking about Hayden Wilde and Hannah DeWitt being a partnership, sort of both from a coaching perspective, but also romantically as well. It must be so nice when the people in your corner are close and tight, and you can move in these groups, and you all support each other.
Absolutely, and it's for me to watch, being on the outside in, for me to watch it and watch it work so well, yeah, it's incredible.
So this is a replay that we're just seeing.
There's Tom there.
There's Tommy.
Oh, there he is.
Beautiful camera work.
Amazing stuff.
Tommy Bishop, look, he's a fantastic athlete in his own right, but he's decided to call it a season, so he's here purely to support the three women. He's doing such a great job. I know he'll be out there tomorrow supporting his fiancée Sian, and of course Beth Potter going for her second World Championship crown, so going in on equal points with Cassandra. Aren't we going to have a race on our hands here tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who
I don't either.
Honestly, a flip of a coin, I think, tomorrow. And also, well, for us Aussies, we've got Maddie Hauser going for the world title as well in the men's race.
Yeah, like you mentioned earlier, Belinda, brilliant to see so many of those athletes who are racing in different categories this weekend, all out supporting, and everyone's got their own race and their own focus, but it's been really clear, and obviously there's more Australian athletes here than perhaps usual, given we're in Australia, but the support from each federation to their relative athletes has been absolutely brilliant. So we've been mentioning that support from the athletes. I think that was Tom again. just out on the course. And here we can see then a side-by-side of Kate Waugh out in front, just in front, I should say, of Hannah DeWitt. Those are the stats between them. Not a huge amount in it, but enough in it for Kate to continue to be building this lead.
Yeah, both women riding very, very well.
I'm impressed as well with Sarah Perez-Sella. I know we spoke about it already, but to back up after doing a race on the same day. I know we've seen Hayden Wilde do it back-to-back days, but to do it on the same day, that is extremely impressive.
It's extraordinary.
Not only that, though, she is doing the mixed team para relay tomorrow morning. So she'll be doing 3 races within 24 hours. Incredible. I know we're still early days, but even so far, the way I do wonder though, I think she might be coming into this race with little pressure on her.
Little expectation, and she did tell me that. She said, you know what, I'm just going to go out there and I'm just going to have fun with it. I want to be a part of the T100. I think she loves the distance, but she's also a realist. But in saying that, there she is right now behind Hannah DeWitt. So Sarah Perez-Sella still in the hunt here in 3rd place. She's a class athlete.
Yeah, she made her T100 debut in Spain a month ago. Obviously a home race for her as well in Spain, so had its own unique pressures that come with being a home athlete. Really interesting story, originally from a swimming background representing Spain at the Athens Olympics, which I certainly don't want to make anyone feel old here, but the Athens Olympics was a fair while ago, so she's had an incredible career, originally in breaststroke as well, so she's had to sort of relearn. I'm sure as an Olympic swimmer, you know, it's not like freestyle is new to you, but you've got to perfect it, and you've got to bring it into a new discipline in terms of triathlon. Started triathlon in 2012 and turned pro in 2016, and then sort of made it her full focus by 2020. Yeah, she's an experienced athlete, but an athlete that a lot of those around her, I'm sure, have a huge amount of respect for doing so much in her athletic career.
Yeah, she's very well liked amongst all of the women. 37 years of age, and so whilst she's not the oldest on course, that would be Lotte Wilms at 41. She's definitely not the youngest either, but still got plenty of power left in that body. I think she can be going for a couple of years. Coached by Pablo de Pina, you might remember him, so retired. He was also a very, very good athlete from Spain.
And Aaron, you were mentioning there that she's been guiding this morning in the para race as well. You've been doing that as well. You did it for Sam Harding this morning. Just give us some insight into that role and what it is you do.
Yeah, so within the guiding space, there is what we call B1s, and they are the ones that completely blind, and they go off first, and then the ones that I guide for is a B2, which is Sam Harding, B2, B3. We give them a 2-minute 50 head start. And basically, your job is just to get them around the course safely. I've been doing it now for the last 18 months, I think, and I love it. You know, it's such a rewarding thing to do. You know, this morning we finished 4th. I think deep down we probably wanted to get that podium, but in reality we had the best race we could, and there was just 3 guys better than us on the day. And you know, I think that people like myself, I know that it's very much appreciated by the athletes themselves. Actually, the athlete that Sarah Perez-Sella guides for, Susanna, she came up to me, I think it was last year in Paris, actually. She just gave me a big hug and said, I'm just so happy that, you know, professional athletes are willing to give up some of their time to do the guiding. So that it is a really rewarding experience. And, you know, I think, well, we can see here how good Sarah Perez-Sella is going, and how much she helps Susanna do what she does out on the race course.
That was one of the interesting things we spoke about today on the live coverage. Back a few years ago, these athletes were not using professional athletes. They were using age group athletes themselves because that was where the level was at. Probably going back further than a few years. But now, the past few years, these athletes are so elite that it takes a professional athlete to guide them. There was at least 5 or 6 professional athletes' names that I recognised as the guides today, and it just shows that the quality athlete that races, they're incredible. Yeah,
I mean, that's the thing. They need athletes like us to not slow them down.
Exactly.
You know, before there was, I know that Sam, who I've guided for before, he's a Paralympic runner in his own right, previous to doing triathlon, and he was struggling to find, and I feel comfortable saying this because his previous guide was David Mainwaring, my best mate. He was actually my best man at the wedding.
Not quite quick enough.
Yes. He was the one that got us in contact. But yeah, he ended up dragging the chain towards the end of his career. It's actually a funny story. This morning I called him up about an hour and a half because he lives in Wollongong. I called him up about an hour and a half before the race, and I said, David, you'll never believe it. I've just rolled my ankle. You're going to have to come in.
Oh, you ratbag.
Yeah.
He's like awful.
Because he's now well and truly retired, but he just said, look, I can't do it. Sam would be better off doing it by himself because I'll be slowing him down too much.
Oh, incredible. And I'll tell you what's also incredible, some of these shots of Wollongong, which has been our home for the last few days. I know, Aaron and Belinda, you know this part of Australia incredibly well, having lived here for a number of years. For me, as a plucky young Brit coming over from our autumn, which has just started over in London, there's nowhere better to be in the world, as far as I'm concerned right now, than here in Wollongong for this, I can call it a festival of triathlon, because there's all sorts going on this weekend. But for now, our attention is firmly on the T100, as it rightly should be, and the job that Kate Waugh is doing. out in front. I guess you could say it's been pretty lonely for her out in front, but actually that is a really good illustration there of the lead that she's got over the two athletes behind her. That was Hannah de Wit and Sarah Perez-Sala just going past, and that's the beauty of a course like this, where you can go up and down the same road. It's a real easy visual representation for all of the timing splits that she's been given out on course. That will be an easy one for her to understand, certainly by seeing just how far in front she is. And I guess from Kate's point of view, she's built up a lead. She's not going off into the distance. There's still 1:17 at the last count from her to Hannah de Wit. So enough to keep her mind occupied, enough to make her believe that this race is by no means done so far.
The only thing for Kate now is just not to become complacent. I don't think she will, but it can be quite easy, particularly as we get to the latter stages of this ride, that you just start to slow down. She needs to keep that pressure on, because Hannah de Wit is riding very, very well. That's probably the only athlete, 120 back now. We know Sarah Perez-Sala started the ride with Kate Waugh and has lost all that time, but Hannah de Wit came out of the water behind Waugh. So Hannah riding very, very well. Ash Gentle now at 3:28 back.
One thing with Ash, though, we know she's been in this position quite a few times.
She has. It's not something she's not accustomed to.
No. And, she does well at being in these positions, I think, and holding her head, keeping herself in the game. She knows she's got a lethal run. And I'm sure that's what she keeps telling herself, that if I can keep these top few in sight, I know I can still hunt down this podium.
And just on that graphic there, she's moved up from 7th place. If things were to finish as they were right now, she will move up from 7th place to 3rd place in the Race to Qatar standings. And ultimately, that's what we're all here for. It's what we're all working across the season towards, that race in Qatar, when we'll crown our Race to Qatar champion. But of course, there's still plenty of money to be won by those athletes. And even if you don't finish in first, that's the beauty of this season-long narrative that we do have on the T100. There's plenty to play for. All those places become critical as the season progresses. I was going to say, Aaron, you had Ashleigh Gentle on your podcast. You do a podcast with Yella Geens. It's a fantastic podcast. I recommend, if you haven't listened to it already, that you check it out, because you guys get some of the best athletes in the world on your podcast. But you had Ash on recently, and I just wanted to get your thoughts, perhaps, on what she's what she's said and what she's made of this season so far.
Ashleigh's been, obviously, well, not obviously, but Ashleigh and I grew up together. We've been racing together since I think I was maybe 18, 19 years old. We've been on the circuit. I know her really, really well, and I think one thing that we did within this podcast, because you know Ashleigh quite well as well, Belinda. Sometimes, to get her to open up, it sometimes takes people that know her quite well, I think. Sometimes she's just that type that doesn't always want to give too much into it.
She holds her cards close to her chest.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, just knowing Ashleigh quite well, we were able to get her to open up, and I think we actually got a lot of feedback that was probably one of the best, stories that she was able to give. And she spoke a lot about this year being a difficult year in terms of she's had some minor niggles, and I can very much empathise with that. She's had some Achilles issues, which I suffer with now as well. And, we're at the age where there's always something hurting
yes.
when you wake up in the morning. And, I think she's doing a really, really good job this year, because she has copped a little bit of criticism this year, because people have a lot of high expectations on her. She was, or she still is, I should say, one of the queens of the T100 races. And I don't know how you feel, Belinda, but I think she probably copped a bit of unfair criticism.
Definitely did. It's not that she's slowed down, it's just that the T100 have got the likes of the Lucy Charles-Barclays coming back and Kate Waugh coming into the fold. These are two exceptional athletes. And it's easy to say, oh, well, Ashes just doesn't have it anymore. No, she's still got it. It's just that these two women that we've also brought in are phenomenal.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think she's copped a bit of a rough bargain there because she's very good. Her run, she's still ranked #1 in the series.
And her last two races have shown that you know, fourth and first, obviously, in French Riviera, that she still is one of the main players in the sport. But, you know, we see that in all sports, not just triathlon. People's dominance starts to wane a little bit. People learn how to beat certain athletes, and that's what other people have done. Ashleigh raised the bar. The other athletes over the last few years have figured out how I'm going to, firstly follow, and then how do we then beat her? So, yeah, I think she's still doing a great job here. You know, she's obviously losing a bit of time to Kate Wough, but these girls in front of her, I still believe that with the run that we know she's capable of,
she could get each and every one of them.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Yep.
So some brilliant shots here of our female athletes going around this bike course. Just get a sense of the sort of technical nature of that bike element going around those corners. And these are our male athletes checking their bikes in to transition and getting set, because the men's race is not far away at all. In just around 5 minutes time, they will be taking to the De Boer swim course. And Yuri Kulin in Australia for the first time. I'm sure hoping to enjoy himself this afternoon on the course. That's Jason West. He's with us, back with us on the T100. Says he's going to race all of the final 3 races available. So we've got, of course, this race here in Wollongong. We're then going to go from Wollongong to Dubai and finish our season in Qatar in December.
It was great to see Hayden Wilde then getting ready.
Yeah.
That distinctive Red Bull aero helmet, and of course the only athlete that will be backing it up and going again tomorrow. So racing the T100 today and then backing it up tomorrow afternoon and racing in the grand final. I know he's done it before.
Yeah, he certainly has.
But being a grand final, I think he's actually he's raising that bar again. It's going to be a tough ask, but if anyone can do it, Hayden Wilde can. He is.
Yeah, and of course he's got the experience of doing it in France, so he'll be slightly wiser, I would think. And obviously coming back from that injury, he's spoken about how his swim has really suffered. Perhaps over the 2-kilometre distance, not as problematic, but over a shorter distance and against the likes of Matt Hauser and those immense athletes that we have in the World Series. There's no time and there's no way you can be a slouch in the swim, because you'll just get bitten. So,
very good point there. And because often with these long distance athletes, they are superb swimmers in their own right. Aaron can attest to that. But it's just a completely different dynamic in short course swimming, and you've done both.
Yep.
So you know better than anyone. It's a completely different ball game, isn't it?
Especially in the T100 races where we only have 20 on the start line compared to what we will have tomorrow, 55 men. Or desperate, you know, every coach is telling their athlete, you have to get to the front by that first buoy or be in a good position by the first buoy. And it's just brutal. It is brutal. And I think we'll see in tomorrow how well Hayden's swim that he has been showing in the T100 races, whether he can then replicate it tomorrow's race as well.
Yeah, so we're going to see the final few athletes take to the start line, starting with Sam Dickinson.
Wearing 34 from Italy, Gregory Barnaby. Wearing 33 from the Netherlands, Yuri Kulin. Wearing 32 from Germany, Mika Noodt. Wearing 31 from New Zealand, Hayden Wilde.
Getting a good cheer from the crowd. I know he's from New Zealand, but I'm sure he's got a fair few family and friends down here in this part of the world. And he takes his position on the start line as this men's T100 race is about to get underway.
Athletes, you are now in the hands of the starter.
So away we go here in Wollongong, Australia. The men's race getting underway. Just in case it's your first time joining us on the T100 this year, where have you been? It's a 2-kilometre swim, an 80-kilometre bike and an 18-kilometre run. And only then will we crown our Wollongong T100 champion. So as the afternoon sun starts to dip a little bit lower in the sky, it's 3:45 local time here in Australia. We've got a good amount of daylight left, just enough for this race, but this is definitely getting into golden hour, I should say, in this part of the world, which, yeah, is going to look absolutely beautiful.
Now, interesting to see the start there. You saw Hayden Wilde go all the way over to the left of screen, so right if we're actually looking out towards the where they're heading now. So it was Wilde, Barnaby and Dickinson that were over there, but then the other two coloured caps, Yuri Kulin in red and Mika Noodt in purple, were up the other end, so completely separated.
Yeah, and so they do this pontoon draw the day before, actually, in reverse order. So they'll do the briefing, and then after the briefing, normally Dylan goes around and then they pick their spots. Clean start.
Great start.
Mika Noodt.
And that's Yuri Kulin in the red cap right beside him.
And Menno Coulthard. So that's Menno we know is a great swimmer.
Very good swimmer.
Yeah, he certainly is. Made his presence felt on the swim parts of these races so far. Belinda, I think it might be a good opportunity just to refresh everybody's memory of the course so far that we have here in Wollongong.
Of course, it's a 2-kilometre de Boer swim course. It was 3 laps in an anti-clockwise direction and then on to the 80-kilometre bike ride, which takes them all the way out to Bellambi and back. Very technical bike course to start with, and then a nice flattish time trial section all the way out to Bellambi before they make their way back into Wollongong, and then that run. That run course has a little bit of everything in it. It's 7 laps and it's going to be tough.
It certainly is. And we yet to see the women's race get to the run course. But when we do, I expect we're going to see some very pained faces of some of those athletes. Because, yeah, it's immensely tricky. Lots of ups, lots of downs, not much of it is level. And that is going to have a big, big impact on the athletes. But there you go, you can see the group so far pretty much all together by the looks of it.
Quite wide.
And quite wide.
Yeah. Matt, I did have to laugh, sorry. I have to take you back to when you mentioned Hayden getting a big cheer from the Aussies. Maybe he doesn't know, Belinda, but anyone good from New Zealand, Aussies love to claim.
They're ours.
They're ours. So for today, Hayden's an Aussie.
And he's just spent the last 2 weeks here, so we'll take him.
Yeah.
It's an interesting relationship between the New Zealanders and Australians. We're almost like brother and sister. We're allowed to give each other grief, but if anyone else does, we will stand up.
And also, if it's New Zealand versus Australia, all gloves are off,
All gloves
right?
are off, and then it's a different story altogether.
But we're definitely the bigger brother.
Of course.
Look, for balance, I guess we have to speak to a New Zealander here in the commentary box, who might not let you get away with that, but yeah. So that is the purple hat there of Mika Noodt, who's back on the T100. It's taken a race off and coming back fresher you would say. I just wonder, is there slightly more chop out there than perhaps we did see in the women's race? We know that the wind is due to pick up a little bit more this afternoon, perhaps slightly more challenging conditions for the men.
Yeah, it does look a tiny bit worse than what it was an hour or so ago, but still great conditions
still
compared
great.
to what we've been presented with. But also the men are very, very bunched together right now, so it was a bit rough and rumble around that first 2 turning cans, but they'll start to sort themselves out now, and we'll start to see that spearhead.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's much separation. By this point in the women's race, there was already starting to have a little bit of separation, but we know from previous races in the T100 on the men's, there hasn't really been the separation that we see in the women's races. I think that's Hayden Wilde.
It is Hayden Wilde there in the pink cap. It's Sam Dickinson on the front now in the yellow cap. So Sam Dickinson, what a find he has been to this T100 series.
Yep.
Very, very strong.
Yeah, he certainly has. He had the second fastest swim in both Spain and France, the 2 occasions that we've seen him on the T100 this year. He's an immense swimmer.
Similar to what we mentioned about Ellie Salthouse earlier in the race, Sam just really has no weakness. Really, really solid across all 3. Probably his swim, it's up there, as we can see here. He's ranking. Look at that. Really, really, really strong. He's really solid on the bike. Probably people maybe have underestimated him prior to his first couple of races in the T100. And then he finishes it off with a really, really solid run. And what he does impress me with is the fact that he can do that off what has been some really, really hard bikes with the likes of Rico Bogan, Mika Noodt, who we do have in this race. Kyle Smith as well has been drilling the bikes. And Yellow Geens as well. He's been able to do them off really, really solid bikes.
Yeah, you've had some great guests on your podcast, Aaron, so forgive me for mentioning it again, but you had Sam on after his podium in France, and you said it wasn't actually a surprise for you to see him on the podium.
For me personally, no, but I trained, I think I first went to Leeds to train there in 2016, 2017, which might have been the same time Sam Dickinson started university there, and so he joined the squad. And I've seen Sam grow from a small kid to now being one of the best athletes in the world. He's now an Olympic medalist. And I've seen the work ethic that he has, the professionalism, the ultimate professional. And I mean, to me, it was no surprise. I was saying to my friends, Martin Van Riel and Yellow Geens, that give him an opportunity, and I guarantee I will say I wasn't maybe expecting him to podium in his first one. I'm not going to go that far. But
Made it look easy.
I thought at least a top 5.
Yeah, well, he certainly is making it look easy so far in the swim. 3 laps, don't forget, of this De Boer swim course as they go through this first Aussie exit, and the first chance that we'll get to get our timing splits from these athletes and work out where exactly everybody is. But you can see that is a large group, and then just a few athletes just behind. But I can confirm that, yes, it's Sam Dickinson out in front, Mena Koolhaas in second, Wilhelm Hirsch in third, Mika Noodt in fourth, Josh Amberger in fifth, Gregory Barnaby sixth, Hayden Wilde seventh, and then we've got, beg your pardon, just trying to work out who that would be. Caleb Noble, beg your pardon, there we go, in 8th. Henrik Rappo in 9th, and Yuri Kulin rounds out the top 10.
Well, that's a great swim from Caleb Noble. He used to reside up in Noosa. I used to see him training all the time. He's moved over to Perth now with his partner. But it's great to have Caleb back over this side of Australia, racing here for the very first time. I know he was desperate to get a start here today, so he will be swimming, riding and running his little heart out.
Interesting thing I've just noticed after the first lap, there's only 9 seconds for the first 15 people. And then further down to the last person is only, what, maybe 30 seconds down.
So completely different to our women's race, excuse me.
Yeah, 15 people all within 9 seconds. If that stays the same, this first lap on the bike is going to be carnage.
Yeah, we saw that in Spain. just in terms of all of those athletes trying to find their place on that bike part of the course. And yeah, when they're all that bunched, you do obviously run the risk of getting penalties, of getting those drafting penalties, and you need to be 20 meters ahead or behind the athlete in front of you. You can just see really good angle actually of I think, is that in the pink hat, Hayden Wilde, and maybe Mika Noodt right next to him,
and really rough. They were
the gloves are off.
The gloves are off. Those two were sandwiching Hayden Wilde there and almost pushing him under. So a little bit of rough and rumble for the first stages of this swim as they head out onto lap 2.
One thing's for certain, Hayden is used to that.
Of course he is.
Yeah.
Being from a short course background, this is
water off the duck's back.
Nothing for them.
Yeah.
I remember when I did my first T100, or I did T100 this year in London, and I'd never done open water with other people, and nothing quite prepares you for being in the water with loads of other people. You've got like thighs on your head, you've got, no one's doing it deliberately, of course they're not. It's just the nature of it, and your peripheral vision when you're in a race like this is so different. I'm not going to compare my T100 effort to these guys ever again, but it's true. It's quite discombobulating is probably the word for it.
You either love it or you hate it. And some people, strangely enough, actually do love it. They live for that the argy-bargy, that contact, that really desperation to hold your position. And that's what you need. You need that, especially in the short course racing. And even here, you're going to see now that there'll be some elbows thrown, like not deliberately, like you said, Belinda, but when you're going around turn buoys like that, there's nowhere else your arms can go.
No.
And that's Menno Koolhaas, I think, leading us around the far end. Sam Dickinson on his feet. And it looks like Menno has actually started to string it out just a little bit.
And that was Mika Noodt. And then you also saw Hayden Wilde as well.
That's Gregory Barnaby as well in the orange hat. It's quite a narrow course, this. So and as I say, it's a T100 first having 3 laps. So you're sort of out and back, obviously, in kind of one straight line, really. I mean, there's not much to this course apart from go out to the red buoys and come back again and do it 3 times.
Bucket list race for pretty much any triathlete on the planet.
Well, the conditions are as challenging as it gets. Oh, we don't want to see this. Hayden's pretty furious.
Hayden taking the lead. Ooh, little smile. He's looking good.
Shame we don't have VAR in triathlon.
Rico Bogan is not someone you want to let up the road.
Wow. Mika Noodt put in an injection of pace there. Yelligines has pressed on. Marty's got to respond.
Rico faces him on the other side, giving each other a good stare.
Just showing us that he's in complete control of this race. He's arrived with a bang and he is delighted. There has been no faltering from this man.
Yelligines wins here in Vancouver. A punctured lung, broken ribs, an injured scapula. What an incredible, logic-defying performance.
He doesn't want to give up yet. He knows Hayden wants to shut it down.
3 wins from 3.
Yella definitely has the ability to beat Hayden.
Hayden has now gone into the lead. 4 wins in 4 races. Who, quite frankly, is making this T100 business look rather easy.
Well, what a season it's been in the men's field. Hayden Wilde going for 5 race wins in a row. Yeah, you heard that right. 5 race wins in a row. It kind of begs belief, really, as to how he has been able to do that. He has been utterly immense, and even more immense when you remember that he's come back from that injury, being hit by a truck on a training ride out in Japan, and he's able to come back and he's able to be in the sort of form that he's in. It really is quite remarkable. And so, as the men's race makes its way through the second lap on the De Boer swim course, just a quick look at what's happening in the women's race, which of course is going on concurrently as well. And Kate Waugh with a huge, big, wide open road ahead of her. She is firmly still out in front. Minute 23 the gap to Lottie Wilms in second. And that's her right there.
Great riding by Lottie Wilms. Obviously, last check, it was Hannah de Vet in second, and I think Sarah Perez-Sala was up there, and Lottie was somewhere just behind. We know she was probably an extra 20 seconds down, but she's managed to make her way all the way up into second place, and yeah, riding very, very well. We were unsure. I mean, we know that Kona obviously didn't work out for her. She did pull out on the bike. There were some rumours that she's been suffering from what was called a little bit of, had a bursitis in the hip. I think it got diagnosed right before she was jumping on a plane to Kona, and she just tried her luck there. So hopefully we won't have any issues from Lotte and that problem today. I think sometimes, Aaron, when you're in such extreme conditions, little things like that are exacerbated. We don't have those extreme conditions here today. We have a much shorter race, obviously, than an Ironman race. So Lotte obviously feeling like she's obviously in the shape of her life, as we know she would be, and is going to give this a go here today. So hopefully we won't have any issues for Lotte and that little injury or niggle that she has.
So we're still not seeing a lot of separation in the top, say, what are we at? Maybe top 15-ish?
Yeah.
I mean, look at that, top 15, 20 seconds. So Kurt McDonald is 15th at the moment, 20 seconds in arrears of Menno Koolhaas, who was in the lead. That is a big group.
It is a big group. It has strung out a little bit, but they're all swimming on each other's feet, which you know that the pace is normally on. There's someone going out wide again. Is that Menno Koolhaas again? I think he did that last lap as well. Yeah, that's Menno.
Yeah, look at that, breathing both sides there.
He's probably thinking, where is everyone?
Where is it? I lost them. Am I going the right way?
Yeah.
Do you think that perhaps is I mean, the sun is lower in the sky, I guess, now, sighting becoming a bit trickier?
Well, they're swimming out to the east, and the sun will be setting behind them to the west right now.
Yeah,
so
it should be okay.
It should be okay. It looks like he's corrected course now.
Yeah, if you start going into the jet ski, you know you're probably going the wrong way.
Yeah. He's got a beautiful stroke, though, doesn't he?
He does, that long, slow. Has a little look behind there.
Yeah.
You can see that it is Sam Dickinson, I think, on his feet. So
just give us a bit more detail on what you like about his stroke, Aaron.
It's just really smooth. He looks like he's in control. He's breathing every stroke, but effortlessly. You see some people that when they breathe, their stroke becomes a little bit disassociated, and then there's a bit of a pause, where he's just really, really smooth. You can see Sam Dickinson now coming up the inside, so looking to take the lead, I assume. But even, you see his kick. His kick is, quite smooth, quite slow. And if you can really lower your kick from, say, a 6-beat kick, so that's a six beats every stroke, down to a 2 to 4 beat kick, your heart rate will drop, 10, 20 beats, easy.
you can see all the main players are up there, all of the coloured caps. You can see Hayden Wilde's cap right behind Mika Noodt there in purple. The orange cap of Gregory Barnaby's also there. So all of our main contenders up in the front end of this group, exactly where they would like to be.
Yeah, this is the final lap on the swim for these men before they make their way to their first transition zone. They'll get on the bike, and there'll be a little bit of overlap, I think, with this women's race, who making their way through the bike leg. Of course, the run next, 18 kilometres around the streets of Wollongong, and we've alluded to it earlier. It's going to be exciting. What do you see? What are you seeing, Aaron?
Just a little bit of a gap that was forming between Hayden and the swimmers in front. It was only minimal, but he was definitely no longer on the feet. I don't think it'll be a problem, but it's just something, as we mentioned, not becoming complacent, because once you lose those feet, it's very, very difficult to get back on, and you can see it from screen now. It's just starting to. I don't think it's a problem, but I think it's something that they need to make sure that they just get back up on those feet again, because you do not want the likes of our leaders, Menno Koolhaas and Sam Dickinson, getting away right now towards the end of this swim.
I would say if this was earlier on in the swim, it could be a bit of
could have been an issue.
But we're coming back in. There's probably only 3-4 minutes left, less than probably 3 minutes left. So there's not that much time they can lose. And you know, when they get onto the bike and they start to then spread out, you'll be within the group there. So I can't see much happening within the last few minutes on the swim, other than those desperate to get to the front, because this is going to be crucial, this start of the bike. Penalties. I think Mika Noot's up near the front, so we know he's going to go nuclear from the start, especially when he sees how big this pack is. Someone we haven't spoke much of, Jason West. Probably hasn't had his best 12 months, but we know 2 years ago, I believe, he was, what was it? It was, I think, when Jan won in Milwaukee 2 years ago, and I think he ran up, had an incredible run.
He's definitely one of the fastest runners in the field, and I know he's very, very happy to be back racing this distance again. Concentrating a little bit more on the longer distance, which he said the other day in an interview he found exceptionally boring. He loves this style of racing. He's very happy to be back to this distance where it's just so dynamic and so exciting.
It's refreshingly honest, isn't it, from an athlete to hear them say that.
The training for long course is so boring.
There's a bit of ego with it, but you know, there is something about like a long distance race, and to actually just go, do you know what? Nah, not for me.
Not for me. Much prefer this.
Don't like this. Well, it's great. You know, great to see him back on the T100. He's welcome any time. And yeah, I was just going to mention actually on Hayden's swim. Looking back to Spain, he actually had the 15th fastest swim there. So by no means a great swim from Hayden out in Spain. So if he was to come out here third, fourth, you know, that's a brilliant swim, you would say, for him, especially given what he's coming back from with that injury, and we know that shoulder has been tough to get back to full fitness and full swimming fitness, I should say.
Well, it's interesting you should say that, because I'm not sure if it's been spoken about before in the T100, but Hayden and his coaching team, you know, a lot of these athletes are coached by a triathlon coach, but a lot of them now are going to individual coaches. So we know with Hayden, he's got a separate French swim coach who coached the likes of Summer McIntosh. His bike coach is no other than Javier Solar, Pogacar's coach. And his run coach is Gary Luff, who was Paula Radcliffe's husband. So he has hand-picked each of these coaches to make him the absolute best in the business. I know that second week down on the Gold Coast, he was down there for two reasons. One, to see his physio to the stars, Brad Bear, who's a brilliant physio, and secondly, to swim with the likes of Shannon Eckstein and his crew. So this is a guy that is not leaving any stones unturned, and any sort of weaknesses that he has, he's doing everything within his power to make sure that they are no longer a weakness.
Yeah, that's what you do, I guess, as an elite athlete. You work on exactly those areas that you feel you need to improve. But there we go, Sam Dickinson leads them out of the water. They'll make their way on this beach. It's about 120 metres at this run to that stairwell that you can just see there. They might just have put something actually on top of that rock just to prevent the athletes from stubbing their toe on it, and they'll make their way through the hundreds and probably thousands of people that are out here on the course supporting our T100 athletes this afternoon. A fantastic atmosphere as Sam rounds that final corner and will begin this first transition.
Well, I think this is, we know Mika is a good swimmer, but this is probably one of the better swims he's had. And to be in this position, starting the bike, these boys at the beat just behind him better be ready, because like I said, he's going to go, well, I think he's going to go nuclear.
Oh no, I totally agree. Sam Dickinson out first. You've got Willie Hirsch there as well. Oh, this is going to be dangerous because all of these men are so strong.
But interestingly, more athletes coming a cropper at the end or I should say on the mounting line, as it were. All of them not making this look particularly easy.
Oh, look at this.
Jason West did a pretty good, I'd give him a 7 out of 10 there.
It was very well done, but you can see,
Jake Birtwistle coming on.
Yeah.
So he's just at the back of that pack, and
goodness me. It's funny, isn't it? Because for athletes who make this sport look so easy, effortless, seamless, all of the things the adjectives we could use to describe how this is, they made that look quite difficult.
And look at this already. Sam Dickinson, he has decided, I'm going to get as far up the road as I can. You can see he had a slightly slower transition, so he's had to go really, really hard to make sure that he can move his way back to the front of this race. But Sam Dickinson, he means business right now.
He was actually staying with myself and my wife in the last couple of weeks up on the Gold Coast, and he was talking through his tactics, whether he was a little bit unsure, because obviously in the last few races he's had the likes of Rico, had the likes of Kyle Smith, had the likes of Yalla Geens. All of these people are super strong riders. Those people are missing.
Yeah.
So he was toying with himself whether he was going to be the one that had to be the one that tried to dominate early to make this splits, and it looks like at the moment
that's what he's doing.
That's what he's doing.
Just looking.
Oh, that's Caleb Noble right there.
Where's the elastic bands, Caleb?
Oh, I don't know what's happened to them. What's going on today? Oh, those poor shoes.
Goodness me. As I say, that area has really been a problem for our athletes so far today. Hopefully it's more seamless as we go into the transition for the run part of the day. But Sam Dickinson making his way around those corners.
I mean, he is absolutely flying. He does not want to give any of these men even a sniff to stay behind him. He's cleared out completely.
But a bit like we were saying, you know, Sam is a wild card here, let's not forget. Yes, he's been on the last couple of T100 races, he's made his mark, but he's still a wild card, and he doesn't have anything to lose. This is an amazing opportunity for Sam to lay down a marker, because he will no doubt want to be a part of the T100 next year, and this is a perfect audition, you would say, for doing exactly that.
I think we're having a bit of issues maybe with the...
Yeah, we'll try and get confirmation of exactly who is where.
So is it...
Unless Sam Dickinson has had a problem.
And he's on the chase. It just looks like he's leading. We may have a situation where it is.
I'm pretty sure he's leading. I just think that might have been the same thing that happened to Ashleigh Gentle's timing chip earlier on. It just didn't pick up on one of the...
They're all too quick. That's the problem. These men are all too quick, and it's mucking up our timing system.
But no, I'm pretty sure that is still... Well, that is definitely Sam Dickinson, and I'm pretty sure he's still in the lead.
Here we go. Yeah, it is Dickinson in the lead with Mika Noodt and Hayden Wilde, Willie Hirsch, Yuri Kulin, Menno Koolhaas, Gregory Barnaby, Jake Birtwistle, Josh Amberger, and also Sam Osborne, another of our Kiwis. That's our top 10, but a big group.
Gee, Hayden does everything really well.
Oh, I know.
He's now up into third. His transition in the first part of the bike must have been superb, because, yeah, I think he would have known that Mika Noodt was probably going to try and lay down the pressure from early
the danger man.
And he had to close that, what was it, maybe 10, 15, 20 seconds it was, I think. He's the ultimate professional, Hayden.
Strategy-wise, you have to put Hayden Wilde up there as one of the best in the world. I mean, he's just... He's so strategic, and he would have been studying this. He would have been studying this start list, knowing who the danger men were going to be on the bike, knowing the ones that have nothing, like you said, nothing to lose, like the Sam Dickinsons. Mika Noodt being very, very strong. His first race back in a while, so he's ready to really fire.
Well, he sits at the top of the Race to Qatar standings. A perfect 140 points so far on the T100 this year.
We have a race on our hands.
Well, there's nothing more Hayden can actually do this, well, up until Qatar. As I say, it's a perfect 140 points. What he can do is prevent other athletes from winning races and be a thorn in their side, as it were. Obviously, Yelageen's not here this week, but Mika Noodt, of course, is. And you never know, come Qatar, what's going to happen, who's going to be a factor at that part of the season.
I think Hayden was actually quoted as saying he's here today, even though he knows he can't get any more points, but he's here to ruin it for everyone else.
Searingly honest. I would imagine some of the athletes would look at the start list and go, really, Hayden? Come on.
Why?
Give some of us a chance, you know?
He just loves racing.
He does.
As shown by the fact that he's doubled up and numerous times this year and also will this weekend. But as we can see, it's not huge, but there is daylight between Hayden, that's Hayden in third, Mika in second, and Sam Dickinson in first, and then there is daylight to Yuri Kulin or Menno Yuri Kulin, I think it is, and then Menno Koolhaas.
Yeah, already those groups starting to form.
Yeah.
And we'll wait to see if there are any drafting penalties issued for that part of the race. It was very congested, of course, with such a large group coming out of the swim. We do know that they're fairly lenient at the start of a race. You know, obviously it's important that we try to get these athletes away as quickly as possible, and it is quite congested.
And particularly when you look at the beginning stages of this loop, each loop to get out of Wollongong, it's very twisty-turny, it's very technical. You get that Constantine effect where they, you know, as they slow down to come into a corner, speed up out of the corner. So I think the technical officials will know that, and they will know to give a little bit of leeway till they get out onto the course proper, which obviously we can see right now. Now they will start to get a little bit more strict with that 20 metres.
Yeah, we saw a penalty earlier, didn't we, for Natalie van Corveden. We haven't seen another one that we know of since. You wouldn't expect there to be a huge amount of penalties on this course, just because of the nature of it going out so far and it being a long straight road. And yes, like you mentioned, Belinda, there are those technical sections down into Wollongong, but yeah, it certainly when perhaps we compare it to Spain and a few of the other races we've had this year, this does seem a better course for that.
It is, and I think we are seeing the athletes really make a concerted effort to stick at that 20 kilometres, and you can see right now, it was almost like Ellie was signalling, hold on a second.
Yeah, this is a replay, we should say, of what happened earlier.
Yeah, and I think that's what Ellie was doing. She knew that Natalie was probably pushing that envelope just ever so slightly with the 20 metres. The officials have come up, they've realised that she has, and they've given her that 1 minute penalty.
Yeah, it's pushed her obviously a minute back for that penalty. She's currently sitting in 10th position.
And we can see, obviously on the right, we've got Kate Waugh leading the women's, and on the left we can see Ashleigh Gentle just being overtaken by the lead male, which I still believe that's Sam Dickinson.
Yeah, and of course, don't forget as well, we should say with the drafting, it applies across both the genders. So you can't be caught drafting an athlete, even if it's in a separate race, the rules still very much apply. And there's a lot of athletes in this part of the course at the moment. Goodness me, you can see just how busy that part of the course is.
Yeah, we'll start to get a little crowded now as we have both of our professional men and women out onto the bike course. We know that our women, it won't be too long before we see them back here in transition. But yeah, for the next couple of laps, it's going to be rather congested.
Yeah, not long to go at all in the women's race. Just over 3 kilometres left before they make their way into the second transition zone, lace up their running shoes for 18 kilometres. And we get our first chance to look at this running course, which I have to say I'm probably the most excited. There's the bit of the course I'm most excited about seeing, and seeing the pain that we're probably going to see in our athletes' faces going up and down for 7 laps.
I tell you, and if it's anything like we've been seeing in the world of triathlon events, this is where things just go terribly wrong, or, you know, you can nail it. It is a very tough course. It's very exposed, particularly up around the lighthouse. And, of course, as you said earlier, that run course, making them go all the way down into the harbour, do a dead turn down the bottom there, and then have to climb all the way out. 7 times.
I think they've done that for our entertainment.
Oh, I think they have, and you can see that right there now on that run. It is a cruel run for the athletes, but a fabulous run for all of us spectating and watching.
And what it will do, it will expose those that have overbiked.
It will.
Yeah. You know, you can slightly get away with it if you've overbiked, you've got yourself a good margin, and then it's a flat, safe-ish run. But when you have hills like this, and I'm not sure, hopefully the camera does it justice, but it is really steep. It's short.
Yeah. It's a lot steeper than you give it credit.
It's short. It probably is only 30 seconds, I would say, but it is steep. It's definitely going to change the rhythm, and those that have overbiked, will certainly feel the pinch come the run.
And one of the things about this run too that I think maybe for the longer distance athletes, it's the breaking of rhythm. So a lot of the courses we've seen in the T100, these athletes get off the bike, they're able to get themselves into a rhythm and just hold on to that rhythm. This course is anything but. You know, there's corners, there's ups, there's downs, and they have to do it 7 times.
Yeah, and it's also important to point out the downhills.
Oh.
Because that...
Well, that's where we saw the difference in the races yesterday and the day before. The downhills were, if you're a good downhill runner, which some of these athletes we've seen have, they've made up so much time, or they've been able to gap their competitors.
And also the muscular damage. The quads, especially as we get towards the latter end of the run, you know, that muscular damage of the quads, of the pounding on their downhill, especially those that are trying to push it, it may catch up with them.
Is that the sort of the next day when you wake up and you have to walk downstairs backwards? That sort of damage?
Yeah, exactly that. I'm trying to remember, what was the... who was the athlete who talked about the stair test?
Oh, Miguel Hidalgo.
Miguel Hidalgo, yes.
So he raced, well, obviously he's in with a shot at the world title tomorrow, but he raced Vancouver, I think it was.
Yes.
And we had him on the podcast as well, and he said he knew that he was in good form if he could walk up the stairs and not be in pain. So
it's a very basic test, but I guess actually one we can all relate to.
It is, yeah. And now Yella actually, on the day before the race, I think maybe a little bit of a joke, but he'll send me a video of him walking up the stairs the day before the race saying, I think I'm race ready.
Oh, that's brilliant.
I love it.
Yeah. So, the run very much on the mind of Kate Waugh at this top part of the course before she just goes over that ridge there and will start to make her way down towards the transition zone.
And you can see that Lotte Wilm's riding very, very well. She's managed to take some time back on Kate Waugh. Now only sitting at 1:08 behind Hannah de Vet at 2 minutes. So Lotte Wilm's actually, this last lap, has ridden slightly faster than Kate Waugh.
Just starting to adjust her shoes, making this part of the transition as smooth as possible. It seems quite early to be undoing your shoes, but will she have calculated that that is the place where you lose the least amount of time?
Well, yeah, and they're about to go down a hill, so time will run out really quick if you don't get it done here. So that they will enter this transition zone
Lightning fast.
Yeah.
We've had a few accidents in our juniors and under 23s, and even in our para race this morning, where they've come in way too fast, slammed the brakes on.
Look at the crowds.
Oh,
look
that's
at those
great,
crowds.
isn't it?
They're about 10 deep in parts.
Fantastic support for our athletes, and everyone out in full force to cheer them into this transition zone.
You know, I see crowds like this in Australia, and it makes me smile, because it just shows that triathlon in Australia is still doing exceptionally well. Very loved sport, particularly this neck of the woods.
That is how you get off a bike, isn't it?
That is how you do it.
And she looks good as well. You can always tell, not always, but you can tell a lot in those first few steps. And she looked light on her feet, springy, looks really in control.
So there we go. Putting on the socks and the running shoes. That's her bike computer by the sounds of this.
Yep. Saying job well done.
Yeah.
My job done for the day.
Now go do the business and bring it home for Team Waugh.
It is great to see Lottie Wilms. I mean, obviously, DNF in Kona, didn't make it through the bike ride, so she can tick that box for this race. She's made it into transition as Kate Waugh starts out on the first of 7 laps.
Let's just say, I think that guy was hoping for a high five. Didn't quite get it.
Didn't get it.
It's far too early to be handed out
I
a
was
high
going to
five.
say, I don't blame Kate there for swerving that one, because the job is not done yet. And there you go, you could just see, I mean, that is the start of those hills going up and down.
See, she doesn't look near as good as Kate did getting off the bike.
Yeah, that's a really, really good visual representation, isn't it? Just how smooth Kate was when she dismounted there. And Lottie Wilms making it look, I would say, a lot harder. She really slowed down, didn't want to risk dismounting while the bike was still moving, came to a complete stop. But that's the way she feels is most effective for her right now.
And just to go over the specifics of this run course, we've mentioned that it's 7 laps, but just each lap, lap 1, 2.12 kilometres, so that's the lap. It's not really a lap per se, it's basically from where they run from transition up to the beginning of the lap, so that's 2.12 kilometres. Laps 2 through to 6 are 2.57 kilometres, and then that final lap is basically to the finish line. So from the finish of a lap, 2.66 kilometres to the finish line. As Hannah Devet also making her way in, great ride from Hannah. She will be very, very happy.
Yeah, she looks really good actually as she came off the bike. Lottie Wilms there was just struggling a little bit, holding her quads and looking like a bit like we've alluded to there with how she looked coming in. That bike part of the course has just taken out of her a little bit. You can see Sarah Perez-Salat just in the background, putting her bike in the pods that we have specially made for our athletes here on the T100.
And her gloves are off. When did she do that?
I don't know. She's a magic woman.
Magician.
I didn't see them go on, and I certainly...
Her helmet looks like it's caught there.
In her hair. Oh, no. Yep, got it. Right, good.
Goodness me. Well done. So she's out onto the run course.
She looks good so far. I know it's very early, but like you said, you get a little bit of a telltale. Often they can run that out. I've seen it before where they look a little gingerly when they run out, but it takes a kilometre or two before they get into their stride. Sarah Perez-Salat, she looks really good considering that we already know she's had a 5-kilometre running time trial this morning in the para triathlon.
Okay. So this is a good chance to see this part of the course. This is where they
turn right and head up the hill.
Exactly, yeah.
And look at the difference. We're already back out to 1:33 for Waugh and Wilms, just because Kate had such a lightning fast transition and Lottie not so much.
And that is Ellie Salthouse making her way in, currently in 5th. We see a home race for her, so this is the chance, I guess, on the bike as you're sort of flying past. It's a lot harder to get that support and hear the voices of those around here supporting you, but much easier on the run course when it's a bit slower. Just taking her time.
You can see a little bit of lower back pain there, I think. Not unusual.
Lottie Wilms definitely looks a little bit laboured, doesn't she? I'm not sure if it's still those cramps that she looked like she was having in transition. Ashleigh Gentle comes into T2. What is she? She's around 4 minutes 30 down. She's still in the hunt. And she looks
really good.
She looks really good.
I don't think I've ever seen Ash not look good.
That is true.
On the run. It's just not fair. It's absolutely not fair. And look, while that is quite a gap to Waugh, obviously, I still think for Ash Gentle, everyone else bar Waugh
still in play.
Is still in play, absolutely.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Just something, I'm sure there wasn't a stone in the shoe, but it almost looked like she didn't like it the first time going on. That helmet coming off, and straight away onto the course, and that is Alana Siffer as well, just behind. Interesting to get your thoughts on her bike leg there. I mean, after the job she did in France, I guess I expected certainly that she would perhaps have a bit more to give on the bike. It perhaps didn't quite happen for her today in the same way.
Yeah, she did seem to fade a little bit towards the end of the bike there. I thought that she would be able to get off the bike with the likes of Ellie Salthouse and be up there around that top 5. But again, you know, that effort that she put in where she did lead off the bike, she faded a lot in the run that day. So maybe she's going to give a little bit more of a balanced effort across swim, bike, run. I don't think she wants to have the run that she had previously. So,
and this is a very different course to what we saw as well. And we know that Alanis has had some really good.
So this is, just going to say, sorry to interrupt, Aaron, this is a really good side-by-side there of the two athletes coming into transition.
Completely different.
Oh, stop the watch, stop the Garmin.
It's almost a bit harsh on Lottie Wilms there.
Well, it's long course versus short course. We know that Kate Waugh comes from a short course background. She was one of the best in the world, still probably is. Whereas Lotte Wilms, definitely more a long distance athlete where transitions are not as important. They are certainly not life and death like they are in short course.
Wow, side by side, that is quite tough to watch. Just goes to show how hard Lottie Wilms there was working on the bike part of the course, and nothing like an 18-kilometre hilly run to work out exactly how the legs are feeling a little bit further on. And you can see there the time difference and the pace difference between our two athletes in first and second at the moment. Kate Waugh is running very, very quickly indeed.
And the visual difference as well.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Kate Waugh, I saw a couple of the run sessions that she did up in Noosa with Sian Rainsley, who is racing short course, obviously, tomorrow, Olympic distance. And they are spectacular. They were doing these interval sessions, and the times that they were doing effortlessly, honestly, Kate, I think she's going to have a fantastic run today. I know she's going to have a fantastic run today.
I guess the key question is, can anyone catch her? And that's what we're going to find out over the next 15 or so kilometres. And again, there are, a bit like the bike course, there are parts of this course where you're running very much against and back from where you've just come, and you really then do get a visual representation of exactly where your competitors are. And that part of the course there does just fork off, so she is going around a different part now, so she won't actually see exactly where they are. Or maybe she will, yeah, there we go. So that really is a huge amount of daylight, 2 minutes 14 between her and Lottie Wilms. And it really is on the likes of Ash Gentle, Ellie Salthouse, Hannah de Witt, maybe, just to try and push this pace on in the run and take the fight to Kate Waugh. But at the moment, she looks very much in control of this race here in Wollongong, Australia.
The thing about Kate is, as I mentioned earlier, she's still a newbie to this distance. It scares me, to be honest, to think, give her another year of this longer distances under her belt to build up the strength that you need over the longer distances. I mean, we all know that she is a superb athlete. She's proven it over short course. I think one more year over this distance and concentrating on this distance, it's scary to think how good this young woman can get over the 100-kilometre.
Aaron, what's impressed you, I guess, with sorry, you've just, I should probably tell you that he's just put something, I imagine a gummy sweet or something in your mouth. That was the worst time to ask you a question, so I'll give you a tiny bit more time.
Oh, good.
I was going to ask, Belinda, go on, you take this one, save Aaron's blushes. What's impressed you about what Kate has done this year specifically in turning up to the T100 and doing so well?
Her consistency, for one. I mean, you look at her, first in Singapore, third in San Fran, second in London, second in Spain. You can't really get... The only more consistent you can get than that is if you do a Hayden Wilde and just win them all. But, you know, when she hasn't won, she's been right there and has just slipped back to second. And to be able to do that time and time again, and I just think she's going to get stronger and stronger. We know that she's very, very talented. But I'm also impressed with her mentally as well, not just the physical, but the mental side of Kate Waugh over this distance. honestly, it scares me, as I said, to think what we're going to see from Kate Waugh next year.
And yeah, and how quickly she's taken to it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's we knew that her strengths in short course with the swim, really, really strong rider, and then obviously a very, very good runner, that was going to lend its hand to middle distance, but I didn't expect it to happen so quick.
No, me neither.
Well, we've been mentioning a lot today with the dominant performance so far from Kate Waugh that it's been that it really has been a standout first season for her on the T100. Let's hear from the woman herself on the pressure now that comes from being at the top of the race to Qatar.
I think being the leader or the potential leader of the series definitely comes with its pressure. I think people kind of expect you to perform better, and I guess a lot more people are looking out for you in the race as well, and they want to work against kind of like they want to play the race to their strengths and maybe my weaknesses. So yeah, there's definitely a lot more tactics involved now. I think before, like in Singapore, I guess no one really knew what cards I had to play, so now I guess people are learning that, and yeah, I guess I just need to kind of focus on what my strengths are, and yeah, basically just focus on myself and try and get the best out of myself each race. And I think I'd be lying if I didn't say I wasn't aiming to kind of fight for the world title now. Obviously, I think if you focus too much on the outcome of that, yeah, you're not focused on kind of what's like happening right in front of you, which is just like taking each race as it comes. So yeah, I think I just need to obviously focus on this weekend and try and get the best out of myself, and then on to the next one, and then kind of the main focus obviously in Qatar as well. So yeah, just trying not to get too carried away with it, but obviously it is kind of in the back of my mind as well.
Well, it's very easy to say don't get carried away. I mean, I'm not an elite athlete, so that's why I would get carried away if I was in her position. But to both of you, like, how difficult is it not to get carried away when these results, seemingly from the outside, are coming very easily for Kate?
This is when it's so important to have such a good support network around you, to have coaches, friends and family, just keep you grounded, keep it all under control. And I think Kate is starting to get that group around her that's able to keep her cool and calm. But we know that she's sitting in second place. A win here today will take her to 2 firsts and a second in the series, which I'm assuming will push her up into first. Would. So, and that in itself, there'll be pressure going into Dubai, but it's good pressure, I think. I think it's not negative pressure. I think for Kate, it's good pressure. As you can see now, she's going to overtake Fenella Langridge here, who is a lap down. And that was Amelia Watkinson in the background too. So Kate Waugh has lapped both of these athletes, Fenella Langridge on the right and Amelia Watkinson on the left.
And like you said, Belinda, she obviously has created such a really strong team around her. Last year she was coached by Paulo Sousa, who a very good coach in his own right, but at the end of the year she decided, as you said, to get a swim coach individual for each sport, which I always didn't think. I thought that typically in the past hasn't really worked out as well. I mean, Kate is an example of it does work, and so is Hayden Wilde. But I always used to think that, you know, obviously when you have an individual coach of each sport, that unless they're working really, really well together, they often just concentrate on their own sport. You know, if you're the swim coach, all you really worry about is how well are they swimming, and not necessarily concentrating on the rest of the 2 sports. Whereas clearly Kate and Hayden, who have got that 3 individual coaches, are really working well together, and we're seeing that she's really created that team around her to really keep her grounded. I know that she, you know, maybe suffers, I wouldn't say suffer, but has in the past maybe been a little bit anxious, got a little bit nervous around races, and now she seems to be coping with it fine.
Yeah, I've had, obviously when we're in Noosa together, I had a couple of really good chats with Kate, and I think that the maturity is coming. I think that she is starting to really mature as an athlete, and I think she's really starting to truly believe that she is one of the best athletes that walks the earth on the planet. So I think once you can truly believe that you don't feel like it's just a fad or that you don't really belong. And I think she had a little bit of imposter syndrome there for a little while, which I think she's really learning to overcome. She's got some great friends who believe in her, and I think she is starting to really believe in herself. Hasn't been an easy year for Kate on a personal level. You know, we obviously, personally, it's been a tough time, and I think she's gone past that now, and I think we're starting to see a Kate that's truly starting to believe that she can win this, and that the T100, even though she said, you know, I'm just going to concentrate on myself and I'm not really worried about others, I still think that she knows that it is something that she can grasp now. And if she has a good race here today, then I think leading into Dubai, I think we'll see a Kate that maybe in interviews will be saying, you know what, I am going for this title and I am going for this series.
Yeah. Winning and being a happy athlete, I imagine, results in being a fast athlete, as I've heard many times said across certainly triathlon. But I think in all sports, if you're in a good place in all areas of your life, then it really does lend itself well to being good in your performance. So we've got Ashleigh Gentle there, running on the right-hand side of your screen. Oh, now she's full screen. And let's hear from her. This is obviously a home race and a race she's been looking forward to very much.
I think any win or podium is special in your triathlon career, but if you can do it when you're at home, it's like extra special. I think especially as an Australian, there's a lot of races that are for us overseas, and we're always traveling, living out of a suitcase, you know, racing in Europe and America, and you know, it's not that common that I get to race at home. So yeah, the fact that T100 and, you know, a race in Australia are combining here today, this weekend, is kind of insane to me. So I'm, yeah, very excited for it. I think the crowd support, yeah, definitely helps a lot. I think, you know, there's a few aspects of my racing I think that have been missing a bit this year, and sometimes I feel like I haven't had the focus that I've needed 100% of the time, and I've kind of been thinking about it like this race week, that how good it's going to be to have, you know, people shouting my name, and I hope that that can actually help me stay focused the whole time and have that like killer racing instinct, which I haven't shown this year 100% of the time. So yeah, I definitely know it's my responsibility to stay focused and do the best I can across swim, bike, run, but I think there's a huge advantage at being in a home environment and have people cheering for you.
Yeah, and she's certainly not short of people cheering for her. Stunning shots as well of that section around the lighthouse, and hopefully you at home can just get a sense of the elevation changes. Perhaps there you can just see the beach and how low that is down those stairs, and how high this part of the course is, and they're making these journeys on these laps, 7 laps of this run course. It's an awful lot on these athletes, and demanding after such a tough bike leg as well. This is really where the strength and the training comes to the fore.
I can see just ahead of her is Ellie Salthouse, so she's closed, what was it, off the bike, a decent chunk, so she's moving quite well. She's going to pass into about 5th place. She's closing on Hannah de Vet, and we know she was closing on Lotte Wilms as well. Sarah Perez-Seller is running really, really strong at the moment, but Ashleigh is charging through the field, as we expect her to do.
No, I agree. And she spoke about home races and the importance and how much they mean to her. I also know that Ash is a real homebody. Yeah. She loves being at home. She's got a beautiful home up in Brisbane. And I know that when her and Ash are back home, she loves being in routine there. She's got everything she needs at her fingertips. And I think you'll always get the best out of yourself when you are comfortable in your surroundings.
Yeah, I imagine Ash would actually probably just like to move Brisbane into Europe, for just a little bit, just so she can be a bit closer to all the races. And if that was how her setup was, it would be perfect.
It would be perfection.
It's just a shame that, you know, I mean, she was living out in Andorra for the last set of European T100 races, using that as another base. But I bet, yeah, when your home is as beautiful as Australia is, there's no place better to be training.
It's interesting because, as you said, Belinda, Ashleigh is very much a home girl. I was, you know, I loved being at home, but also I loved locking in when I went to Europe, and it was like, right, this is all I do, and there's no distractions. But for Ash, she was the opposite. I think not that she wanted the distractions, but she wanted to be at home, and she often performed well off the back of that. I remember back in 2018, you probably remember on the Gold Coast, she won the grand final just ahead of
Vicky Holland.
Vicky Holland, yeah.
That was a spectacular finish to a race. I love the boys here. Oh, we've got some fantastic support crew here today.
Oh, brilliant.
They are all in.
They can't quite keep up with Hayden Wilde, and that's no surprise, because he currently is leading this race out in front.
Wow.
He is certainly turned the screw with how he's been going.
And he was just looking, it was interesting then. Did you see that? He just looked back, stopped pedaling for a little bit to almost look as to what the damage that waiting behind.
Where is everyone?
Yeah.
We know that Mika Noodt's still there, and Dickinson, of course, from before.
So there you go. Let's just, obviously we've been focusing on the women's race, rightly so, because it's drawing to a very, very exciting climax. But let's just take you through exactly where everyone stands at the moment. So Hayden Wilde, there you go, out in front. Kind of no surprise, really, to see him turn the screw on this bike leg. Mika Noodt in second, Sam Dickinson in third, led out of the first transition zone, but has been caught by Hayden Wilde. Yuri Kulin in fourth, Menno Koolhaas, who was a big part of that swim and finished the swim out in front in fifth. Henry Rappo in sixth, Gregory Barnaby seventh, Wilhelm Hirsch in eighth, and then we've got McDonald and Birtwistle in ninth and 10th.
But it does look like Wild, so obviously we've got Kulin and Koolhaas who are riding. It looks like Koolhaas, just those new splits have just come up. He's just off the back, but Yuri Kulin's had a really great ride, and they are not right there, but should be able to see those men up front. But it's like Hayden wants to get out of there before that happens.
Well, he knows that Kulin has been doing, having some phenomenal run splits, but just from a little ways back off the bike. But interestingly, whilst the women's race was going, I was checking some of the men's splits, and actually Kulin and Koolhaas did ride across.
They did ride across.
So they got across for a little while.
Just off the back again now.
And it seems as though when that happened, Hayden's gone to the front and said, no,
thank you.
I don't want to be running
We don't want any more up here.
Yeah.
And it's been interesting because Yuri and Menno, of course, are friends. They're fellow countrymen. They aren't coached by the same coach, but they have spent some time here now. I think the last 2 or 3 weeks, they got an apartment with their coach, Glenn Palernis, and they've been living together in an apartment and doing some really good sessions. I think Glenn Palernis has just about every athlete known to mankind racing this weekend.
I was going to say, because he's got a lot of the short course athletes as well, so there's this army of athletes all together.
Yeah.
Quite remarkable.
Cassandra Bergeron going for the world title tomorrow, coaches her. Martin Van Riel, who obviously isn't here. Charles Paquette, Kenji Nina. Well, yeah, the list goes on.
It's a big and very, very prestigious group. So Glenn doing a really good job with Yuri Kulin.
It was funny, actually. So I know Glenn quite well, and he messaged me to see whether I could send him some riding routes for Wollongong, to which I did. But there's, you would know, Bulli Pass.
Bulli Pass, I've ridden it many times.
Yeah, so normally you wouldn't ride up it.
No,
so you'd ride down it from Helensburgh, for those in the area that know. But anyway, it's a different way to get there.
Don't tell me they did the loop the opposite way.
They did the loop the other way. When I sent it to him, I specifically said, do not ride up Bulli Pass, just ride down it. But the Dutchies, I guess, they
do things differently.
They do things differently.
Well, it seems to be working because they're sitting in fourth and fifth at the moment.
Yeah, this is and look at that. Yuri Kulin, he's sort of got a little bit of a gap on his, on Koolhaas right now, but Yuri Kulin coming into this race in really good form.
Yeah, he certainly is. I mean, obviously last year you know, he got the win, didn't he, in Singapore, but it came at a cost by his own admission. He wasn't really the same athlete for the rest of the season, but this year he's very happy to win. Sorry, he's obviously be very happy to win, but he's happier to come perhaps a bit lower down and be able to keep coming back to these T100 races. His best result this year, 4th in Singapore, and also 3 7th-place finishes as well. So, yeah, very excited to see what Yuri Kulin can do in the back end of the season. So attention here at the front of this men's race.
I think I just saw someone drop a drink bottle.
I did too. It rolled all the way over to the gutter.
Yeah.
I don't think it was intentional, but definitely saw that go across the road right then.
Yeah.
And of course, you call it a water bottle, but that might well be the key bottle that has the nutrition.
Yeah.
Could be.
That can really have a big impact, can't it, on an athlete's race? We saw that with Georgia Taylor-Brown in London. She, I think, on those terrible London roads in parts, she lost a serious amount of her nutrition on her bottles. She had the on-course mix, and it didn't quite agree with her for whatever reason, and it really, you know, made her race very challenging. So those moments are really key to a successful race. As we get a look there at Menno Koolhaas.
Of course, we know that Menno started the year with a bit of an issue with his ankle, which quickly turned into a full-blown injury post-Singapore. Required him to take quite a bit of time off. He was down to race Roth in Germany, had to pull out of that. An MRI showed an irritation in the cartilage of the ankle, so it was quite serious. So he disappointed to miss that first half of the year. It meant he was also not able to race in San Fran or Vancouver. But back now, I think London was his first one back, so great to have him back. He loves racing. He's a very good athlete.
Yeah, and he's committed to the T100 this year. That's
is.
all he's raced. And yes, you know, he was obviously disappointed to miss some of those other races, but the beauty of concentrating on the T100 is that he's been able to come back, and yeah, the results, you know, 4th in London was his return from injury, which is quite remarkable. Not bad, yeah.
No, it's definitely a distance that suits him, for sure.
Yeah, you can certainly say that again.
And it's interesting, you look back beyond Menno Koolhaas at Henry Rappo, Gregory Barnaby, Willie Hirsch. You know, Rappo sitting at 136 back. Not an athlete that we've talked about that much, but also, and obviously his first time racing a T100. I think it's also his first time here to Australia. But, you know, he's had some solid results. He's coached by the ex-pro Einar Johansson. So anyone that knows or goes back a little while, he was one of the, if not tallest triathletes to ever walk the earth. He was an absolute monster on the bike. But Einar doing a very good job coaching Henry, and good to see Henry having a really good race. 6th place right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. He's on an amazing run of 4 podiums in a row.
Yep.
He's an Estonian athlete and won his home race back in Tallinn just a short while ago. That was his first professional win. So there we go, some brilliant shots of both our men's and women's athletes.
Look at the crowds there.
Oh, it's amazing, isn't it?
I mean,
it's been
unreal.
Absolutely fantastic here in Wollongong, Australia. And of course, our athletes' attention firmly now at this point on the season in the race to Qatar.
We have a race on our hands.
certainly in the men's field. Hayden Wilde making things look very easy so far on the T100 Tour this year. Currently sits at the top of those Race to Qatar standings. And yeah, he's in pole position come Qatar to take home that title. But don't forget, points mean more in that final race, so there'll be plenty of jeopardy, you can rest assured. And Hayden Wilde will still have a big job on his hands to go home as our Race to Qatar champion here this year.
And it looks like Yuri is just about to claw his way back onto the back of Sam Dickinson there. There is a small gap between Hayden in second and Sam Dickinson in third, but Yuri's done a phenomenal effort to get himself
Really
back
good.
on there.
Amazing.
Wow.
Especially the way that I'm sure that both Hayden and Mika Noodt are riding right now. You can tell that they are laying down the power. Mika's got his head down, going for it really strong right at the moment. So for that effort for Yuri to get back on is, yeah, unbelievable.
It's the best I've seen him ride.
Definitely.
For a long, long time, if not ever. It's really strong riding because you just like you said, you know these two men on front are not hanging around.
And well, he knows this is a race for him. If he wants to try and get onto the podium or challenge Hayden for the win, he has to get across now.
Yeah, that's going to be I mean, if there was only a few seconds separating both Hayden Wilde and Yuri Kulin when it comes to the run, wow, we are going to be in for an incredible final part of this T100 race. Just noticing as well that they're not helping us here in the commentary box with the same helmet.
I know.
And pretty much the same coloured suit from this angle. We need to get these athletes to have a word with each other.
Well, we know once they hit the run, it's going to be very obvious.
Yeah.
Mika Noodt is with that long flowing mane of his.
Yeah. Hayden Wilde doesn't quite have that long flowing hair, not yet. So often our favourite part of Mika Noodt's race when he takes out the hairband at the end and he unleashes that amazing hair that he's got. But a long way to go before Mika Noodt does that so far. And just cast your eye down to the bottom left-hand side of your screen. That's Kate Waugh, and well, she's still safely out in front. She's 3 minutes 13 ahead of Sara Perez-Sala. Ashleigh Gentle has, though, made her way up onto the podium. She's in third, 4 minutes 40 behind the leader. I wonder just how far she can go, and certainly how much of Sara Perez-Sala's race she can impact. We've got about 8 kilometres left of the run in that women's race, so you would think the chase for second is on.
The chase for second is definitely on. As we look at the splits here for the women's race that I have in front of me, Ashleigh is gaining on Sara Perez-Sala. You know, Kate still looks really, really good. I don't want to call it too soon because we've seen the way that she did, I wouldn't say fall apart, but she suffered a bit in the back end like we've mentioned in the last few races. And you never know, anything can happen. But Kate still looks very much in control at the moment. I can't fault anything. I can't say anything right now that would be a raise for concern.
Well, that's good for Kate.
Yes, very good.
Not so good for the athletes around her, but very, very good for Kate. And a bit like we've been sort of saying all race, really, because she's been at the front. I mean, she's very much at the front of the swim, very much at the front of the bike. She's set her own pace. She's worked to exactly the script that she's written for herself. And she's, yeah, making this all look very easy right now.
Tell you what, I am a little bit surprised to see Ellie Salthouse drop back down to 6th at 5:31 in arrears now. So remember, that last shot of our women, we saw Ash Gentle just making her way around the likes of Salthouse, but now you've got Hannah de Vet, Lotte Wilms, so I'm not quite sure. Obviously, Ellie just not quite having the run. She's still obviously not that far behind the likes of de Vet and Wilms.
Ash would have just got eyes on Sara Perez-Sala running back up the hill.
Back up, that's right. She'll know exactly what that split is.
Yeah, she certainly will. Just a little word then on Ash and how she's running here. Just noticing her going down the hill, she really seems to spread her body out quite a lot. She seems to be using that to balance herself. Is that me making something up, or is that kind of the technique that she's using to come down the hill?
I think, you know, these downhills, it's all about letting go. And so I know if I want to run downhill and you want to get the most out of that downhill section, often if you open up the arms, let them and just relax a little bit, it opens up your stride as well, and you do end up almost falling down the hill, I'd like to say. We saw it yesterday, and it was a place where a lot of the athletes decided to go. There's a real knack to it, though. I was never particularly good at it. My legs are way too short. But if you can do it, it is a place where you can make up so much time, but you can also lose a lot of time. We always talk about how if you're a really good hill runner, you can make so much time and you can break your competition on the uphill. But I've seen just as many athletes do it on the downhill this week as the uphill. So there's definitely a knack to it. I think Ash has got it down pat to perfection.
So you can just see on that graphic there the positions gained for those athletes. Ash Gentle making up 3 places on the run. Natalie Van Corveden making up 3 as well. Sarah Perez-Salat making up 2. Really phenomenal race from Sarah Perez-Salat.
In shock, to be honest.
We should probably pay her a bit more attention.
Absolutely.
Because she's, you know, we obviously saw her come off the bike and she, yeah, you know, she looked okay, but going from finishing 10th in Spain to being on for a podium, potentially a 2nd or 3rd place here, this is a really good race from her.
Yeah, like you said, Belinda, I'm actually, and I probably shouldn't be, but maybe because I just had in my mind that she's already raced today, that I just was not expecting this from her at all. She's at the moment doing everything that she needs to do. She obviously had an amazing swim, which she normally does. She kept herself in the race on the bike. And now it just looks like she's running a very steady, her pace isn't dropping off at all. She's not losing all that much time to Ash. You know, Ash has taken out a few seconds here and there per kilometre, but she's having a really, really good, really strong race.
And there you can see that tight hairpin that Kate Wough is having to go round. It's tricky. It's at this point in the race, isn't it? What, with about 7 kilometres to go after the exertion of the rest of the course, it's those parts of that run leg now that are going to start to bite.
Oh, they are. And, you know, as I said, 7 laps. Well, really 5 laps proper. And then, of course, that first lap is just to start the lap and then the last one to the finish line. But so many ups and downs, twists and corners, and they start to take their toll after a few laps, and you really start to feel the effects of that 80-kilometre bike ride. It's starting to warm up out there now. I don't think the weather is going to play too much of a part here today. I think we've been blessed with really good weather. I don't think it's going to get much warmer than around that 24, 25 degree mark, which really, for these athletes on ground, is perfect race conditions. So that shouldn't be an issue, but definitely the ups and downs start to take their toll on the quads, on the calves, on the glutes, and we're going to have a few sore bodies at the end of today, but it'll be well and truly worth it.
Yeah, we certainly are. Don't forget, Sarah Perez-Salat is also racing tomorrow, as you said, Aaron, in the power relay race. So she's going to have an awful lot of work to do to get her body back into the sort of race shape that it's going to need to be. But I'm sure she's given a lot of thought to exactly how that's going to happen.
But you can see now Kate doing exactly what Ash was doing with the arms just out. I think it's also just a balancing thing as well. You can feel sometimes when you want to let the legs go, but they almost end up going not quick enough.
Yeah.
And you almost feel like you're going to fall over. So their arms just come out just to keep the balance a little bit, to make sure you don't make any silly mistakes.
And as I mentioned before, it is a toll on the legs.
It is.
It comes at a cost. So you don't want to let your legs go, especially in a race that's 18 kilometres over, 3.5 hours of racing. You don't want to let them go too fast where they become out of control, and you can't then, your legs can't keep up with the speed that you're going this deep into a race.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I feel like she's doing there by putting her arms out, just keeping it controlled, not letting herself go almost getting the free speed without getting out of control.
But here she is, Sarah Perez-Salat, just doing everything right now. Raced only a handful of hours ago in second place. I think if we asked her this morning after she finished getting that gold medal with the athlete with her partner, Susana Rodriguez, she would have said, I'm just happy to be here participating.
Yeah, really remarkable performance. I mean, just thinking back to Spain, she had quite an eventful race there because she had to stop a few times to stretch her back out. She's been fighting that sort of pain for a number of years.
She has.
Yeah, and those are the sorts of things, I guess, that start to happen with athletes. And you know, 37 years old, I guess that's your body probably starting to feel the effects of all those years of racing. But to go from that to finish 10th in Spain to be in this position now in Australia, I think we can't underestimate and we have to emphasise what an amazing part of the race she's playing now.
But you know what I think? I think this particular race course is actually suiting, and you might be able to back me up on this, Aaron, because it's not just a flat race where you're using the same muscle grip the entire time. She's getting a break. The downs, the ups, the twists, the turns. She's using different muscle groups, and I think that's why we're seeing it run really well right now.
And she's a strong athlete that's
she is.
like we've mentioned, across the board. So she wants the races that are really tough. So we've had a bit of heels on the bike and also heels on the run.
So 5 o'clock local time here in Wollongong, Australia. And the sun just getting that little bit lower in the sky. We've had a really good day of racing here so far on the T100. Really putting on a show for the thousands of fans here as Kate Waugh just makes her way past Alanis Sifet here. This will be a lap that will be happening.
And of course, Alana's still in the top 10, so it's not like Alanis is not having a solid day, but it just shows how far ahead Kate Waugh is today on the rest of the field. Just in a different league right now.
Yeah, she really is. And it's kind of been that way all day for the Brit Kate Waugh. Just some data there for you. 5 kilometres done in 17:58. Average pace of 3:36. It's not bad after 80 kilometres on the bike, is it?
On this course as well.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not a particularly fast course. One thing I wanted to talk about, obviously with the other T100 races that we've had so far this year, is this the first race to be so late in the afternoon? Have we had any that are going to, I mean, the men are not going to finish till around that 7 p.m. tonight, I think it's...
Yeah, it's going to be sort of as the sun is setting, literally setting. Yeah.
And with that, I mean, a lot of these athletes are not used to racing at this time, and it would be something that's very, very tricky to get right with your calories. I mean, they've had to skip lunch or have lunch very, very early.
Yeah.
And now by the time they finish, we're moving right into dinner time. So it's going to be interesting to talk to the athletes post-race and see if that played a part, or if some got it really right and others just missed the mark with that. But it's definitely something that a lot of these athletes just simply aren't used to.
Yeah, I mean, especially those that don't have a short course background. A lot of the short course races are a bit later in the afternoon, and so they would have a protocol down to the T. I know that someone like Kate, well, I don't know exactly what hers is, but she would have worked that out. Being within the British program, they cross every T, dot every I, and yeah, they would have rehearsed it many, many times before. You know, a big one nowadays is chicken and rice. Yeah. It's just plain easy to digest. You know, probably on the chicken and rice diet almost for 2-3 days before the race. It's safe, you know, and you don't want, you train so hard, you work so hard to be in these positions, you just don't want anything like a GI issue to disrupt your race.
Yeah, it's not glamorous, is it, chicken and rice, but it certainly gets the job done. And you know, I've noticed some of the athletes who bring their own rice, you know, you bring it in the sachets and you just know it's 100% not going to be an issue for you when you're traveling around the world and experiencing different foods from everywhere else. So this is Sara Perez-Sala earlier today. That's her guiding in the para race just this morning here in Wollongong, Australia. Really incredible stuff. She won that race, and now she is on the T100. She's sitting in second position. And for those of you who've done some exercise this morning, maybe at home, maybe you've done a park run, and just imagine going and doing a T100 race in the afternoon.
Oh, and look, what I love the most about this close-up, she just looks so content, so happy. Her turnover is perfect. I mean, she's not the fastest runner, we know that. If I was to pick her weakness in triathlon, it would be her run. I'm not saying she's a bad runner, but it's certainly not what I would call one of her strengths. But right now, I think what we're seeing right now is a very happy Sara Perez-Sala. She's obviously not feeling any of the ill effects of the issues that she's had in the past with the stomach. She's had some really major issues with her stomach, also her lower back. But today, I think she's just ticking every box and everything is just working.
Yeah, and there's no wasted energy. She just looked very smooth. Like you said, the turnover is high. And that's often what happens in these later stages of the races, that the first thing that goes is the turnover, and you see them, they start to almost sit, like they're sitting in the seat, they get bogged down, their quads get heavy, and the turnover goes, where she just looks like she's still on top of her feet. Cadence is on top of her cadence, arm carriage, everything is smooth, no wasted energy. And that's why, you know, I'm looking at the splits now, she's hardly even losing time
to Ash.
And to Kate.
Oh, to Kate.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, obviously, Kate is a fair way in front, but at the moment, she's only running 2-3 seconds per K slower than Ash. We're actually probably going to be on for a good battle for the second and third place, the way things are panning out at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Ash Gentle, one of the finest runners we have on the T100, so it just goes to show exactly what Sara Perez-Sala is doing here. And yeah, certainly a fantastic run, a fantastic race for the Spaniard.
And Matt, it lends itself to what you said before. Happy athlete, that's when you get your best performances. And I know that Sara went through a few dark months there where they couldn't work out what was wrong with her. She had some terrible stomach issues. Finally found the reason for it and has been working on it. And look at Kate. I mean, Kate's in the same place. Happy athlete, and this is when you get the best out of them. And both Kate and Sara Perez-Sala right now they're running on air. They really look good. They've got no stress from behind that we can see. We know Ash Gentle is running very, very well, but I think we know Ash is not making up any real estate on this woman on screen now and making very little, if any, on Sara Perez-Sala.
And the guy to the side is making it look like hard work to keep up with Ash.
I was going to say,
sorry, Kate.
Athletes running on air, that chap was doing a fine job keeping up with Kate. But it just goes to show, I think that's the funny thing with when we watch these athletes on screen, it doesn't actually look that fast. That's not me being disrespectful to these athletes, that's just unfortunately what the TV does and the effect of that. But when you see almost like a sort of more normal person in inverted commas trying to keep up with these sorts of paces, that's when it becomes more remarkable, I think. And yeah, that's actually a very good illustration of just how quick they're running up these hills and also down them as well.
Of course, you could just see a shot then of the athlete village. It's a huge area down here, right in the heart of the beachfront here down in Wollongong. It's a beautiful part of the world.
Yeah, it really is. It's been an incredible home, hasn't it, for our triathlon action across the weekend. This T100 race, of course, alongside many other races this weekend, the climax of the World Triathlon season as well. The showpiece of their season, the World Series, coming tomorrow. And actually there you can see the empty the empty transition zone in that field there. That's where we've had a lot of age group athletes taking part across the weekend as well. And an amazing experience for them. A lot of them have travelled from very far away to come down here to Wollongong, Australia. And we shouldn't forget as well their amazing achievements, of course, across the weekend. But I think as well that these crowds that we've had, certainly for this T100 race, have been so excellent. And And, you know, an amazing part of what these athletes will have experienced today is also that support pretty much the entire way round.
Yeah, I was just about to touch on that as well, Matt, because you got to remember the men are also out racing. So some of the crowd are out watching the men on the bike as well. So this is almost split at the moment. Wait until the men get off the bike and they all start migrating around this area as well. I think we're going to see it increase quite a lot. But I'm just so happy to see that Wollongong and Australia have turned out to support this race. I was, yeah, excited, beyond excited when I heard that this race is coming to my hometown. And yeah, I'm just actually blown away to see that so many people have come out to support it.
Yeah, it's very, very cool. And to be honest, it doesn't surprise me. I know that when the World Championships was announced for here, or the World Championship final, a lot of people were very, very happy. And I just love the fact that we've got so many internationals coming to Australia for the very first time. And I've been talking to quite a few of them, and they've just had such a lovely experience, which is great for the sport of triathlon. It's great for us here. It's great for the town of Wollongong. And even further than that, I mean, the mayor of Wollongong's been here nearly every day watching. A lot of the politicians, a lot of the locals. I was talking to a local the other day and he was asking me if I was racing. I said, definitely not. And I explained to him what I was doing here and what everyone else was doing here. And he was genuinely, and this was just a man taking his dog for a walk, and he was genuinely interested in what was going on. And he was almost blown away by how brilliant the athletes were, how many fit people were descending down on Wollongong. And, you know, I felt such immense pride in explaining what was going on and what was happening. And, you know, if we can convert another person to triathlon, then you know, my job's done.
Yeah. Well, that's what it's all about, isn't it? Going to these places and people and kids will be watching this at home and going, Mum, Dad, I'd really love to take part in triathlon. I'd love to give it a go. There's probably not many better places in the world to give it a go than Wollongong, Australia, I'd say, with the amazing facilities that you guys have. And yeah, the sport of triathlon growing, that's what we aim to do, grow the sport, and yeah, we're hopefully doing a good job of that.
Now, I'll tell you what else is growing. The lead of
Yeah.
Mika Noodt and Hayden Wilde. It's now up to 1 minute. So Mika Noodt, Hayden Wilde. I don't think they did anything drastic. They just turned the screws ever so slightly.
Yeah, they turned the screws, and I was watching, going back over a few of the splits, and it was hovering around about that 30, 40 seconds for some time now, and it just seems like the elastic band is stretching. And what are we? We've got 27, so just over 2 laps to go on the bike. Ooh, that's excuse me, dangerous territory to see that start to go out so soon. I know it's only a minute, but what we often see in these last couple of laps is that once that elastic band really snaps, it then just starts to bleed time.
Yeah, this has been a phenomenal bike leg from Mika Noodt as well, to stay with Hayden and to match him blow for blow. And yeah, you're right, these two a minute ahead of Yuri Kulin, Sam Dickinson. They've broken away from Menno Koolhaas. And then it's Henry Rappo in 6th, Gregory Barnaby 7th, Caleb Noble in 8th, Wilhelm Hirsch in 9th, and Gosh of Finland in 10th.
Talking to Hayden earlier this week, he did say that this run course is what excited him more than anything, because it's a run course that suits his strengths. He said it'll be interesting, actually, we were talking before, Aaron, whether it's going to be something that he really starts to push, because obviously we know if these two get off the bike with a sizable gap, which is looking very likely right now, obviously he is the stronger by far of the two on the run. Will he do just what is needed to take the win, or will he push the pace? He knows he has the world final tomorrow. It is not going to be easy. So I'm going to be really interested to see whether he just puts it in cruise control, does just what is needed to cross that line in front. But you know, he's a racer.
He is a racer, but he is also quite smart about his racing. And I know he's for sure has been disappointed with his short course races, and I think he would love nothing more than to turn up tomorrow for the short course race grand final and be far more competitive than he has been. So I think, you know, that this is why I think he's putting the effort in on the bike, because, and it even looks like he's Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe Mika was just getting out of the seat to stretch the back a little bit. But I thought the gap was growing then. But yeah, I think this is why we're seeing him lay down the effort on the bike to be able to give himself the breathing space on the run
that's needed, yeah.
because that's where the damage is done. Really, you know, you're still going to be tired. It's an emotional effort. Physically and mentally an emotional effort as well. Even if you just do the swim and bike hard and you're able to back it off a little bit on the run. But yeah, I think that's what he's aiming for.
Well, this run, while we talk about Kate Waugh having it well and truly in her control, Ash Gentle is doing Ash Gentle things. 40 seconds in arrears of Sara Perez-Sala. Will she run out of real estate? We know that they are on the final lap, lap 7 of 7. Distance to the finish for Kate Waugh, just over, a smidge over 2 kilometres.
She's going to have a long time at the finish line, isn't she, before she
indeed.
sees anyone coming through. Quite extraordinary. Maybe that's when she'll start to understand the job that she's done today so far. But for the time being, yeah, Kate Waugh lapping up, you would say. The cheers of the fans. We saw a smile earlier. I think maybe perhaps getting cheered by some of her friends and family out here in Australia. You mentioned earlier that she's been training alongside some of the British short course athletes as well, so there's plenty of support here for Kate. It kind of reminds me of in Singapore when we just started to see that smile, whatever it was, about a kilometre away from the finish. And I think it started to dawn on her what she'd done. And if she does go on to win here, this will of course be her second win on the T100 in 2025, matching Lucy Charles-Barclay for 2 wins this season. And with this sort of form, who would bet against her winning the rest of the races that she takes part in? We've obviously got Dubai coming up in just under a month's time, before a couple of weeks later heading down to Qatar.
This is the most comfortable I've seen her look since Singapore this late into the race. You know, we touched on it a couple of times, but in the previous 2 races, she really started to suffer at this point. And I think, you know, like you've touched on, Belinda, she's had a really good preparation into this race, and maybe it was just in that middle part of the season, she was just overcooking it a little bit. She was racing a lot. She was trying to do a little bit of short course racing. There's a lot of travel involved. And it just seems like now she's gone back to the basics, put in a good training block. She looks happy. She looks like she's doing well. And yeah, I can't fault anything that I'm seeing now. And, you know, what are we less?
Just over 1.5 kilometres to go.
Yeah.
Hasn't slowed at all.
It's kind of been flawless,
It has.
I think.
It
I mean,
absolutely
you can't really find a fault with what she's done today.
Look, to be honest, it's always nice when you take control of a race like this. So she's had no pressure really coming from behind. And when you get to run your own pace on your own terms, it is a lot easier to keep things under control. You've seen when she's run with the likes of Lucy Charles-Barclay, when we've seen those races when they've been running head-to-head, that's when the mental games start to play out. And Lucy Charles-Barclay, one of the best in the business when it comes to mental games. And she's just cracked towards the end. And I think the more races she can do like this, the more confidence she will get, so that when she does get in those situations, you know in the finals that she will be up against the best of the best. I think she'll have more confidence to stay with them and not fall off the back in those dying kilometres.
Yeah, and of course, you sort of alluded to it earlier, like she's arrived in Australia in really good health. She was battling an illness just after London, which sounded like she still had the remnants of come Spain. So those sorts of moments in the season as she gets a small but perfect
Dedicated.
Mexican wave.
Very dedicated.
Well done, everyone. That is top work out there on the course. Good effort. But yeah, she arrives here in really good form, which, you know, sorry, in good form, but also in good health. And as an athlete, that's also really important.
If we take Kate Waugh out of the equation, pretend that she doesn't exist for just a second, we've really got a bit of a race on our hands behind with Ash Gentle and Sara Perez-Sala. And we know that Ash is used to hunting people. That's what she does so well on the run. And you can see that that time is definitely coming down.
Yep.
It's going to be close. I mean, I'm sure Ash has a sniff now that Sara Perez-Sala is very, very close. I know that Ash, if she can't win, will want to come second. And what, it's about 24 seconds?
24 seconds.
Oh.
She's running about 10 to 12 seconds per K faster. Do the maths over the last 3K, that's 30 seconds. I think, yeah, it depends at this stage of the race how much each other's got left, but we could be in for well, we are going to be in for a really fast and close last 2K.
Finish.
Oh, that's so exciting.
Yeah.
Gives us...
I'm not sure I'm ready for another one. I've already had too many of them this week.
You have. There's been some amazing racing.
Incredible.
The under-23 women's race was fantastic. Yeah, there's been a lot of very, very close racing here in Wollongong, Australia. I don't think anyone's going to get close here to Kate Waugh out in front, as we've said, but yeah, that place, that second and third place, those podium places very much still in the balance and yet to be worked out. But this is the good part of the course. This is where the crowds have been gathering. The finish line, I should say, not far away at all now for Kate Waugh, just under a kilometre to go. Bit of water, trying to cool down. And that right there is that battle, and it's a lot closer than perhaps we thought.
That's exactly right. So we knew it was about 24 seconds, and that has come tumbling down right now, and it is only a matter of minuscule seconds before that pass is made. And look at that, and there is nothing really that Sara Perez-Sala can do. In fact, anyone that Ash Gentle passes, there's not really much any of them can do.
Very few people come back from an Ash Gentle pass, it has to be said. But there you go, that pass happening by the aid station. Ashleigh Gentle up into second place ahead of Sara Perez-Sala. I wonder if that's how it will remain. You would probably think it would, with Ellie Salthouse a fair distance back. And a podium place for Sara Perez-Sala will be very much an incredible performance, an incredible result for her. That's Lottie Wilms in the background. She raced very, very hard on the bike, but that is her being lapped there by Kate Waugh out in front.
But it is great to see Ellie Salthouse from Australia doing very, very well. She'll be very happy with where she is right now. Hannah DeVette also racing very well. The top 5 women on course.
Yeah, if that does remain a 4th place for Ellie Salthouse, that will be her best T100 performance to date. So she'll be, I'm sure, thrilled, especially in front of a home crowd, like we've said.
Big kisses to the crowd. It's the first time I've seen a big smile from Kate, so...
This is becoming her trademark, doing this while she's dominating a race like this and being able to enjoy the moment, which is ultimately what this is all about. But Kate Waugh has got a big smile on her face. She was right at the very front of this swim. She's been right at the front of the bike. She's looked absolutely effortless. And the way this has happened has been effortless all day. It's been smooth as you like. A flawless performance for Kate Waugh here in Australia. She wins her second ever T100 race. And she's going to have an awful long time looking behind her for the next athlete. And the smile on her face, I think, says it all.
I believe that is her coach right there. So Luca Zenti, I know he is over here, based down in Canberra, and some of his other athletes that are racing, but...
It's amazing how much winning makes you look like you're not very tired.
No, it makes it look like she's done nothing.
When I cross the line and I haven't won, which is a lot of the time, I am dead. I'm almost getting dragged off the floor. And Ashleigh making her way up the top of the hill. This is the last time over the top of the hill.
I tell you what, I bet you she's thankful it's the last time too. It is a rotten hill.
I was going to say, if ever there was a place for a Mexican wave, that
probably
is where you need it the most. And you can see that it does look quite laboured, doesn't it, when you're going up that final part of the hill, even someone as smooth as Ash.
And that is a long drag down, and let me tell you, when your legs are burning, they're screaming at you to stop, and you're trying to make them run as fast as they can. I mean, I cannot tell you how tough this run course is. It's got a little bit of everything, but it's so hard. Luckily today for these athletes, no wind, because I know in the previous days they've had all sorts of blustery wind to deal with as they made their way up and over this headland. But Ash will know now she's on the home straight, so just needs to focus on that finish line.
Yeah, quite literally the home straight for Ash Gentle, proudly Australian, and soaking up the cheers here of the local fans who have loved what they've seen. The second place this is ultimately going to be for Ashleigh Gentle. She got the win obviously in France this year on the T100, but the second place is going to do wonders in the race to Qatar as well, don't forget, which is of course what these athletes are going to start to turn their, well, they've been turning their attention to it all season, but as we only have 2 more races left of this 2025 T100 season, attention really does start to turn to how those places are going to be divided up. And a second place here in Australia will really do wonders for that.
Also do wonders for her confidence as well. You know, I think we've seen her last few races. She's finished 4th and 1st, as we mentioned, now a 2nd to throw that in. After what we've mentioned, a rocky start to the year, I would say, a little bit of inconsistency. She's back to performing towards the front end of races consistently now. And I think as we end the back end and what I'd call the business end of the season, I think she will build towards that. And I know now she will stay at home, which we've alluded to. She loves doing that. And I wouldn't be surprised to see the best version of Ash coming back to the back end of the year.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Not long to go now for Ash Gentle. She will be taking home 2nd place here today.
Just on that race to Qatar point as well, obviously it's the best 4 results that you need that get counted. So she obviously won in France, then it was a 4th in Spain, it'll be 5th in Vancouver, and then this, a 2nd, will all count. So when you actually put those 4 together, that's a very decent, solid set of results that she's managed to achieve this year on the T100, despite what some people might say by her sort of high standards that she sets, in inverted commas, disappointing or rockier season than perhaps we're used to seeing from Ash Gentle. But I think a lot of athletes would bite her hand off to get that sort of set of results across the season.
And I think it just shows just how much our sport is improving. The level is just continuing to grow, and that's exactly what we want for this sport. We want our sport each and every season to continue to better itself, to get these athletes that are doing things that we didn't think were possible. I look at the sport and where it started when I was in it so many years ago to where it is now, and it absolutely blows my mind, the level of athletes, and not just 1 or 2. We're talking dozens of athletes that are doing extraordinary things, and then on top of that, and you could see Sarah Perez-Sala there just, so Sarah Perez-Sala not that far behind, did you see it right then?
Yeah.
So great race from Sarah Perez-Sala, who literally has to get to bed early tonight because it's 7:45 tomorrow morning. She does it all again in the mixed relay.
Yeah, I don't quite understand that.
No.
Mere mortals like me can't quite understand how these superhuman athletes can do that. But look, a first time the T100 has been here in Australia. Ash Gentle, the queen of the T100, as we've called her so many times. She gets to enjoy this, the blue carpet at home in Australia. Ash Gentle comes home in 2nd place. And the debrief begins, but Sarah Perez-Sala is going to come home here in 3rd.
Oh, she's so happy.
As she should be. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, she made her T100 debut in Spain last time out. She got 10th place there. She's gone and bettered that and some here in Australia. Rounds out the podium. Perhaps looking the most tired out of all the athletes that have come over the finish line. But
and all 3 women just so happy. That's what we want to see on the finish line. They've given it everything. Sarah Perez-Sala, she's probably thinking right now, how on earth do I get myself prepped and ready for a 7:45 a.m. start in the morning? I just want to sleep in.
Yeah.
She definitely looked the happiest between all 3, I think, crossing the finish line. That smile from ear to ear. You know, we touched on it. I probably wasn't I didn't have her in my top 3, I must admit, and she executed exactly how she wanted to do, and I do wonder, I just think that the weekend that she's had, or she's having in the middle of, I just think she's taken the pressure off her and just race free
no
today.
expectations,
And she's just executed perfectly.
Well, you know, she wanted that world crown, and anything else was going to be a bonus.
Yeah. So the inquest starts, and the congratulations there from fellow triathletes in this finish area. I think that's a gift being given there to Kate Waugh. Wow, we'd love to get we'd love to know what it is.
I didn't get there back in the day.
Something to ask her perhaps a little bit later on. Did you not? No presents at the finish line? That's what you mean when the sport's moved on and changed, isn't it?
Exactly.
That's exactly what you meant.
No gifts back in my day. It's but I'm here for it. I'm all about it.
Yeah. What are these moments like after the race when you're just chatting it through with all of your... Oh, actually, let's listen in.
Just the women supporting women right there. This is what I love so much about our sport. Ash Gentle, the mother hen. Right now, she's just so supportive of everyone. She's been around for a long time, Aaron. She's done so much. What an incredible career she's had and continues to have. You know, you've got Sarah Perez-Sala on the right of screen, 37 years of age. You've got Kate Waugh left of screen. As we see Ellie Salthouse now. Fantastic race from Ellie. Big smile. She'd be lapping up this crowd. Look at her, come on.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, this a 4th place for Ellie Salthouse, her best result ever on the T100. And there's no better place to do it than at home. And she takes to the floor and just takes a deep breath. Because I think as easy as Kate Waugh made that look at the front, a lot of these athletes now, is we've got a part-time sponge assistant there at the end, Ash Gentle, just trying to help.
The mother hen, like you said, she's
help Ellie across the line.
She's all class, and Hannah DeVette also coming through now in the background. So
yeah, we shouldn't underestimate what an amazing result this is for Hannah. She was 8th in Spain last time out, 20th in San Francisco. So if you talk about improvement across the season, it's there for all to see. She comes home in 5th place.
Oh, you always look like the look right at the end. That was hard, Yakka. It's her boyfriend there, Zach, giving her a big hug on the finish line. These two are such an incredible couple. He's so supportive. They're so supportive of each other. They travel everywhere together. Great teamwork between these two.
And to touch on your point, Matt, about what it's like at the end of this racing, I think for these ones, they're on cloud 9. That you could tell how happy all of them were across the line. It's when you start to go a bit further back, you see the devastation, the tears, the fatigue, the crawling on the floor, they're getting dragged back in wheelchairs. You can see the wheelchairs waiting
on standby.
Just in case. So these are the places you want to be, not the ones that are about to come, where that's where the devastation is.
There we go. So that's Kate Waugh coming over the finish line. She takes the win here in Wollongong, Australia. It was never in any doubt, but as we've mentioned, some very happy athletes also coming home, like Ash Gentle in 2nd. Superb result for her. Sarah Perez-Sala with perhaps the biggest smile in Wollongong. And she was very relieved, I think, for that race to be over. Don't forget, she is taking part in the para race as well, guiding tomorrow morning, 7:45 a.m. And that's Ellie Salthouse as well, coming over the finish line. Another Aussie athlete, another big smile. I've enjoyed our time in Australia. Do all racers finish this happy? Is this something that happens in Australia?
This is stock standard in Australia.
Media duties there for Kate Waugh afterwards. We'll get the thoughts of her a little bit later on. We're going to speak to these athletes after the men's races finish, so rest assured we'll get this all for you.
Does that look like a woman that's just finished a race? I think she's talking more than I do. Is that possible?
Oh, brilliant. Yeah.
But like you said, it goes back to when everything goes right, when everything clicks, it's almost like you're invincible. It's almost like you get to the end, that finish line, and you really you've done nothing, even though you've done everything.
Winning is the best cure for pain.
Yeah.
I think.
There you go. That's a statement and a half from a triathlete, isn't it? Yeah. It's a sport that definitely demands an awful lot on your body. And those of you watching at home who've ever done a triathlon will know, at any level, it doesn't matter. You always push yourself to the absolute limit. That is why we love this sport. And speaking of pushing yourself to the limit, these two male athletes out in front, Hayden Wilde and Mika Noodt, have been working together really well to build that lead ahead of Yuri Kulin, Sam Dickinson, kind of in that second group in third and fourth, just ahead there of Mena Koolhaas.
It's an interesting dynamic looking further behind, because obviously we know we've got Wilde and Noodt riding together. They've managed to push that out just a little bit more. 1:38 now back to Kulin and Dickinson. And then you've got Koolhaas riding solo on his own. Henry Rappo also riding on his own. And then you've got a bigger group. Barnaby, Birtwistle, Gersh, Noble, Hirsch, McDonald, all in a group together. And for Kurt McDonald, for Caleb Noble, first time here, first time racing a T100. Definitely great athletes in their own right, but putting themselves in a position for a really strong finish if they can hold on that 18K run.
Well, the man at the front, Hayden Wilde, has, I should say, made the T100 look very simple so far. Let's hear from the man who leads the race to Qatar.
How long do you think you can keep doing what you're doing?
Until I get beaten, I guess. I think I'm just enjoying it, and I'll just keep pushing until the body says no. This race in Wollongong personally holds a little bit of extra push. The family's going to be here. At the beginning it was meant to be, just get to a start line, but now it's like, cool, let's go for 5 for 5, and I feel like it could go one way or the other for Mika. He's had a great training block. We know that he can race well, but also, the last time he raced was in London, which kind of feels like a long time ago as well. So, sometimes when you have a big racing block and you haven't raced a lot, sometimes you do fumble the little things. I'm racing, feel like every second week that my craft with the little things are extremely dialed on at the moment, where if you have that big training block, you do forget to do the little things a little correctly, whether he'll still be having that race sharp fitness and here in Wollongong, but then again, I think it will pay him dividends heading into, say, Dubai and Qatar at the end of the season. And for me, once again, it's to come here to win the race, to block him, to get those important points, so I can kind of works well for me to just have that extra gap heading into Qatar to my closest rivals.
Yeah, we've mentioned it a couple of times with the sort of attention to detail that Hayden has with his triathlon. It kind of reminds me of sort of a Formula One team almost, the sort of level and depth that he goes to. I can vividly remember in France where he was the only athlete not to wear a wetsuit, not to wear a swim skin even, just to go in his tri-suit. And he worked out, and he'd obviously done the maths, and he'd calculated that was going to be a far more advantageous position for him to be in. Well, for me, it's so impressive, but how impressed are you with that attention to detail?
Anyone that's spent any amount of time with Hayden Wilde will know that he is an absolute perfectionist. He does not let anything go without thinking. Every single detail has been thought about. I had actually a couple of people message me today saying, do you think Hayden will wear a wetsuit today? And I said, yes, he will wear a wetsuit today. One, because the water's cold, but secondly, because he has a race to do tomorrow, so he wants to make sure that he gets through this race. The number one goal, of course, is to finish in front, to win this race. But then once he crosses that finish line, from the moment he crosses that finish line, his brain will switch to tomorrow afternoon's race, and he will do everything in his power to make sure that he is in as good a shape as he possibly can be. I mean, of course, he's done this race. You can't take that away, but I think he'll do everything that's needed to win, nothing more. And he'll also, once it's finished, we won't see him. He'll do all his media duties, etc., and then he will be out of sight. He'll be back home, feet up, getting himself ready for tomorrow. And that's just Hayden Wilde. He is an absolute perfectionist.
And in France as well, you speak about the racing the next day, which of course is what he's doing here in Wollongong. He's racing in the World Series race tomorrow. He literally had sort of Tupperware full of, I think it was sort of burritos,
yes.
or you know, chicken rice and a wrap.
Yes.
Not the most exciting meal, but he had that prepped and ready to go. And I know that, you know, obviously he's an elite athlete. Yes, that kind of thing was obviously going to happen, but for me, it just strikes me as that he leaves nothing to chance.
Nothing.
It's super, super clean and clinical, the way he goes about his business.
And he would have done that because obviously he's burning a lot of matches right now. He's burning through a lot of calories. He needs to get them in ASAP. He needs to get them in as soon as he finishes for recovery. I mean, there's a lot of muscle breakdown from a race of this length, and he needs to make sure that he starts getting those calories, the nutrients that are needed to try and get that recovery process going as quickly as possible.
Out of curiosity, if you were to pick doing short course and a middle distance event like the T100...
This is going to be a good question.
Which way round would you do it?
I've thought about this several times. They're such different races. I mean, you know, tomorrow's race is going to be, it's going to be like an interval session. And when I say that, I mean, I'm talking red line it, and then there might be some easy time in the group. Then they're red lining it again. The run is just, it is red line for the whole 10K. Today, it's a little bit more of an aerobic session. I know they're still going very, very hard, but obviously the red lining is limited. There's not as much. But what would you prefer? I tell you what I prefer, to do neither.
I think to try and win the double, so to win both, he probably needs the short course first. I just think the fast, the stochastic nature, the on-off, the depth. There's 65 people on the start list or 55 people on the start list. You know, there's just a chance that more of them are going to have a better day where we only have 20 here. And this effort that Hayden's doing now it's more of a threshold effort, but I just think it's taken too much away from him to be at his best tomorrow in the short course race.
I agree. And that is Susana Rodriguez right there. She is your world champion. She has that many world champion titles to her name. It's just ridiculous. But of course, Sarah Perez-Sala there, her guide, was her guide today and will be her guide again tomorrow for that mixed para relay.
Yeah, fascinating debrief that's starting, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of there'll be well wishes, but there'll also be that kind of, well, come on, let's go back and let's start eating some food and recovering, because tomorrow's a equally as important day. But back to the men's race, and we've been talking about this the whole time. As Mika Noodt there, just that's very much a move. That's Mika taking the lead now of the race with just under 5 kilometres left to go. It's as good a time as any to overtake Hayden Wilde. But he's back from a mid-season break, is Mika Noodt. Let's hear what he had to say about his goals for the back end of the season.
Going into this race, planning out the season, the minimum goal was to improve on my 9th place in Singapore, which is currently my worst score. Other than that, I only got podium scores. So yeah, the goal is to be better than 9th, but of course I'm not standing on the start line wanting to come 8th. My goal is to score another podium, which I'm quite confident already again, even though I had that break just 2 months ago. So I'd say keep that podium streak alive. Yeah, the course here in Wollongong I think it's going to suit me. Here it's just head down, power down, and it's basically just power to CDA, which I'm good at. So yeah, professionally it's a good course for me. Just personally, I would prefer some more corners and climbs. But the run is very challenging here, very undulating. It's going to be hard to find a rhythm, which I think it's going to be in my advantage. I know I can ride hard and then still run solid off it. But I always struggle to get like into this high constant pace after a hard ride. And here you always have to push for like a minute, and then you've got a downhill again or a U-turn. So yeah, I think it's gonna sting in the legs quite a bit, but I'm looking forward to the run course for sure.
And that run course isn't far away for Mika Noodt. Aaron, just want to get your thoughts really on this sort of, in inverted commas, mid-season break that Mika has taken. Is, I guess, a luxury when you've performed as well as him. You've got a second, a third, and then the 9th in Singapore, which you bet really today he's gonna get a far better result than that. So, taking a mid-season break.
Yeah, I think you will start to see more and more people doing it. As we touched on before, the season is running longer and longer each year. We know we are finishing up in Qatar in December. That is a really, really long time. I think Mika and his coach Ben Reisel probably planned this out at the start of the year. They knew with the calendar, and they knew once they got some early season or early results on the board that they had that luxury to skip a bit, reset, and build up towards the end of the season. And you know, I think this is probably going to be a recipe that a lot of people are going to look for as the seasons get longer and the racing becomes, you know, we're almost now at 10 months per year, and you know, I think before long it's probably going to only be January where we're not racing.
What I also found quite interesting was that he was talking a bit about FOMO of watching some of the races like Frejus particularly, and that incredible bike course that we had, the 80-kilometre loop. And it must be hard because triathlon as well is also a lifestyle, and you've got your mates out there, you know, it's part of a travelling community. So it does probably take quite a lot of self-control and restraint to go, no, I know for the rest of the season, for my job, this is one to sit out.
Yeah, and that's where a good, strong relationship with your coach, the trust that you build, and you know, backing what you believe is the right way to move throughout the season, and that's probably what I think he has done with Ben Reisel, that they really needed to trust the process that they were going to take, even though I'm sure he had FOMO, especially that course. It was a strong bike course, which, as we can see today, that is his strength. And yeah, it just all comes down to trust, really, and believing in the process that you've set out, and that's half the problem, is just making sure you have that trust.
And he's also only 25, which is relatively young for an athlete doing middle distance. And is there any part of him that perhaps needs to just manage the load a little bit in this part of his career?
Yeah, certainly. I think, yeah, especially now, these T100 races, they are so fast and so hard. You need the recovery, and you need to be smart, and not just the recovery from the races itself, it's the travel. You know, we this year, I don't want to even attempt to rattle them all off on the top of my head, but we've been all over the world pretty much, and now down in Wollongong to go back to the Middle East to finish off there, it's a big toll on the body. And those people that manage it well throughout the year, you'll see those are the ones that will be successful, especially in the years to come.
Well, he's doing a very good job right now, is Mika Noodt, because that move over Hayden Wilde has given him not a huge cushion, but it's given him a few seconds extra down into the transition zone. And you can see there the fans lining this part of the course. And Hayden actually has caught up to him pretty strongly there, so there we go, that is that gap. But now it all becomes about the transition and how smooth and how quick these athletes can get their running shoes on. And you can see already Hayden just making up time in that transition zone. He's closer, he's basically neck and neck now. They're putting their bikes in half a second apart from each other.
He's an absolute master at this. As we said, you know, he doesn't leave any stone unturned. And transitions, I mean, coming from a short course background, obviously he would be very good in transitions. They are crucial in short course triathlon, but look at that. Shoe goes on, out together, love that.
And they've even got the same shoes.
That's ridiculous.
Give us a break in the commentary box, come on. Although, to be fair, now that they've, what's that? That's a gel on the floor. But
did you see, though, he kicked it to make it go in front of him, so then he didn't have to turn around and pick it back.
Oh, don't stop it. This boy thinks of everything.
Well, there we go. That might just be a new hat as well for Hayden. I don't know if we've quite seen him with the bucket hat before.
That was actually his watch that he kicked in front of him. He's just
it was his
now.
watch?
Yep.
Ah, interesting, okay. Oh, there you go.
So look at that. So doesn't wear the watch on the bike. I'm assuming he doesn't need it on the bike. It's aerodynamic reasons, and he's got obviously his bike computer. But look at this again. So drops it, kicks it forward, didn't even think. It was almost an automatic reaction. Kicks it in front, just swoops down, boom, picked up, done.
Hardly even had to break stride for it.
It's ridiculous, yeah.
That's amazing, yeah. Just, I mean, we were talking, weren't we, Belinda, about exactly that, you know, the mentality and being able to think about your race in a way that when you're exhausted, a lot of people can't perhaps, and to have that sort of ingenuity with when things go wrong that quickly, that immediately is really quite remarkable. As Mika Noodt also drops something there, I think that was a gel. But yeah, not perhaps as critical as a watch.
Yeah, and they're in the littering zone there, so he probably took on some nutrition.
Yuri Kulin now off the bike. Great ride from Yuri. When I spoke to him this week, he just seems like he's in a very, very good place, both in sport and in his personal life. We know he's getting married next year in August to his beautiful partner, Imogen Cotter, so an ex-pro cyclist herself, but great to see these two tying the knot next year, mid-next year. Big shout out to Imogen if you're watching. I'm sure she is. She's a massive supporter of Yuri.
So interestingly, Yuri Kulin there getting out and Sam Dickinson sprinting into shot there. And this will be really interesting to see what Yuri can do on the run.
Yeah.
We know how good a runner he is. You're saying, you know, he's in a good place, good training block, he's been sensible, he's managed his season properly. And yeah, this is a time to show what you're made of, Yuri.
And look at that, you saw for the first few hundred metres, Hayden just sat behind Mika Noodt, got himself organised, watch on, hat on, just took some time to just take a few deep breaths, check his pace, and now has decided it's time to go round. And he'll start working himself. He'll dial in his pace that he wants to run, and he'll just hold that.
He's a very strong runner, Yuri. Like, not just in the speed, but just the way he runs. Similar to what we said before with Kate, just everything, there's no wasted energy. And the gap already
Look at
here.
that gap.
Yeah.
Wow, the gap between Yuri and Sam. They exited transition together, and Yuri's already put a good 20, 30 metres on him as we see Menno Koolhaas also coming into transition now. Socks will go on, shoes will go on.
It's an interesting one, this, for Mika Noodt, isn't it? Because he's done so well to stay with Hayden on the bike. I guess the their first taste of the Mexican wave, these athletes in the men's race. But yeah, Mika Noodt there, you just kind of go, well, if you go, so I keep trying to talk and these fans are interrupting, and it's brilliant because they're putting on a real show for these athletes. But yeah, Mika Noodt, he can't stay with Hayden on the run, you would think. And if he gets dragged into that, he could potentially really blow up, and you've got Yuri Kulin right behind as well. So is his race realistically with the likes of Yuri Kulin and Sam Dickinson behind?
And you can see already now, it's not that Hayden's doing anything drastic here. Hayden's just running the pace that Hayden can run quite easy. He's just ticking it over right now. And Mika Noodt, he will know immediately that he cannot follow. That's Henry Rappo also heading out now, the Estonian. He's a very good runner, so I will be very interested to see.
He's having a great.
He's really having a great race. Great race.
And I think when you talk of the likes of people like Hayden and Mika, they know their limits.
Yes.
And they're smart racers. Mika would know that if Hayden's going to run out at 3-minute K pace,
he can have it.
He can have it.
He can have that.
In saying that, Hayden looks he looks really, really relaxed, but
so does Mika. Mika looks good too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to tell from here, but it almost looks like that downhill section. I've spoken a lot about this downhill section, and Nick is a taller athlete, longer legs, longer, obviously a much wider, a longer cadence, and I think running downhill, maybe he's made up a few metres there, but as I said, Hayden's going to know he's got the upper hand here, Aaron. So He's just having fun right now.
Did you catch what he said there? I didn't quite
Said
hear.
something, baby.
I thought he said, hey,
Yep.
baby.
Hey, baby.
Hey, baby.
Oh, maybe he was talking to Hannah.
Yeah,
maybe.
Oh, yeah, there you go. So obviously Hannah finished her race earlier on, and I imagine she'll take on the role of chief cheerleader for Hayden Wilde's squad out on the course.
Gregory Barnaby also in from Italy. So interesting to see these men coming in one at a time. We're so used to seeing them come in groups, Aaron, but these, I mean, obviously we had Wilde and Noodt together, we had Coulin and Dickinson together, but then Koulas was solo, Raper was solo, Barnaby solo. Mike Phillips coming in now. What an extraordinary ride he has. We know he is very strong on the bike, but he has really ridden the back half of this course very, very well. Coming in off the bike in 8th place.
There's a bit of a group coming in.
Here it is now. Yeah, here we've got Willie Hirsch. So they are all coming in. I was wondering when they were going to come in. But Mike Phillips, a new father. So running on dad energy right now.
And that was Jacob Birtwistle.
Caleb Noble there, Kurt McDonald there.
Yeah, this is the group, isn't it, that you were
This is the group that I was wondering where they were.
Yeah. So these guys around close to 7 minutes really back from Hayden Wilde right now. But plenty they can do on this run to close that gap. Try and push up as far as possible. As I say, all these points, all of these places, equal prize money. There's plenty to play for these athletes.
And a lot of these athletes, Matt, have never raced a T100 before. They're newbies, so they really have nothing to lose.
Yeah, exactly.
And a lot of them are very strong cyclists, runners in their own right, so it'll be a good battle, I think.
It will.
Come on, Ben.
So there we go, final few athletes making their way into the second transition zone.
It's Benny Hamilton from New Zealand, so another one of our Kiwi athletes. Got a few Kiwis racing today. Good to see.
A lot of Kiwis, a lot of Aussies. No surprise, given where we are in the world, I would say.
This is true, but not having one of the best Kiwis of the lot, Carl Smith, here today. We've got a couple of others taking his place.
I saw Carl Smith on Instagram. He's taking a bit of a break at the moment, just to sort of get the body back to where he wants it to be. But he's in a digger at the moment. He's building his house.
He's building his house.
Yeah.
It's quite remarkable. It's a beautiful house. So obviously his dad is a builder, and so they're doing this together. But I saw plans of the house that Kira and Kyle are building in New Zealand, and it's absolutely beautiful. So great to see that they're going to make a life together in Taupo, or just out of Taupo, but yes, he's swapping running shoes, bike shoes for diggers and shovels.
Just like love if he came back with massive biceps and, you know, there's sort of like a builder body, you know. It'd be very, very different to a triathlete's body. It'd be very funny if that's how he came back. I'm sure he's doing a bit of work, but he's also doing a lot of work as a triathlete as well. And yeah, Carl, we look forward to seeing you back on the T100 very, 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 very soon. And that was a really good passage for support for Hayden, wasn't it? You could really hear the cheers, people cheering him on. I guess, you know, someone like Hayden now has got that star quality, hasn't he? There will be a lot of people here, a lot of, obviously, age groupers that we've got in Wollongong this weekend, just fans of triathlon as well, but people will be wanting to see Hayden Wilde in the flesh, and that's the kind of star power that he brings to our sport.
Do you know, it's funny, one of my good friends in Noosa, Nikki, she has her stepson, and on his screensaver for his iPad is a picture of Hayden Wilde, and I don't think he's alone in that. I think there are plenty of iPads and phones for these young boys and girls that really look up to this man. He's their idol, and he really is a great idol to have.
Yeah, I think he's very much an adopted Noosa.
Oh yeah.
A Noosa member, isn't he? He loves spending time up there. I know you see from his social media posts. Look at him there. He's just doing it so easy.
Well, that was Ryan Miller.
Yeah.
He works for Win Republic. That's one of Hayden's sponsors. So.
Look at the boys.
They've changed from the uphill to the down. They're thinking we've got more chance of staying with him on the downhill.
I think Hayden was a bit confused there as to what was going on. I think they took him a bit by surprise, and it was almost someone chasing after him, telling him, don't go that way, don't go that way. But yeah, just some, well, brilliant fans as they've been all day here in Wollongong, Australia, making their presence felt.
So there could be someone catching him. This guy. Fine.
So that there is the Breakwater Lighthouse that's been here in Wollongong, Australia. And it's a fantastic sight. The clouds just started to come over, actually. We've had beautiful sunshine all day. The clouds, perhaps mercifully for the men currently putting it all out on the course. They're giving them a bit of respite. But if you like what you see, if you want to get involved with the T100, we're across the world into 2026. Come and get involved.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. Foot on the gas, ain't no slowing down. Aiming for greatness, no settling. Kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Taking no rest, yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Running the game now. Foot on the gas, can slow down. No. Yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Watch the game change, yeah.
So entries for the Gold Coast, which is taking place next year. Well, the 100K is sold out, but you can still sign up for the Olympic distance. We've also got a 10-kilometre run for you as well. If you're in this part of Australia, we'd love to see you down there next year. Scan that QR code on your screen or visit t100triathlon.com/participate to find your next race. And we wait for a number of years to get a T100 race in Australia, and we're going to get two in the space of, well, 6 or 7 months between now and next year. It's brilliant. And if today is anything to go by, I'm so excited for the Gold Coast later on next year.
I think Hayden is, look at him, he's very much in cruise control, but I feel like he's wasting more energy trying to speak to the crowd.
than he needs to.
That he needs to, yeah. You're supposed to be in cruise control, but he's lapping it up, I think. I think he's obviously seen a lot of people that he knows out on course. There are obviously quite a few people that have raced in short course over this weekend that obviously look up to him and also know Hayden. So, yeah, he's just loving it, isn't he, Belinda?
And I love that he keeps checking his watch every now and again just to make sure he's obviously on the pace that he wants to run. He knows that he doesn't need to do anything drastic here. He's definitely pulled away from Mika Noodt. And he will be definitely aware of everyone on course. We know Yuri Kulin is running very well right now, but that mark back was around the 2-minute mark. Yeah, it's 2:02.
Yeah, it started at about 2:06 off the bike. He's taken out 4 seconds. So on the nature of this course, it's 7 laps, 2 U-turns per lap. You know, he's got the watch on. He'll be getting a lot of people with a lot of splits out there. So he's very much in control right now. And he's just racing a very calculated race. He's put himself in this position from riding the way he did. And that was what we expected or thought that's why he raced with that tactics. And now he's been able to just be in control and be the one that's dictating the race.
Yeah, and it's interesting to look at his ride because I don't know if I expected him to be riding this well over this distance so quickly, but again, he's a guy that is a perfectionist. He's sought out the best bike coach possible in Pogacar's coach, and I think we're really seeing all the hard work. I know he's done a lot of work and a lot of testing on his position on the bike, what works best for him. And yeah, right now, I could watch this man, I say it every time I commentate on him, I could watch this man run all day long.
Yeah, and I'm not super surprised that he's transitioned across this quick. You know, in the short course, he was someone that maybe had a little bit of weakness in the swim, and so he's used to just having to get on the bike
to push hard
and push really hard. And he's always been known as one of the strongest cyclists in short course racing, and we know that's a good telltale for
longer distance.
Longer distance.
Just needs to get the longer rides in.
Exactly. Yeah. And the way that the T100 races are going now, they are very, very dynamic, and they're very much almost raced like a short course race, just over 2 hours now.
And that was a very nice turn there by Mika Noodt, really, and that's one of the things that makes this course so difficult. There are some of those really sharp 180-degree turns where you've got to slow down going into them, speed up going out of them, and when you're only doing 1 or 2 of those per race, but when you're doing 7 laps and there's at least 2 or 3 per lap, definitely starts to take its toll. Throw in a few inclines and declines, and it really does make it. It's one of the things that all of the athletes that have raced here this week have said, that the run here is just so tough.
It's actually interesting as well. I haven't noticed Hayden in the past dropping his shoulders as much as he has since his accident.
No, actually, we spoke about this before. It's something that he's definitely only started doing quite a lot post-accident, and I don't know if it's got something to do with, we know he broke his scapula. It was a horrible accident, such a nasty accident. I know he's been getting a lot of work done. He works with Brad Bear up on the Gold Coast, and I know that was one of the main reasons he went back down to the Gold Coast before he came here, was to do as much strength work and physio with Brad, so they've been working very, very well together. I mean, it's still extraordinary to think how quickly he's come back from that injury, from that crash.
Well, to be honest, I thought about now would be the time that he was coming back. And when he was coming back, really just coming back, working his way into it.
Not winning races,
not winning races in cruise control from the first race that he come back in.
That's insane.
It's actually quite a remarkable comeback, and credit to him.
Absolutely. Sam Osborne there, another Kiwi. I mean, this is probably the most Kiwis we've ever had in racing in Australia in one go. So it's great to see.
It might sound a stupid question, but do people really understand just how much Hayden has had to work and what he's had to do to get back from what happened? Because when you see him on track, on the course like this, and you think, it's just Hayden Wilde being incredible and whatnot, I think it's just really important to contextualise how broken his body was from that accident.
This is when I wish we could get his physio in here now, just to have a little talk to him, because I'm sure he could tell us exactly how much work and how difficult and just how dedicated Hayden has been to his recovery.
And I think as well, for those at home, after the race, go onto his YouTube channel. He did a 4-part series, I think, of his recovery. Road to recovery, and credit to him, because it's a tough moment to do that, right? To open up your house to the cameras in this moment when you're at your lowest, to invite them in and really be open and transparent and let everyone see what was going on in the background. Credit to him for doing that. But yeah, in that 4-part series, I think it was 4 or 5-part series on his way back from the crash to when he started back racing, he really goes into detail, and you really see how much he had to work to get back, to the point where I think initially his wife Hannah had to go out to the department store and buy a what would you call it, like one of the,
like a hammock or a sort of chair,
to sleep in,
hanging chair
to sleep in, because he couldn't lay down because his scapula, he had broken ribs. So just to be able to recover from that whilst having to sleep in a hammock is remarkable. I was going to say, the other thing that strikes me as well about when you watch those sort of series that Hayden's done on YouTube is the amount of people around him. That when he ends up winning these races, people like Hannah and his physios and his coaches, for them as well, it's such an amazing win and an amazing victory, because it's such a big, deep team of people that have had to work hard to get him where he has to be. Yeah, it's incredible. I'm keeping an eye on it. I know
it's coming down. I've noticed too. Yeah, it's coming down.
He still looks so in control.
Yeah, he's just doing what he needs to do. I mean, Yuri Kulin is taking an opportunity, and smart racing from both these men. Yuri Kulin is chasing. He's got an opportunity here to obviously finish on the podium and even chase down Mika Noodt. So 1:48 now for Kulin.
Yeah, just speaking of Yuri and looking at the race to Qatar as well, and those 4 best results across the season that you need to present your best possible score going into that race. So he's had 4th place in Singapore, which is obviously very, very good for him. He's then had 3 7th places. So he'll surely have at the back of his mind looking at this going, well, 3rd place here, that's obviously my best result of the season. That's going to really help me to jump up the standings a little bit. As we get to the sort of business end of the season.
But a 2nd place would be even better.
Well.
So,
but that I guess is the interesting thing with the race to Qatar is if you're smart about it, you would actually think, well, I'd much rather get a 3rd than blow up and get a 5th or a 6th, because a 3rd place for Yuri now is really valuable.
And this is exactly what's going through the minds of these athletes right now. And this is, you know, while they're running,
while their heart rate is top end. Yeah. But they'll have, I guess, Aaron, won't they, sort of, well, I mean, you tell me, like, when you start a race, what are your sort of objectives? I know that's a really loose question, but do you sort of set out with, you know, maybe like a bronze achievement, a silver achievement and a gold achievement?
In the back of your mind, yes, but, you know, it is a little bit cliche, but the process of what you need to do is at the forefront of your mind. You know, they know they're very smart. They know exactly, almost probably either to pace or to heart rate, what they can hold for this level of effort. And you see, not everyone wears a watch, but most people do these days. And you see how often Hayden has been looking at his watch. He knows exactly what he can hold to make sure he doesn't go over the limit and be really controlled to get to the finish line.
Mika Noodt still looking nice and controlled there. We mentioned earlier that he prepared for this race on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, he was...
Spent some time with you, spent some time with Brad Beer as well. I know I saw a video of Brad, that's Hayden's physio, also working with Mika as well.
Yeah, I think he came out about 2 weeks before, made sure that he was very much prepared for this race, the heat. I just opened the commentary booth now. It has dropped quite a lot. I know you guys just noticed it as well.
Suit a bigger athlete like Mika.
It will, but yeah, he has been out here prepping for this race on the Gold Coast. He actually joined us for a couple of open water swims, but mostly did most of it most training, I think, by himself. He's a bit of a lone wolf.
He is, and I mean, he's got his coach Ben Riesel, who coaches a lot of the long distance athletes now. Great coach, and he would have had his program dialed in. He just wants to stick to that leading into the race. It makes sense.
Yeah, definitely.
So just over 10 kilometres left for our male athletes to make their way to the finish. And that's obviously Hayden Wilde there out in front, but that's him lapping, I would assume, Jason West. Jason West, a fantastic runner. Interesting to see him relatively far down there, isn't he? I mean, yeah, he's got a lot of work to do if he wants to sort of get into that top 10, you would say at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, he's running well. So I noticed actually on the last lap where they did that U-turn that Hayden had just overtaken him, and he's probably kept the same gap this lap. So he obviously is running well, but yeah, what is it, 8 minutes down, probably a minute and a half to that top 10. It's very much doable. Obviously we know how strong of a runner he is. But yeah, Hayden just, and actually, yeah, in 4th and 5th and 6th, they're running. I think Sam Dickinson is losing a little bit of time, but Rappo and Koolhaas are running as quick as Hayden and Coolen.
Yeah, very interesting. I wonder as well if Mika Noodt is just starting to slow a little bit. Certainly looking at the timing there. Oh no, it's updated again.
It's always when you just say it updates.
I was going to say,
like,
it looks like he's just started to lose a bit of time, but he's now averaging a 3:14, so I'll just shut my mouth.
Just be quiet, yeah.
Because that's very quick. Oh my goodness. Oh, there you go. That's Jason West in the red tri-suit. Very interesting thing that happened with him recently, where he sort of declared that he'd won his 20th race, which I thought was very funny, and it actually turned out to be 21.
Oh,
so he'd already won it.
Gone past that.
Yeah, and obviously as a professional athlete, 20 race wins is an amazing achievement. You know, make no bones about it. An incredible career that he's had. But yeah, I just thought it was quite funny to get that wrong.
Get it wrong. I did like back then, just back a bit when Hayden went past Ben Hamilton, and they had a little chat together. Of course, two fellow Kiwis. I'm sure Ben was saying, you know, great race, keep going, and Hayden would have given the same praise back.
He's deceptive, Mika Noodt. He has that longer stride, slower turnover. He's obviously a very tall guy, so his stride length is just naturally going to be quite long. But he never looks like he's running as fast as he actually is.
I think that's the interesting thing, is until you go to one of these races and you see up close and personal exactly what these athletes are doing, as I sort of mentioned earlier, like the TV doesn't really do it justice in that sense. It is incredibly quick. You know, these guys going through, and we saw in the women's race, you know, 18 minutes in their 5K times, which is super, super quick. And anyone who's done a park run knows how quick that is. And these guys are doing it at the end of a 2K swim, at the end of an 80-kilometre bike. It really is quite superhuman stuff. So Hayden Wilde still at the front. He's got a perfect 140 points so far in the race to Qatar. He said himself this race is less about getting points himself, more about preventing others from doing so in our season-long narrative.
We have a race on our hands.
Well, it really does feel only a few weeks ago we were in Singapore, to be honest, introducing the race to Qatar, and now we've got just a couple of races left, including this one, before we make our way to the Middle East, where, of course, the season will be decided. And that there was a good indication of just how far Hayden Wilde is ahead of Mika Noodt. They got to see each other, and there they are. That's the distance between them. I guess as an athlete, it must be fairly demoralising seeing that sort of gap, knowing how hard someone like Mika Noodt is working, and you can see him. It's like kind of chewing his jaw, I guess, just trying to get oxygen in. I mean, what's he trying to do there?
Yeah, it looks like he was just trying to get some air into those lungs. I mean, he still looks really comfortable, nice, relaxed upper body. His head's not wobbling all over the place. He's still got nice relaxed shoulders. He was just sucking in the big ones then.
Just taking in some deep breaths, I think.
Deep breaths just to...
You know, I think he'll actually be quite happy with how the race is panning out so far.
I do too.
I mean, the guys from behind us are catching, but he's still holding, you know, as we see here.
Here we go, there's Yuri. So, still a fair way behind for Yuri Kulin.
And how difficult then is it for Mika Noodt? You know, ultimately, as we said, that's where his race is, right? He's got to, if he wants to secure this second spot, assuming nothing crazy happens to Hayden out in front, if he wants to secure this second spot, those are the splits he needs to know, and that's where he needs to focus his energy, right?
You saw him just take a little bit of a look behind then. He doesn't need to worry about what Hayden's doing. Hayden's out in front, and he would know the caliber athlete. That doesn't mean it's not out of the question, but right now I think he's more concerned with what's going on behind him than what's happening in front.
Amazing beach there to the left-hand side here in Wollongong. You Australians do beaches very well, I won't lie.
We do like our beaches.
Yeah, this is, it really is a stunning part of the world. A real privilege to be here in Wollongong, Australia, as we're reaching the climax here of our T100 action. And right now, Hayden Wilde is doing exactly as he's done all season. Out in front, looking effortless, looking so at ease, so at home in this format. And taking, rightly so, taking the applause of the crowd. And I hope they understand just how special an athlete he is, because what they're witnessing now is an athlete right at the very top of his game, someone who is, as we always think athletes do when they're right at the peak of their powers, they make it look easy. A bit like Kate Waugh, our women's winner, did earlier today. Hayden Wilde is doing exactly that.
And isn't it interesting that we've had this, or we're about to have the same outcome as our women's race and our men's races. We did in our women's race, excuse me. You don't often see that happen. I know we started racing here on Thursday and we've had just different outcomes every single race. That's Hannah, all rugged up. And did you see? I think she just said, I got fifth. I got fifth.
Oh, right. Today isn't just about you,
Hayden. It's not about you, buddy. I got fifth.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll be absolutely thrilled to hear of Hannah's result, her best result on the T100 by quite some way. And that might just spur Hayden on even more to do it for the DeWitt Wilde household.
Of course, they just recently bought their first house together in Andorra.
Yeah, triathlon power couple.
They are.
We'll call them that.
They are indeed.
A lot of energy and power in that. I also, it's interesting just to think back to last season, and when we talk about the domination that Hayden Wilde is currently putting on the rest of the field, as it were, this season. You know, Taylor Knibb last year, she won 3 T100 races in a row, and we thought, oh my goodness me, you know, what an incredible, you know, she was unbeaten on the T100 last year. And Hayden is on for 5 in a row.
It's incredible, and I'm sure a lot of these guys, either in this race or those watching at home, are scratching their heads.
What do we have to do?
What do we have to do?
How are we possibly going to beat this man on screen?
Well, I'm going to ask that question to both of you right now, and I know that's a hard question, but what do other athletes have to do to beat Hayden Wilde?
Well, look, it's an interesting one, because I think that women were scratching their heads a couple, maybe 1 and a bit years ago about Taylor Knibb, when Taylor Knibb was absolutely destroying each and every one of them. And eventually, I mean, look at Kona this year. Now, not the way you wanted to go out, but Taylor Knibb was invincible. And I think with Taylor not finishing Kona, not being up, like, so close to the finish line, just not quite being able to get there, I think it just shows everyone that nobody is invincible. Everybody has a weakness.
Everyone finds a way.
Everyone
find a way to beat them, to figure out the ways to beat them. And we saw even Taylor Knibb this year in a T100 race. You know, she was beaten. And I'm sure there are now people back home trying to figure out how to beat Hayden. And you know, if there is a way, he hasn't shown it this year.
Not yet.
In the T100 races, but there is a slight weakness in the swim, and it's going to take some people or someone to really take that swim on. You know,
well, not even someone. I think it's going to take a small group of the best swimmers in the T100 series to get together and say, you know what, let's just try it one race. Why not? Let's just try one race, us working together, swimming as hard as we can, dropping him, and then taking the bike out hard, not letting the pedal up, and see what we can do.
Yeah, I mean, we had Sam Laidlaw on our podcast, and I asked that same question because, you know, I was scratching my head. I didn't see how people were going to beat him this year. This is Hayden. Yalla, I know, is also a little bit scratching his head. I know he's done it before in Taupo, but this year Hayden has just been
next level.
And yes, Sam just said, that's what Sam said. He said, I need to get a group. We need to swim hard. You know, Sam is one of the best riders in the sport. We know we haven't seen him on the T100 circuit this year. Hopefully we'd see him back next year. And just really needs to put him under the pressure early on from the swim to the bike. Now, he stood up to that this year. I mean, like I said, there's just been no weakness at all, even in the swim. And even if there was a little bit, he's been riding phenomenal. He's getting himself back on. So it's a tall ask.
It's a tough ask.
I mean, you have to try. They have to try.
And this is how our sport continues to evolve. I think back when Chrissy Wellington first came on the scene in long course, and we all started thinking, this is it. She's so far ahead of the game that there's no way any of us are going to beat her. But then it forced the other women to rise. And we're seeing that again now with Lucy Charles-Barclay, Taylor Knibb, Kat Matthews. These athletes are continuing to raise the bar. And when I look at how far the sport has progressed and how well these men and women are going now, 30 years, it's unbelievable.
Just sort of final point perhaps on how you beat Hayden. Obviously, Aaron, you do your podcast with Yella, and I'm quite enjoying the sort of like needling a little bit, come on, how are you going to do it? What do you have to do? And I really enjoyed actually, Yella was very vocal about, I want to beat Hayden. We heard that line a lot in Spain. It didn't quite happen for him in Spain, but it's for me as a viewer and as a fan, it's so refreshing to hear no, I want to beat him. That's and also there must be an element of that mentality of going, no, saying it, putting it out in the universe and making it happen.
Well, that starts with that. You have to believe it yourself, and for some people, that is by to help yourself believe it. You have to say it and say it out loud, and almost hold yourself accountable to it. For Yella, it's a little bit different. Obviously, Yella, if anything, the swim is also maybe where his weakness is, but we saw it in Taupo, and I know that Yella's sitting at home going, if I can have that shot at running off the bike, getting off the bike with Hayden, I believe I can do it. Now, again, we've said it, it's a tall ask, but he believes that. And that's where it has to start. It has to start up here in his mind and then verbally saying it. So then, yeah, like I said, almost holds himself accountable to that. And I know that Yella's at home right now. He's training for 70.3 Worlds and then the last 2 T100 races. And I know that everything that he's doing right now is to try and beat this guy.
And that's perhaps the level and the focus that you need to have is, because Hayden is the one to beat, right? I mean, it's kind of easy, I guess, in one sense. It's one focus, it's one person to beat. But when someone's as good and as quick as Hayden Wilde, that's where the challenge comes in. So there he is. We've got some good fans on the course today, haven't we? And those chaps were maybe having one or two to drink as well. I saw a can in his hand.
That would be very un-Australian of them not to.
I don't want to assume anything up here. It might just have been a lemonade. But it is getting, 6:30 in the evening now here in Wollongong, Australia. So very much the tail end of the day. It's been a long day for those out on course supporting. But my word, they've made their voices heard.
That's Mika's mum on the side there, giving him some timing splits.
Oh, it's really tickling me, that Mexican wave. Because I love the seriousness of our athletes. They're obviously their entire focus, entire world right now is their race. But then they're so close to those guys on the side. It's a brilliant juxtaposition, it really is.
All of the athletes other than Hayden, he's taken it all in, isn't he?
These guys are just, no.
Yeah. You can't fault them for trying. Come on, Mika, give us a smile, give us a smile.
He might give you a grimace.
He might give you a grimace. Can be confused as a smile. Not perhaps internally, though, with the sort of effort that he's putting down.
And I think Mika right now, he's just so focused. He knows that he's got some really quality runners behind him. He knows he's got a decent buffer, but it's not enough for him to relax. Like we see with Hayden, he just needs to keep focused.
It started to level out a little bit, so Mika's still holding strong. Yuri's just started to slow ever so slightly, and they're back running at about the similar pace, about 45, 50 seconds apart.
But there's some names in that top 10 that didn't necessarily think I'd see. I am happy to see Willie Hirsch up there. I know he arrived in Australia a couple of weeks ago and was diagnosed with COVID, so the first week was spent pretty much doing nothing. So he hasn't had the smoothest of run-ins, but great to see him out there still in the top 10. Jared Osborne in 9th. So great race from him to be up there. Jake Birtwistle also racing, having a solid race here as well.
Yeah, probably Jared Osborne worth a mention. I mean, I've got written down here, he was a semi-pro Aussie rules player up until 2022 when he decided to go full-time on triathlon, and in today's evidence that was a pretty good decision. Aussie rules and triathlon, I'm going to say pretty different sports, different skills, different fitness.
Different skills, but you'd be surprised. In AFL, they actually run quite a bit. So some of the midfield players are probably running over 20 kilometres a game.
Per game, that's right. So it is a little bit of an endurance sport there.
Wow.
Definitely takes endurance.
And coordination.
And a lot of coordination, something that I'm not sure
Most
a lot of
triathletes
triathletes
don't
don't have. That's right, something we do not possess.
It reminds me of watching in Spain. We took a few of the triathletes down to the paddle courts. And you know what? I love watching these guys because they're so good and they're elite athletes and they make swim, bike and run look easy. They did not make paddle look easy. It was really good to see that they're not good at everything.
Not at everything.
Most athletes, you get them going sideways. Triathletes, that is.
They're no good.
No good.
Forward and backwards, no problem.
Yeah.
There you go. Stick to what you know. But it was very good fun on the T100 Triathlon YouTube channel. But yeah, Jared Osborne going very well. He's had a 9th place middle distance event earlier in the year here in Australia. Finished 8th at a full distance race as well. But this would be, I would say, his best result in terms of strength of field across the year. This would be right up there.
I mean, if he is able, we've still got a fair way to go for those men back there. I think they've still got at least or just under 2 laps to go. But if he can manage to keep himself inside that top 10, he will be very, very happy with that result, particularly when you look at the company surrounding him.
I'm not sure if you just noticed then on the back, on the straight just there, there's just a few deep breaths by Hayden, followed by a smile by someone in the crowd, like he has been all race, but there was just ever so, you know, a couple of deep breaths in, almost like he was either trying to just calm himself down a little bit.
Just a little bit of a reset there.
Yeah. So it's this section here where there's just not much crowd, probably just using it to just reset, refocus, dial back into the pace that he needs to do.
I tell you, I'm sure whoever's inside that koala doesn't mind being inside there now. It's not as warm outside, but when we started the race today, it would have been the worst place to be.
Oh my goodness me, that's incredibly true.
That looks like the friendly koala, not the drop bears that we sometimes get around here.
Well, Australia and Wollongong has definitely won crowd antics of the year. I think we can safely say that today.
I've seen giant kangaroos, giant koalas.
Yeah.
I know all of our European athletes they've had snakes, they've had magpies, they've had scared of sharks and blue bottles and.
Well, they're the friendly animals, the koalas and the kangaroos. Everything else is out there to hurt or kill you. The crocodile, if it's not the crocodiles, it's a box jellyfish, or it's the sharks, it's the snakes, it's the spiders. What else is there? I'm sure there's
Matt Hauser had that fantastic reel that he's done where he's getting attacked by a magpie. It's gold. Oh, we've got a few nasty animals. I know in Noosa the girls, Kate Woff, Beth Potter and Sian Rainsley, they went out riding one day and a snake came across the road, and of course Beth and Kate slammed their brakes on and clipped out, and poor old Kate had to do the walk of shame to the top of the climb.
Oh, what an amazing place Australia is. Yeah. I was just going to say, I was chatting to Sam Dickinson as well about, you know, his training at the moment and where he wants to be based. And he was basically made the point, and Aaron, you'll appreciate this as someone who's lived in Leeds. He said, well, it's either Leeds at this time of year, which in the UK we've just had, autumn has just started. So you've got leaves on the road, you've got, you know, as we get colder, you've got grit and you've got all that nasty stuff that can potentially derail you when you're out on your training rides. And it's obviously very cold as well. So you run the risk of getting a bit ill and all of the things that go with that. And he sort of looked at me and just said, yeah, I'm going to stay out here till the end of the year. And I don't blame him. I really do not blame him.
Yeah.
Well, I think Sam is actually making his way up north. I think
he's coming back to the Gold Coast.
Coming back to the Gold Coast?
Until Dubai,
Yep, that's what I thought. So
it's funny, they all, the people back in the UK, and when I was training in Leeds, they all used to say, I love autumn. I used to hate it because I knew that it was about 6 to 7, 8 more months before the sun was back out again.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, it looks pretty. It's just not very nice to be in.
No, particularly when your sport requires you to be outdoors for 99% of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Sam Dickinson going pretty well. He's currently in 6th spot. As I say, he's come onto the T100 tour really and had an excellent run of results. A French Riviera podium on debut, finishing 3rd there between Hayden Wilde and Jelle Geens. 5th in Spain last time out. And if he was to stay in 6th, you never know, he might be able to push himself up to 5th. That's also another brilliant result. He's certainly an athlete that I think we're going to see a lot more of in this sort of distance as next year rolls around. I thought also, I mean, he was very interesting on your podcast as well, Jelle, talking about this concept of keeping your eyes on yourself and not on Strava. And I thought that was really honest of him, because it must be really, especially with someone like him who suffered from injuries. He said he suffered from 5 stress fractures in the last 9 years.
It's getting bigger and bigger each lap.
As the Mexican wave.
I think word's getting down on there that we're talking about it, so they're all joining.
Yeah. But yeah, that ability just to focus on yourself and be your own boss in that sense must be pretty reassuring. And obviously the results now are coming.
Yeah, definitely. And I think he touched on it as well. Like him and his coach Reece Davey, who based in Leeds as well. They've gone more with the mentality, rather than aiming for 2 steps forward, 1 step back, let's just try and go for 1 step forward. And we'll just keep doing 1 step forward. And if we do 1 step forward for 15 years, we're 15 steps ahead, right, obviously? And that's a hard thing to do, because in this day and age, it definitely wasn't around when either of you and I started, Belinda, the Strava mania. And it's hard to not chase that. And Sam's doing a great job at just focusing on what he needs to do. He has had a history of injuries, and even actually, I know leading into this race, he just had an ever so slight niggle in his hip, and he wasn't super worried about it, but I almost said to, I said to him on a ride, I felt like, for you, Sam, you always just need something there to remind you just to hold yourself back.
Don't push it too far.
Just don't. That's your reminder to go, okay, take the foot off the gas a little bit.
Yep.
Because in the past, his downfall has been, what's happened now is he gets a good run, some good results, and then bang, hits an injury. Because as we all do, we then push, we want more, we chase it, we chase it, we chase it. And then for Sam, that's when the injuries have come.
Yeah. And it's about having that patience, and we talk about it being easy, but it's not, particularly when you start seeing good results and you think, wow, if I just do a little bit more, I can get this again. And before you know it, it starts to snowball. Then you either get sick or you get injured.
Yeah, I guess that is the art of being an athlete, isn't it? Just getting that balance right. The only way you probably do know if you're getting it right is by pushing too far over the edge and then reining it back, perhaps from there. Some athletes more prone, I would imagine, to injuries than others. But this man on your screen right now, since coming back from that terrible crash this year, has been injury-free. He's been able to turn up to each T100 race since and do the mighty, mighty hard task of winning a race. So 20-7 local time here in Wollongong, Australia. The sun pretty much set now. These are just the final few corners of this final lap that Hayden Wilde is on. And interestingly there, you can see just how fast Jason West is running, because there's some immense runners in that group. Hayden Wilde obviously out in front at the moment, running a 3:18 average per kilometre. But yeah, Jason West doing exactly what he does best, and that is smashing the run at this point in the race. Just looking at that gap, I mean, it might well be that Yuri runs out of road, potentially, for that. But that gap has come down, hasn't it, between Mika Noodt and Yuri Kulan?
It has, but, you know, we're in the final stages now of this race. I think Mika's got enough of a buffer, and he still looks good. It's not like he's labouring. It's not like he's slowing down. And I think he's got enough left to make it through this last lap. Yuri's had a fantastic race today. But I just think he's going to run out of real estate.
Yeah, we're sitting at about 40 seconds between the two with 2.5K to go. About 2.5K to go. It's unless there's some epic blow-ups, it's probably he might take out a little bit more. This is Yuri. He's taken out about maybe 3 to 4 seconds per kilometre. You know, that maybe takes him to 30 seconds. Maybe that puts the pressure on Mika. You know,
we could see that, and he could start to tighten up.
Yep.
And if that happens, if Mika does start to stress because he knows that he's being caught, then we could see a different outcome.
And I said the exact same thing with Sarah Perez-Sela and Ashleigh Gentle at this exact moment. But I feel like at that stage, Sarah was already starting to suffer, where Mika still looks really, really strong.
But that's the interesting thing with this course as well, because of the hills. All of those elements of this course just start to hurt a bit more. Those hairpin turns that were easy at the start of this race become really, really difficult. And it just takes a little part of that course to really hurt you and to really feel like you're struggling for perhaps the tide to change.
So 2 kilometres left for Hayden Wilde. Really did take control of this race early on. Sunglasses coming off. Shows you the sun is definitely going down. It's starting to get a little
It's quite overcast as well, so, you know, that's obviously contributing to that as well. And don't forget, these TV cameras do make everything look a bit brighter than perhaps they actually are. We've got a small gap in our window here in the commentary box, and yeah, it's definitely getting pretty dark. But I reckon Hayden Wilde will be able to find his way down these final few corners all the way to that finish line.
He just needs to follow the screaming of the crowds.
Well, I love that close-up shot they just had of his face. You could see how much his eyes were wandering, how much he's taken it in. Every time someone was saying something to him, his eyes would switch to where that voice was coming from.
Does he at any point in this part of the race now start to think about tomorrow?
Oh, he's started.
Oh, he's thinking about it.
He's been thinking about it since the midway of the bike, I think. You know, but he had to work hard for that. He was working. I'm sure we'll obviously ask that question at the end of the day at the finish line. But I think he was working hard for that, to put himself in this position where he could control the race and be able to finish this race in its best shape for tomorrow's.
And the good thing about tomorrow's race, it doesn't start till about the same time that they started today. So he'll have a full 24 hours of recovery. Doesn't sound like much, of course, but
I wonder what his recovery meal of choice will be. I think last time it was tortilla and Mexican.
And will he have it on the finish line ready to go?
I'm sure he will.
Yes.
It is dinner time now, so...
It is.
So,
yeah.
And you know these guys would have skipped lunch because there's no way you wanted to eat lunch. So, it would have, as I said, it's a really tricky time for these athletes to work out when to have that last meal.
Yeah. They started obviously a little bit later than the women, so my guess is they would have
had a
decent...
An early lunch?
Well, a decent breakfast.
Yep.
And then 3 hours before,
something,
rice.
Yep,
and,
some
like
plain
I said,
rice.
Rice and chicken, sandwich even maybe.
And that was great to see Yuri Cullen making his way down as Hayden Wilde makes his way out of the harbour. I'm sure he's very happy to be rid of that harbour. It's a nasty little climb out.
Here we go.
Here we go.
One final go for the Mexican wave. It's grown bigger. We've got some tops off as well. This is great.
I'm not sure some of those tops are meant to be off. Just quietly.
They've ditched the Mexican wave and just thrown the shirt across their head.
Oh, look at Hayden high-fiving them. Oh my gosh, what have we got now? This is a scene to behold. Hayden loves it.
I don't think that was lemonade they were drinking last lap.
No, I think you were right. It certainly was not lemonade.
Oh my goodness me.
Only in Australia.
Yeah, we're gonna have to come back, aren't we?
You are gonna have to come back. Look at this. Oh my gosh, here we go.
He's got some speed.
He does.
He's faster than Hayden down there, yeah. Wow.
Oh, that was
Sign him
great.
up.
So Gold Coast, same again. Next year, we're going to get these sorts of
I
crowds.
think we're going to have to. Oh yeah, absolutely, you are. I mean, just the fact that the race sold out tells me that there's going to be the same sort of crowds and maybe then some.
Just wondering, in Hayden's career, I mean, he's 28 years old. He's obviously super experienced. These are the sorts of moments. These are the crowds. You know, triathlon. This is the kind of moment you build towards and that you want to race in, right? He won't have raced in many crowds quite as good as this.
Yeah, you know, it depends what sort of athlete you are. I used to love crowds, so the more the deeper the crowds, the better I raced. I craved it. I loved it. Some athletes are not like that. I mean, I think Hayden is. I think Hayden loves it. He appreciates it.
It's easy to appreciate it and love it when you're going well.
When you're going well, yes.
When I've had raced in front of crowds that I'm having a bad day, you just want to be invisible.
Yep.
You almost get angry at them for clapping you. You just, please stop. Just please pretend like I don't exist.
I'm not here.
Oh, that's fascinating, yeah. So it works both ways, right? Yeah.
It does.
But between obviously being at the front and being further back, and yeah, interesting you say that, Aaron. Sometimes you just wish that they'd stop and whatnot. But yeah, fascinating. So not long at all for Hayden Wilde to go. That is the finish line just behind him there. He's got one final little section of this 18-kilometre run. And have you ever heard a crowd like that in triathlon? This is really brilliant. And that is going to be one amazing finish line experience for Hayden Wilde.
He's been giving out high fives for the last kilometre.
He's going to have a sore arm by the time he gets to the finish line.
Especially that last one, it was quite aggressive. It almost turned him around.
Commentary, Belinda. Thanks, Aaron.
Yeah,
he's made you blush.
He's a good boy.
We'll get his payment to him later on.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Even had time to compliment you, Belinda, on the commentary. There we go. Fantastic stuff.
Must have been the red wine last week, Belinda.
Oh, shush, you're not meant to tell people about that, Hayden. Stop it. He did only have one glass, by the way. I, on the other hand...
I was going to say, how many did you have?
I had several.
Oh, brilliant. Well, I think that conversation there just goes to show how much at ease, how Hayden Wilde is able to show at this point in the race. While others are struggling, he just looks imperious. He goes into a sort of light jog, takes the high fives from this amazing Wollongong crowd here in Australia. Hayden Wilde makes it 5 in a row. A bow to the crowd because he wins the T100 here in Australia. And the truth is, could anyone in the world of triathlon stop this Kiwi athlete right now?
I tell you what, Hayden may have won, but hats off to this young man because he's stayed strong the entire 18 kilometres. He did not falter. He knew he had pressure coming from behind. You know, he's still very, very young.
Mika was pushing on the flank.
What a race from Mika Noodt of Germany. Of course, the hair is out, as we expected.
Of course it is.
That long, blonde mane of his.
That will do wonders for his ranking now, getting rid of that ninth place that he had from Singapore.
Yeah, scrap that out.
Replace that with a second, so he's now got 2 seconds and 2/3.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
What a performance this is from Yuri Kulin as well. This will be his best result on the T100 since he got that win in Singapore last year.
He is happy
He
too.
rounds off the podium places, and that's a big, big smile as well. I'd say 3 pretty happy athletes there at the finish line.
I love those T-shirts. Go wild. They're great.
Hayden's there, straight into the protein shake.
Look at that. Look at that. Just as we said, straight into...
This is physio there, Brad
That's
Beer.
Brad, yeah. Geez, done some good work with Hayden, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. I'm sure he'll be busy tonight, getting that body back in shape for tomorrow's race.
Look at those splits at the end. So that was 36 seconds back to Noodt, and then a minute 6 back to Coulon.
58.27 run split.
Oh, stop it.
Breathing through his nose.
Stop it. Just...
Yeah, I know, we do.
Just crazy.
There it is.
Here's the burrito.
Mate, tell you what, the best sponsorship I'll probably ever say. The best sponsorship I'll probably ever say.
I love it. There's Tommy on ground.
Still one more. I still got to get top 4. Would have to be, Jakey was sponsored by
Just having a
Gomez.
casual conversation there.
Yeah. He's looking to try and get a Mexican food sponsorship.
How's your chance? Capitalize.
He's talking about Jake Birtwhistle, who used to be sponsored by Guzman and Gomez.
Oh, that's right, he was too.
Yeah.
Wasn't it Craig Walton that used to own one of the stores?
He did own, yeah. He owned a couple, I think.
Yeah. Menno Koolhaas, another Dutch athlete. So the Dutchies have had a great day here today. He'll be very happy with that. Had a pretty rough start to the season, beginning of the year with injury. He's come back with a vengeance. Look at the two of them. So they've been training down here together in Ferry Meadow for the past 2 weeks. I'd say they've done a very, very good job.
Yeah, it was super nice, and obviously everyone was out there all day, and the swim was on, stung out pretty hard, and had a good transition, and it's just kind of gone with my pace onto the bike, and easy to get over
That Mexican wave. Love it.
There's going to be a TikTok made out of that for sure.
He's 5 seconds of fame right there.
Oh, see, that's the one where it almost turned him around, that high five.
I'm glad it was his good shoulder and not his one that he's...
Belinda. Nice, Aaron.
you got to plug there too.
I told you, we'll have to pay him later on.
We will. He's all class, Hayden Wilde. He really is. Of course, home in second place. The young German, Mika Noodt.
Can I go back to my family?
And what a race from this young man. He is over the moon, and that he should be. First time ever racing a T100 event. Henry Rappo from Estonia. He's coached by the great Arnie Ala Johansson.
Gary Expo, make some noise for the 2025
Wonderful race. It's our top 5 professional men across the finish line now.
What a race by Henry.
Oh.
I was not expecting that.
No.
I must admit. He had just a, like we mentioned, just a really solid day out.
Solid across all 3. He's a very good runner.
Yeah.
I've seen him pull off some incredible runs in races before.
So 10 minutes time, we are going to go to the main stage, the athlete village presentation, the awards of the Wollongong T100 Tri.
And Sam Dickinson now, he was brilliant early on. He's managed to hold on for 6th place. He's happy. Solid day for him. I mean, that's a 3rd from the French Riviera, a 5th in Spain, a 6th here. Jake Birtwistle from Australia. Solid race from him as well. This is his third T100. He was 17th in San Fran, 17th in Vancouver, so a massive jump for Jacob Birtwistle. So Birtwistle home in 7th. And Gregory Barnaby from Italy. They're coming in thick and fast now, so Gregory Barnaby will be home in 8th place. And Jason West, what a run. Well, we're pretty sure he's got the fastest run split of the day. Not unusual for Jason West. He is the fastest runner in the T100. Having a quick look behind. And Jared Osborne, that is a tremendous race. And he will be very happy with that. Another of our first timers here in the T100. So Jared Osborne. Right now, holding that top 10 position. I tell you, the crowds that we saw here today in this race would rival any triathlon I've ever seen here in Australia. Truly remarkable. Hats off to our big Mexican wave up on the hill. They held strong all day long. Beautiful shot there of the lighthouse here. Got North Wollongong Beach in the background. As Willie Hirsch also makes his way now across the finish line. Well done, Willie. Unfortunately arrived to Australia only to be told he'd got COVID. Had to spend the first week in bed. Wasn't sure how today would go, but I tell you what, 11th place with a lead in like he has, he should be proud because that's a mighty fine effort for the German. And you can see it's taken its toll. So amazing scenes down there on the finish line. Is that as Heinrich Gersch also about to make his way across the finish. And the big man himself from New Zealand, he's a new father. He's from Christchurch, New Zealand. Mike Phillips, also now over the finish line in 13th place. He was another late call up here today. So many of these men taking the opportunity to race their very first T100. Of course, while we wait for the rest of our men to make their way across the finish line, it's not over yet. We've got the grand final of the World Triathlon Series, so we will know by this time tomorrow night who will be crowned world champion. We know Maddie Hauser from Australia goes in to tomorrow's race in the lead. And with our women, Cassandra Beaugrand from France and Beth Potter from Great Britain going in on equal points in what promises to be probably one of the most incredible women's races we've seen in a long, long time. Fantastic shot there of the race village.
Caleb Noble, welcome home, Caleb. Wollongong T100 try.
And I can hear Pete Murray calling in Caleb Noble, another one of our Aussies, late call up. Flew all the way over from Perth, which doesn't sound much because it's in the same country, but let me tell you, that's a 5-hour flight And right now, we're going to go down on ground with Matt.
Thank you very much, Belinda. Yeah, I've made my way down to the finish line. I'm joined by our third place finisher in the women's race, Sara Perez-Salas. Sara, that was an incredible performance from you. You, on your T100 debut, finished 10th in Spain last time out. So tell us what it was like to get on the podium this time around.
I don't know to explain because I never thought that it will be possible to be on the podium, so it's amazing. I raced this morning and I didn't know how my body responds in the afternoon, and I felt a lot of pain in my legs on the bike, so okay, I tried to push, and when I start to run, I feel the cramps, so okay, run and don't think.
It's an incredible performance given, yes, you're right, you were obviously guiding this morning. You're guiding as well tomorrow morning, I understand,
Yeah.
at 7:45 in the morning. Tell us about the toll that's taken on your body.
I don't know, because this morning after the race I tried to recover in the turbo and it rise with egg and a recovery, and I went to the hotel. I rest 10 minutes on the bed, but well, I don't know if it was good or not. And I tried to relax and enjoy the race. It was good.
Whatever you did, it worked, and it worked really, really well. I just want to understand, you know, it's been an incredible performance from you to come onto the T100 and finish on the podium. It's brilliant to see. Where in your career does this sort of day rank? How pleased are you to be mixing it with the very best athletes in the world on the T100?
I think it's my best race. Last 2 years I raced not at the highest level. And today I start to feel, okay, I'm come back. I did my best run ever. And the bike was good, so I'm very happy with my performance, and I think I am improving. I have a new coach since June, so I think it's everything good.
Whatever you've been doing with your new coach has obviously been working. And then in relation to the rest of your season and looking into next year, like what are your goals? What are your ambitions in terms of moving this forward? Because you look right at home on the T100.
I signed up for T100 Dubai, but I'm not in the start list, so I cross my fingers to be...
Might be now.
Yeah. And I will race in 2 weeks in Xiamen in China, and I have China. If I could race T100 Dubai, I will be there, and 70.3 in Chile, and is enough.
Just final question. I get the impression that you love this point in your career. You have the biggest smile on your face. It's something we all spoke about in commentary. You look like you're really enjoying racing. Is that also how it feels from your perspective?
I think the environment here was very good. Everybody was cheering, and I feel good on the race, so I try to enjoy and smile, because when you smile to the people cheer more. And I think it's good for the people when you give something. And it was nice.
Yeah, well, look, congratulations,
Thank
Sara,
you.
an incredible performance. We're going to give that microphone over to Ashleigh
Okay,
Gensel,
thank
who, of course, finished in second place. Congratulations. Ash, so good to see you. You've got the right memo here. You seem to be in warmer clothing than a lot of the other athletes here. Look, it's got really cold.
I mean, as a Queenslander, I'm not used to this. It doesn't get this cool in the evening, but not this time of year. But I came a bit better prepared than some other athletes.
Yeah, I think you did. Look, incredible performance from you. Second, of course, another trip to the podium here on the T100. But how about racing at home? We heard that you've been on at the T100 to get an Australian race for some time. You've got it. Has it delivered?
Oh my gosh. It was the best T100 race that I've done so far. Best BTO or T100 race. It was absolutely incredible. So definitely have to thank all the Aussie fans out there. I mean, like, just wall to wall, like the whole run was just absolutely incredible. The swim start was amazing, and also even on the bike, every opportunity people were out there and cheering, and yeah, I just feel so privileged to be able to race at home in Australia.
It strikes me that you say this is your best or favourite T100 race that you've done. I mean, you've won T100 races, you've won quite a few, and this sits for you in sort of the top echelon of the races you've competed in.
Well, it is definitely not my best performance or like feeling on the race course, but I just love so much how people have really rallied behind the T100 in Australia. I feel like even in the past few years in the PTO Opens and the T100 World Tour, there's so many people in Australia that have really got behind what everyone's doing here, and I feel the love at home in Australia, so that's why I enjoyed it so much. It was more about those people, the age group athletes, the fans, and so many young kids out there supporting, and yeah, it means so much to me, so I'm just very thankful for them.
And a word on the performance, because a second place, an incredible result for you. Did you leave a bit too much left to, I mean, you're an incredible runner and you obviously managed to catch up and get that second place. Was anything more ever on the cards today? Could you ever have caught Kate? Was there ever a point in the race where you thought you might have her?
Oh, definitely not. Kate is racing exceptionally well at the moment. She's just on another level at the moment. So she swims so well, extraordinarily strong on the bike, and just probably ran the fastest run split today too. So like, it's really hard to compete with the level that, you know, she's racing at the moment. So full respect to her and so many of the women that are racing at that real top level. I feel like I just had to really focus on myself today. Like, I had a decent swim. I just had to try and keep in contact on the bike. Kate still had quite a bit of time, but there was people that I could kind of see at certain points on the bike. It was pretty lonely, but I still definitely saw people just up the road, so that kept me engaged. And then the crowd got me around that run because it was absolutely brutal.
Final word, Ash, to the crowd, to this Wollongong, Australia, people who've been out on the course all day. What a special event this has been for Australia.
Yes, and good job, Joshy.
we've got a whole family affair,
Yeah.
quite a few couples racing today.
Yeah, Josh, he was unlucky. He actually got a puncture,
no.
unfortunately. So wasn't an easy day for him on the bike, having to stop. But he looked like he was having fun as well on the run. And I've got my brother, his wife, my little 2-year-old nephew, my parents, and one of my best friends came to surprise me, actually. She flew down from Brisbane. So, yeah. It was absolutely incredible from them, and thank you to the fans of Australia. Thank you for getting behind this T100 World Tour and behind me. I really appreciate it, and I didn't win, but I definitely feel like I did, so thanks so much.
It's fair dues. We make you travel to a lot of races. It's about time we travel to your neck of the woods. Ash, second place here at the T100 Wollongong. Congratulations. And I'm going to take that mic and I'm going to give that to Kate, who is just about to enter, just taking off the foil blanket. Kate, congratulations. A win. You made that look so easy. Was it easy? Tell us what it was like leading from the front for pretty much the entire race.
No, definitely wasn't easy, but yeah, I just was in a really positive mindset for the whole race. So yeah, it was just a really fun day out, and I felt really strong all day, and had a pretty kind of strict game plan and stuck to it. So yeah, it was good.
Without the likes of Lucy here, without the likes of Jess as well to lead on the swim, did you have to approach this tactically a little bit different without perhaps them to set the pace with you as well? Did you have to take the initiative yourself?
Yeah, yeah, I was definitely a bit nervous coming into this one because, yeah, I kind of thought I was going to have to kind of take the swim into my own hands a bit. I'm used to kind of having their feet to follow, but yeah, I still wanted to push the pace, and luckily there were some girls around me to help do that, and yeah, I had kind of like power numbers in mind of what I wanted to do on the bike, and yeah, sometimes just lost concentration a bit, and it's kind of quite a long day out there sometimes, but yeah, I just tried to keep focused, and there was really great support out on course, which was really nice. And then going on to the run, I was under kind of strict instruction to...
sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to show you what was on the monitor then. Coming out of the first transition zone, it looked pretty hairy.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
No, definitely something I could work on.
Okay.
I'm a bit sad that was filmed.
If it's any consolation,
yeah.
we saw so many athletes doing the same thing. And
It's
also
so hard. It's so hard to like get your leg over the back of like your bottle cage at the back, and then yeah, I use cycling shoes, so like kind of doing it at the boat. Yeah, I need to do some work on it.
That's fine.
Let's just move past that.
Look, let's talk about the real positives of today. Your second win on the T100. You look so at home on this tour. For you going forward, 2 wins in a season like this, in your wildest dreams when you started 2025, did you ever expect what's happened?
Yeah, I never expected any of this, but I've gained so much confidence doing the T100, and it's been so refreshing. Working with everyone in the T100, it's such a lovely team, and they look after us so well. So, yeah, I'm just enjoying every race, and so happy to have 2 wins now and have podiumed at every single event. It's just kind of crazy, and yeah, it's just been so fun so far.
Yeah, it really has. Final word then on the rest of the season. Race to Qatar, you're now leading that. Your sights must be firmly set on taking that title come Qatar at the end of the year.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a hard one. I hope the girls who raced last weekend are recovering okay, because it looked like they had tough days out, because it would be really great to have a really strong and competitive race in Qatar. I think that's what everyone wants to see. And yeah, I've definitely got some things I want to work on between now and then, and luckily there's quite a bit of time. So yeah, I'm going to get back to work and try and bring my best self to Qatar.
Okay, amazing result. Congratulations. You look right at home on the T100. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And of course, that was Matt down on ground with our winner from today, Kate Waugh from Great Britain. In second place was Ash Gentle from Australia. Sarah Perez-Sala in third. We had Ellie Salthouse, another of our Aussies, in fourth. Hannah de Vet from Belgium in fifth. Lottie Wilms, great race from Lottie, especially after the disappointment of last week not being able to finish over in Kona in sixth. Liana Besic from Austria in seventh. Natalie Van Kovenen recovering from that 1 minute drafting penalty to finish in eighth. Grace Tech from Australia finishing in ninth. Rounding out the top 10, Alana Siffert from Switzerland. Chloe Hartnett from Australia having a great race to finish in 11th. Els Visser from the Netherlands in 12th. Justine Gerard in 13th. Vanilla Langridge in 14th. Lily Gelmini in 15th. And Rihanna Hughes in 16th. So now, winning so far in the series, out in front after today's spectacular win, is Kate Waugh on 128 points. Lucy Charles-Barclay in second on 119 points. Ash Gentle 107, Julie Derrin 96, and rounding out our top 5, Taylor Knibb on 90. So we are going to go back down on ground to Maddie, who is down there right now, I believe, with our top 3 men from today.
Yeah, I certainly am. Thank you very much, Belinda. I'm joined with third place, Yuri Kulin. Yuri, a really good result for you, I feel. You had a big smile on your face as you came through the finish line. Tell us how your day was out there.
So I had my plan with my coach was to be just on it from moment one, because these races, especially with the waves, can be quite unpredictable, and my swim is not my strongest point. But if I make the right choices in the swim, I can get towards the front out of the water. But for that, I need to make the right choices. So that was like step one, making the right choices, make sure I'm there and I'm active and I'm not afraid for the fight in the swim, but just maintain my position. And then on the bike, my goal was to use that first climb as the first step towards the front pack. And then I was there, and then Hayden Wilde decided to drop a massive bomb somewhere, and I could just respond on it. And then when I responded on it, and I was a little bit in the group, he dropped another one, and I couldn't respond on that. So I was really happy and glad with the power I pushed. Especially, I think this was my best power output of the year. And of course, we have to be realistic. We are missing guys here, like the likes of Rico Bogen, Martin van Giel, and Mathis Margier, like those guys, and Jelle. But on the other hand, I think if you look at the data and if you look at the power file and the run split, I think I had one of the best days of the year. It really means a lot to me, this one.
Yeah, why does it mean a lot?
Well, a lot of people don't know I've won a race, but I've never been on the podium, because I didn't make it to the podium because I was on the way to the hospital after Singapore. and that hurts. That really hurts. And why? Because, oh, you won the race. Well, I never closed it off, you know what I mean? I always had the feeling there was something left of me that I didn't got because of medical conditions. And I've been a couple of times close this year that the race scenario was not always in my favor. But now I am, and now I can enjoy the podium. And yeah, in Singapore 2 years ago, or 1.5 years ago, I don't remember the finish line anymore. And that's something I don't want to say I regret, but that is the cost of winning. And if I have to do it tomorrow, I would do it again. But I never had that closure. I came in my hotel room after Singapore and the trophy was on the bed, and that really hurt. But now I can get it myself and get the champagne in.
Well, Yuri, it's going to be a really special podium celebration for you. Congratulations.
Thank you so
Incredible
much.
result. And yeah, best of luck for the rest of the season. We're going to switch you out with Mika Noodt.
There he is.
You need to warm up as well. I can tell you're getting a bit chilly. Mika, well done, Yuri. Congratulations, Mika. Take a few there. You can keep your towels on, by the way. Are you cold? Do you want to keep your towel on?
Okay.
It's okay.
Yeah.
All right. You're stoic. You're going to be able to do
We
it.
already agreed on not putting champagne on each other for the podium. My mom's going to be happy and give her all the champagne.
Oh, very good, very good. She's in for a good night in Wollongong. So look, second place, you matched your result from London, a really, really good result for you. Take us inside that race, particularly your battle with Hayden. You were neck and neck on the bike. Was it ever realistic that you could stay with him on the run? What were your tactics?
Yeah, of course I hoped so. I felt like I was stronger on the flat parts, but he was stronger on the hills, like on the anaerobic stuff. But I felt quite in control during the whole bike leg, and it was nice to not have Rico around this time. So I was pretty in control and could stick to my own pace, keep aero, and then at the start of the run I kept up with him until the first uphill. But then I could already feel that he's just stronger than me there. And then I just kind of went into cruise control mode on the run. I knew Yuri was closing the gap. So I told myself I'm just going to stick to this pace until he closes within 40 seconds. And then I was going to accelerate a bit more. After London I took a bit of a mid-season break. And we didn't do too much race-specific work yet. So I wasn't too sure how I'm gonna finish the run, but I felt very strong through the whole run and could even accelerate towards the end, so very pleased with that.
Whatever you did on that mid-season break, it's worked very well, Mika. We don't have much time, so I'm sorry, we're gonna let you go, but I don't think you'll be too happy, or your mum will be too unhappy about that. She's getting some champagne in a bit. I'm gonna take that microphone from you and give that to Hayden Wilde. Oh, Hayden, you could have worn the towel.
I was not allowed. I would get in trouble.
Well, you wouldn't get in trouble with me. We were just chatting off air, and you said it got really cold at the end. The conditions were changing, but not that you had much time to worry about that because you were out in front. You looked like you loved today. Is that fair?
Yeah, that was super nice. Just being out there, seeing so many familiar faces, and the crowd was getting really pumped and getting really behind it, and it was just a really nice experience to get out there. And as I said, just seeing some familiar faces really kind of push you through a relatively challenging run course today.
Tell us about the challenge of today then, because Mika was right with you. We just spoke to him and he said he couldn't quite stay with you on the run, but you were challenged today, right? Certainly in the bike leg. When did you feel like you did have it in the bag?
I was really happy with the swim leg for a start, within touch with the guys and feeling like I was super in control. And I think, missing some of the big bikers this weekend, I don't feel like the start of the ride was as aggressive as it would normally be. But as soon as Mika kind of got to the front, he was really pushing those flatter sections, and I was trying to get to the front of the technical sections to really use my strengths in that sector. And so we worked really well together and made a really nice gap. And we looked at each other in a sense, and we got a few minutes up the road, which is really nice. And got onto the run and felt like the legs were in good shape. And this course suits me really well, and just punched up the first climb, and that's when I kind of started bridging away, and just running with a smile on my face all run, more so just because of the crowd, and the atmosphere was really nice.
Yeah, we saw Mexican waves. We saw some pretty interesting Australian drinking as well. We saw everything at the end of that race. It really was fantastic. What was it like to race in?
Oh, it was super nice, lads and women's swimwear, and I know that person, but I won't name him. But I'll have a beer with him probably in a few nights, and just so many Kiwis out there, but also other countries just getting behind, and that's what the grand final is all about here in the World Series, and for them to have a World Championships and to put something a good show on for them is always really nice.
Amazing, Hayden. We're going to let you go. We're going to let you warm up. We don't have much time left. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
A really, really impressive win. We'll let you go. We'll let you go off there. And in the meantime, we'll just recap the results of today. Hayden Wilde out in front. He got the fastest bike leg of anyone, and Mika Noodt in second place. Yuri Kulin in third. He had a brilliant race for him. Good to hear him now. Minnow Koolhaus in fourth. Rappo in fifth, and Sam Dickinson in sixth. He with the fastest swim, I should say, of anyone. Jake Birtwistle in seventh there as well. So this is how it leaves us in the Race to Qatar standings. No change at the top. He is on 140 points, and he did his best job today of preventing others from getting in. But yeah, 110 points there for Mika Noodt. A really, really good day at the office. So, final word. Aaron, you've hot-footed it from commentary. Final word to you. What will today be remembered for? Very quickly.
Well, the amazing crowds. I think it's one of the best races we've seen crowds-wise on the T100 circuit. I'm proud to be from Wollongong. Of the last 15 years, spent my life in Wollongong, and it actually made me a little bit emotional to see how good that was.
Amazing stuff. Aaron, thank you so much. We've loved our time here on the T100 here in Wollongong, Australia. We'll see you in Dubai in just under a month's time. From all of us here, bye for now.